We should be good now.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, John,
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue.
I don't think yours are working though. Okay,
Nope,
just maybe raise it up just a little bit, maybe so, or
whatever.
that happens.
I've spoken about the,
Name and address, just.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Seabreeze, Florida. I've spoken in the past about Main Street entrance. They still haven't corrected that. Yesterday, they had a blue tent right in the middle of the road on the beach. So you do have, for the entire driving length of the beach, decals that say, leave it open, don't block vehicle traffic. But yet you allow vehicle traffic to be blocked at Main Street, and I don't understand why. So I'm asking you, please, again, to look into the idea of blocking the traffic lanes for all vehicles entering and exit at that location, because truly it is Main Street. I looked up the original agreement in '83 or so when we voted. You have the right-of-way, the 40 feet, sidewalks on both sides, and the road to the water. So those should be cleared. And that basically is the only thing that's holding us back from all of it. And now they're starting to grow. They're standing at the pier. There were 12 at the pier yesterday and 12 in breakers because they're allowed to live underneath and stay underneath the pier. So I'm asking you, please help us by clearing that for traffic only and for walking to the beach. Secondly, I thought there was going to be a section today about impact fees. Apparently, you guys are not going to discuss it today, so, well, I can't find it. So I'm asking you to be careful.
No.
Okay, I went to look for
No,
it. I
just
couldn't find it.
let him speak.
Right. So I'm asking you to be very cautious. I understand the idea of phasing it in, because you can't just all of a sudden pop it up on somebody and say, oh, we're going to raise your impact fees. But I don't want you to wait another 15 years to go through the impact fees, which you guys could do. We'll just phase it in over 15 years. And then in 15 years, we'll be 15 years behind again. So no more than 3 years would be the max. And we'll lose, what, $10, $20 million or whatever it is. So be careful if you do that. Like start out with 75% or 50%, and then over 2 years get to the maximum. We absolutely need it. And then lastly, be careful. I'm told that if we put the impact fees in effect, we vote for the half-penny sales tax, then we have to go back and lower the impact fees. We can't do that. I'm asking you that any road that they need to get to their new locations, they have to pay for. Was it Tyler Road or whatever it is that'll go from LPGA to Granada? They pay for that out of pocket.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I did have 5 seconds.
We've
But okay.
taken- I think you were 5 seconds over. Just saying. That's the only person we had, I think. So with that, we will recess the public hearing portion, and we'll be back here at 10 o'clock. like 15 minutes late. That was not the way it was explained to me, but I'll go with that. We're going to reopen the public participation, and Grady Jackson, if you want to come and tell us what's on your mind, state your name and address for the record, and sorry for the confusion.
Good morning. My name is Grady Jackson, Jr. I live at 713 West New Hampshire Avenue. I'm a lifetime resident of DeLand in Volusia County. I come before you at this time in reference to a traffic problem that we need to address, I need to bring before the council. I also serve on the board of directors for the Spring Hill CRA. We addressed that issue in the CRA, and at this point in time, I needed to come to the county because the location that I'm speaking of is in both of them is in the county. The two items that I'm speaking of are the locations, is the intersection of Beersford Avenue and South Clara Avenue. The next one is Clara Avenue and New Hampshire. I'll start with New Hampshire and Clara. That particular location needs a four-way stop. It's only two-way at this time. In our last meeting, prior to our last meeting, it seems to be a monthly thing where we have some real serious accidents there. And the traffic needs to be slowed down. On New Hampshire and Clara, you got those apartments being put in, you got apartments already there, you got the business right there in the shopping center. Also, it's near a school zone of Southwestern. I come before the council asking if we could get that done. I don't think it's a big expense to make those two intersections four-way stop to slow the traffic down. If we don't, I don't want to wait until somebody lose their life and then we decide to do something. So I bring it before the council. Also on Clara and Beersford Avenue, you got a local business there that has no parking, and they have deliveries and everything, and that's also at a school zone. When you come to that intersection, you almost have to take a suicide to go across to find out if any traffic coming. And the same is on New Hampshire and Clara. The Kia car business, they have a stockyard that's on the corner of New Hampshire and Clara Avenue. These last accidents, I looked at some of them that they had there. It's due because of those cars. You have to go out into the lane before you can see what's coming.
Okay.
So I asked the council to look at this, and so we can get those traffic slowed down and make that a four-way stop.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and I will let John Cheney know and see if are those in the city of DeLand? Or?
Mr. Chair, these are the locations I brought up at a county council meeting a couple of meetings ago to have a staff look at.
Have they looked at it?
I haven't heard anything since the council.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll check with John, but usually they do a short study and then they put it in. So I'll find out where that's at.
We will recess now until 10 o'clock when we'll come back to the county council meeting. Good morning. We will begin the meeting in about 1 minute and 38 seconds. 1 minute and 38 seconds. Good morning. We have about 10 seconds till we start the meeting. Approximately no seconds, as it is 10 o'clock. And I'll call the November 13th meeting of the Volusia County Council to order. And at this time, we'll have the invocation given by Jonathan Bledsoe of the DeLand Wesleyan Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join me in the privilege of prayer. Father God, we come to you today, and we are so thankful for the gift and the blessing of this day. Help us to remember, Lord, that it is not about me, it is about we. That we are here, our comings and goings, our life and our breath are at your discretion. And Lord, I say this for the benefit of all those here this morning. We're reminded from the book of Judges, where it says repeatedly, everyone did what was right in their own mind. And then we find out the consequences of their poor decisions and their poor doings. So, Father God, we come to you this morning, and we ask that the words of our mouth, the meditation of our heart, the attitudes, actions, and intentions of our behavior, the thoughts of our thinking be acceptable in your sight. And Lord, that we would trust in you with all of our heart and lean not on our own understanding, but in all our ways follow your path, follow your guidance, follow your direction, allow you to guide us and direct us in our decision making. I was reminded just this morning that today is World Kindness Day. And so, Father God, help us to exhibit kindness in all that we say and do, and that people may know us by our love and our peace and our patience and our goodness toward one another in all that we say and do. In Jesus' most precious name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's all right.
Save the best for last.
Thank you. And one part of that just reminded me that really I never thought about this before, but if you take the me and turn the M upside down, you do have we. But first time I'd ever put that in that perspective. Do we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Dr. Lowry? And Mr. Kelly.
Here. And before we go to the comment on the consent
Excuse me.
agenda, I'm going to let Billy Wheeler wanted to give just a brief update as a member of the
Excuse
canvassing
me.
board.
Sorry. Dr. Lowry is excused from the meeting. I just wanted to say that he's not here, not present.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought after you called me that it was over, but anyway.
Thank you. As appointed to the canvassing board, it has been exciting for Volusia County and the whole state. We had over 230,000 voters, and we have been working diligently, and starting Tuesday, you know, all of us have maybe averaged maybe 5 hours of sleep at night, so we're all worn out, but they're plugging along. As of it stands now, everybody should know that it has been nothing wrong with the supervisor's office, that the recount is due to close races. And this is a historical event that we have 6 recounts. We have 4 on the state level and 2 on the local level. So the 2 on the local level, we're trying to get those done as soon as possible, but we are throwing in the state rep 26 also, because that is only voted in Volusia County. But we have to do everything together. So as of Friday, we started out just with the 3 local races, and we had to stop when we found out that the state had 3, so we had to start all over again. So as it is right now, we still have to run the absentee and the early voters to come up with that complete list. Once we get that, we will send the state rep race up to Tallahassee, and they will approve it for us to start a hand count. So, I mean, we have been ahead of the ball all the way through. Our supervisor has been incredible, and I can tell you from behind the scenes, the security is amazing. It's check, double check, triple check. It is just amazing. The canvassing board is Supervisor of Election Lisa Lewis, Judge Kelly, and myself. And we will just keep everybody posted regularly. And for the candidates, we've got Edgewater, County Council District 1, and the Patrick Henry and Elizabeth Federhoff race for State Rep 26, that we're trying diligently to get those done as soon as we can. The other 3, the other ones from the Senator, Governor, and the Ag Department, we cannot even start a hand count on any of those if required until all of the counties in Florida are turned in. Once all of those are turned in, then they will give us the permission to start the hand counts. So this is a long process, and please be patient and understand that we are doing everything to represent the people in Volusia County in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Billy about that. If Billy, do you have any idea of an estimate of just approximately when people in the county can look at getting an answer, a final answer, a week, a month?
For the local races?
For any of the races. Aren't there?
Well, we have 3 locals. That will be the state rep. We can still do that one, even though it's a state. Mm-hmm. We can do that only because the votes are only in Volusia County. We should maybe be able to know those by the end of the day.
Oh, wow.
But not the state rep.
Right.
The state rep, we have to get permission from the state to run it. They're ready for us to send that up. The state rep could be today, but I look at it probably tomorrow with having to run. The rest of them, it's going to depend on when the rest of the counties get theirs in. We'll be ready. Volusia County will be ready. But we're supposed to have everything signed and delivered on Saturday.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of questions about that.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then if the state rep is at what position will it trigger a hand recount?
Anything less than 0.25%.
So that still could very well happen.
Oh, it will have to
That will be, it's going to be a hand count. I feel quite certain that we're going to have a hand count on that one.
Will that delay the timing?
Well, we'll have to take those and do the recounts.
More
So,
than likely.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Let's move to the consent agenda. Is there anyone wishes to comment on any of the consent agenda? George, did you have anything?
Just to highlight H.
Okay. Council?
I would like to highlight 3.
Sorry?
I would like 3 to be discussed, not for vote, but just discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. You said 3?
3, just to be discussed, not to, we can still approve the
I
entire.
don't have a
consent
3.
agenda. No, I'm saying,
These
I haven't said the
items.
3 yet. F Foxtrot, H Hotel, and R Romeo.
I thought
Sorry.
you meant number 3.
F, H, and R.
F, H, and R for comment, okay? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Motion made by Ms. Cusack, seconded by, I heard Ms. Denny's first, to approve the consent agenda. And George, will go to you for item H. What's it?
Well, we can do them in order if you like, because she had said F, H, and R. I had H, so,
Well, H eliminates 2.
yep, we'll go with H. I'm gonna have Donna come up, but this is the Mid-Florida Housing Partnership. This is, we've been highlighting these all along whenever we're into something where we're with housing or preventing homelessness. This is another example of that. Donna?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. This is another exciting thing that we get to do. We only have one CHODO, which is a community housing development organization in Volusia County. We're hoping to grow more, but it takes a lot of work to do so. Mid-Florida Housing has been very successful as a CHODO, and we've had a great relationship with them for many years. So we've combined 2 different sources of funding, home dollars and SHIP funds, which will enable them to buy 2 homes, rehabilitate those homes in whatever way necessary, and then lease them, rent them out to low-income families. So we're really excited about it. It's a little over $230,000 total, but it'll be well spent to get some folks into some affordable housing.
Okay.
Donna, is that in any specific area within the county or just?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we'll go with F.
Yes, Ron is coming up for this. This is our zone cabling. This is infrastructure that's needed out at the jail. And between, remember out the jail, we have the jail and the correctional facility, separate buildings on a large campus. Take it away.
Good morning, Rhonda Orr, Business Services Director. I have with me Brian Whiting. He's our network expert, and so if your questions are very technical in nature, he is going to be the one that can give us the best answer. So.
I just want to continue to highlight the fact, if you recall, we've had some issues with the video visitation where things have we've held that together through the great IT staff that we have. We'll be replacing that stuff, but in order to have that, you have to have a backbone cabling system and digital. We're kind of on some stuff on analog, and this is an upgrade of all that. So.
Okay. Ms. Post?
Any specific questions? I just wanted it highlighted, especially being $727,000. But just that fact of what George just said is that we are working on ensuring that we're ready for the future in corrections. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In plumbing terms, it's putting in the big pipe so that we can have the little pipes off it later on.
And we'll go to R, which is the
Yep. We'll have Mr. Pozo and Walcott talk about what we do with this.
Good morning, Joe Pozo, Public Protection. Mark Walcott, the Emergency Management Administration Division Director, is here. He'll give you a briefing and answer any questions.
Good morning, Council. Trust Fund is an annual award by the state allocated from certain traffic infractions. It's dwindled over the years, down to about 46,000 this year. We have about 570,000 held in reserve from past years where we did not fund projects. And we're seeking to allocate the money to upgrade our electronic patient care reporting system, among 3 other projects, including CAB voucher program, CAB voucher program to take some of the load off of ambulance transports when we can appropriately triage low acuity patients to the hospital. Marvelous, our deployment monitor, looking to buy a couple more licenses for that to expand the abilities of that, and 911 community education.
So, go ahead.
Ms.
Mr.
Post?
Wilcox, can you just expound a little bit on each one of those projects that this is geared toward?
I'll start with the Zoll project. Zoll is our electronic patient reporting platform. Currently, it's a locally installed enterprise solution. We're looking to migrate that over to a hosted solution with the vendor. In part, that will give us some ability to work through upgrades a little bit quicker, give us some better support. We've had some discussions about ongoing funding of that, some slight increases, but discussions with Mr. Peister and budget as well have been somewhat promising. This project's going to go forward until we can make that determination whether that funding will be available. The alternative transportation program.
Backtrack on that 1 second. So you really didn't actually explain what it is, though. Could you?
It's a patient care reporting system. Every time an ambulance goes out and makes a response to a patient, they fill out a patient care report, complete with all the information that they gather about the patient and treatment they provide. Right now, we're trying to migrate that over to a hosted solution, primarily to get the upgrades in place. We've gone through a couple of renditions with the state. They've moved to a new version, and we're trying to get caught up with that so we can keep our state reporting accurate and complete. And that attaches into our billing software. So the budget folks work from that and get the ambulance bills out. I'm not sure what
That's
else you're
exactly
looking
what I
for.
was looking for. I'm just
Okay,
looking for
very
you to
good.
give a basic general description of each of these projects. So,
Okay.
You had basically just said support. So.
Very
Okay,
good.
yep.
I'll continue with the other three. Again, the alternative transportation, again, get patients to the hospital via taxi cab when they're appropriately triaged under a program our medical directors established. So low acuity patients aren't riding in ambulances unnecessarily. That's a program that the patients would have to consent to. So that's not a mandatory program for persons in the pre-hospital environment. Marvelous is a deployment software. Through automatic vehicle locators, GPS, it sees the location of all the ambulances in the system. And we use that software to deploy based upon historic call data, where the next likelihood for a call is. It in effect gives you a weather map, like a thunderstorm map, if that makes sense to you. And that gives the system status controller the ability to place ambulances in the community where historically call volume is likely to occur. The last is a 911 community education program. This is largely put out there. It's a modest effort. It's been done nationwide for many years, just to educate people when to call 911, when it's appropriate, when it's not appropriate. We're working with our stakeholders, including the Sheriff's Communications Center, in developing that program.
Thank you. I think it's important that we highlight the work that's being worked on there.
Let me just throw, what they're doing here is getting the monies in place for what we're going to roll out in January with our big talk on that. So this is just, instead of having the talk and then doing the money, we're trying to get everything in place. And because we are piloting a few of these things right now to make sure that they work, so when we report to you, it's not something that's then going to happen months and months later. It's going to be happening as we're reporting it. So, because part of what we've been doing is a ramped up effort anyway, using overtime and other things that we've discussed here. But this will help start setting things in place. And so things like the voucher program, we've talked about it, but they'll show you a little bit more formally how that works. But this puts the monies in place to be doing some of these programs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move now to the presentations and rewards and promotion. Item number 2, which is the budget resolution and year-end fund reconciliation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. As Tammy Bong is approaching the approaching you, this is our normal year-end budget cleanup item that we do to prepare closing the books. What we did a little bit differently this year is we split that item up. There's items 2 and number 3, which Ryan Osowski, the accounting director, will actually walk you through. Because of Hurricanes Irma and Matthew, the budgeting and the accounting, I don't need to tell you, is quite complicated, so we felt that it would be better to split it up. So Tammy's going to talk about what would normally be our year-end type item, and Ryan will direct his information related to both the hurricanes.
Good morning, Tammy Bong, Budget Administrative Services Director. Today we have about 4 or 5 items that we're looking to address in this year-end amendments. I'm going to start off with the largest fiscal value, and it is an interfund transfer that we discussed when we did our 5-year forecast during the spring. During that presentation, in our estimates, we anticipated that we were going to transfer some money over to the Sheriff's CAD records management system from the MSD as a means of pay-as-you-go for that project. So the MSD will be completely funded for its proportionate share of that project. So that is a $3.1 million transfer out of the MSD and then over to the 369 Sheriff's Capital Fund, which it'll stay until we commence the actual project itself. So that will, when you add those two together, that's about the 6.2 of this total budget amount. It's just that specific one item. And then we have 7 different items that are grant related. We have 3 grants that are closed out, meaning that the projects have been completed. There were some local monies in those funds that didn't get expended, so that money gets returned back to the originating fund that it was sent to. So the budget resolutions for all those all come before you at your council meetings, and we appropriate it at that point in time. So at year end, we look to reconcile all the grants and return any money that's still sitting in those funds for that. So with 3 of those and they were all road-related projects. We have 4 grants that needed some additional local money. That could be more than one reason. It could have been that they presented an agenda item to you and we just hadn't appropriated the local portion. Or it could have been that they have some expenditures that the grant agency maybe disallowed for whatever reason. Sometimes they're a little sensitive on design and permitting and so forth, and that's a local obligation. And then those expenditures are being tracked and monitored in your grant fund. So we have 2 trails projects where we have transfers going into the trails fund. We have 1 road project, and then we have a little local money going to the elections grant. And the last large part of this agenda item relates to resort tax. So good news. When we made our presentation in August for all of your ad authorities, we estimated what we think we're going to be at the end of the fiscal year. So a lot of this we knew that was going to be a little additional money, but we do have some additional fundings for all 3 different agencies for the fiscal year. So this is money that we bring in, we transfer back out to Hall, Southeast, and West Volusia. It automatically would fall to their reserves for the following year, and they would have to present their plan for spending that money in the future. The other corresponding part of the resort tax is the resort tax that we have internally that would go to the Ocean Center. So primarily, those are the largest items on this agenda item. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Any questions? Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I just want to make clear, so the advertising, they will let us know what they're...
They will have to do that in order for us to
okay.
appropriate it into a specific line item for them.
They will, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2017-18 revised budget year-end fund reconciliation as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Dennis, second by Wheeler. Any other questions or comments? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we will move to item 3.
Item 3 is the fiscal year-end 2018 revised budget adjustments for Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Matthew. Oh, I'm Ryan Osowski, Accounting Director. Sorry about that. The majority of the purchases that were made for Hurricane Irma recovery, which most of it is debris, were purchased under the emergency declaration for the storm. However, after the fact, we do have to come back and appropriate those funds. So that's what this budget amendment mainly accomplishes. For Hurricane Matthew, there were a couple cleanup items that needed to be budgeted for. One is a project that is not going to move forward, so we're returning the local match similar to the budget amendment that was previous to this. And another is an expenditure that is actually not a FEMA expenditure, it's a FHWA expenditure, so it's being moved out of the FEMA fund into the County Transportation Trust. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Any questions? This is, simply, this is just a basis. The money was expended, and then it has to be appropriately added to the departments from which the funding came. So, Ms. Post.
That is the case.
I move approval of the fiscal year 2017-18 revised budget adjustments for Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Matthew.
Motion made by Post, second by Wheeler. Any additional discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item 4. Donna.
Good morning. Item number 4 is an agreement that we have entered into, or we ask that you approve, with the school board. One of the things that happened under Hurricane Irma that has changed is that FEMA had made the determination that Volusia County is responsible for the sheltering costs incurred by the school board for that event. And the Florida Division of Emergency Management agreed with that. Now, in years past, we didn't go through this. In years past, the school board was their own applicant. So they would apply for reimbursement to the state via FEMA, through the state, and they would be reimbursed for those costs. However, there's been a change. And so this interlocal agreement, which we're allowed to do under FEMA guidelines, sets out how we're going to handle this for Hurricane Irma. This agreement is for Hurricane Irma only. To be honest with you, we don't agree with this position of the Department of Emergency Management, so we only limited this agreement to Irma until see if things can straighten back out and be handled the way it had been in prior years. All the counties experience this as well. We're not alone in this. This is sort of a, well, look at this. This is a change, so we need to address it. The reason we're asking you to approve this is so that there's about $700,000 worth of sheltering costs incurred by the school board, and as a result, we did not want them to be left sort of hanging in between because they have no way to actually apply for those funds at this point in time, so we're acting on their behalf. What we did put in this agreement, though, however, is that they're responsible for any local match, which typically would be 12.5%. But under this particular event, they're going to be allowed 100% reimbursement. So they're not going to be having to come up with that 12.5% match that they might normally be required to do. In addition, we also said that should we run into a situation where either FEMA or should someone come back in from GAO and do an audit and there's funds that have become deobligated or not allowed, they'll have to pay us back. So I think this kind of puts us in a position to at least handle this on their behalf and just go ahead and apply and send the paperwork up to FEMA. So that's what this agreement will do. It's my understanding the school board has approved this. They approved this, I think, in last Tuesday's meeting.
It just seems to me that this is just a way of convoluting the process by having one governmental agency then work with the other governmental agency to get funding from another governmental agency who gets the funding from the federal government to the state
So that
to
it
be
doesn't
given to
happen.
us and
Yeah.
and then given to the school board, which is absolutely ridiculous. Y'all were nice in saying you disagreed with it. I just think it's ridiculous. But whatever we can do to oppose that in the future, whatever you've done, George, I think it should
We'll
be
be
strongly.
addressing it with our lobbyist team as well, because I'm not, there's a little bit of disagreement of, is it the state or the feds? So we'll have both take a look at that, and maybe that they can work that out. Little history through the years, we have had some success. Ryan mentioned in the one of his presentation about the FHWA. It used to be that when you picked up debris, we had two agencies with two sets of rules. So literally road by road, you had to know what debris and then fill it out correctly. We were successful, along with a lot of groups, to get FEMA and FHWA to play together on that issue. That'll be the tack we're trying to take here, is maybe we can get the state and the feds to come to an agreement. I will say our partners, the school board, our partnership with the school board is a model for around the state. So we don't want to mess with we want to help them, because in a lot of other areas, the school board just basically gives you the keys. Here's the building, and have at it. And the fact that they help man it and they incur these costs is important to us, because what we found in the other areas is that usually the volunteer groups that do man them in other areas, and the state, they have a lot of trouble manning that. So we have a very good program. We'll work with I think it's a good thing we're doing here to help them through this and then continue to fight to straighten it out at a higher level.
Okay, Ms. Post. Ms. Post.
So I just wanted to confirm that with the new interpretation from FEMA and emergency management, that it is still the responsibility of the school board, and it is not, the responsibility aspect has not been transferred in any way. It's simply they have to go through us to get the
Right, the schools still have the responsibility for providing the shelter, but not necessarily all the manning and everything else, so yes.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Ms. Post? Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the approval of the interlocal agreement with Volusia County School Board for Hurricane Irma sheltering reimbursement from FEMA.
Second.
Motion made by Cusack, second by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Item 5 has been withdrawn according to my paperwork. We will move then to item 6, Donna. Or Tom.
Good.
Both. I see Tom walking
Tom
this
Oates
way.
and team are coming down. We're going to present our update on our diversity and inclusion program.
I think this is, I know that when Ms. Cusack started focusing on this last year, I believe it was, it's interesting to see how far we've come and where we are and where we're going. Thank you, Tom.
Good morning. I'm Tom Moats, the Human Resources Director. Proud here this morning with the team. I got with me on my left is Jamie Edmondson, our Diversity Inclusion Specialist, and behind me is Molly Hudson, our Employment and Diversity Manager. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie to go through the little presentation we have this morning to give you an update of where we've been and where we're going.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name again is Jamie Edmondson. I'm the Diversity and Inclusion Specialist with the county, and it's my pleasure to be here with you all today on World Kindness Day to give you an update on our Diversity and Inclusion Dynamic Master Plan. In 2015, it was initiated the efforts that there were going to be a dedicated focus on diversity and inclusion. At that point, they developed some reports and got out and met with all of the different divisions. This was prior to my coming on board, but they did do some benchmarking and did get the program underway. As part of that, Fire Services Division went through our 2.5-hour, 3-hour workshop. So everybody in fire services received, actually everybody in public protection, Molly could have corrected me on that, she did the training, went through and they stepped up and they went first. So that was going on. Also, Molly had specific recruitment initiatives that she took underway during that time, and she's going to speak after I'm done about that. They hired me to focus on data, reports, and create specific programs. In 2017, we had the directive to get everyone in the organization.
If you could speak into the microphones instead of, because every time you go side to side, it fades. And move that one that's on your left, move it up a little, and then if you can just direct your comments straight. I know you like to have eye contact, but it would help for the reproduction of the sound. Thank
Absolutely.
You.
Thank
Okay,
you, Mr.
thanks.
Chair. Thank you. Yes, so in 2017, we had the directive to get everyone in the organization through the fundamental basic diversity workshop. This was quite a huge undertaking, and we were able to accomplish that we were supposed to accomplish that by September of 2018, and we ended up bringing that in a little bit early. We worked on that most of the year. We added diversity training to our new hire employee orientation. So they get an indoctrination into the program and what our company culture is striving to be at orientation. We also expanded our D&I recruitment initiatives, and again, Molly's going to speak to that, providing hiring analysis and assistance for all of the divisions. I developed a formal written diversity and inclusion dynamic master plan, which I was very proud to present to you all. And we got that implemented and parts of those strategies and goals underway. We created the diversity and inclusion champions team, and we now have 40 champions. We introduced them at our second annual leadership conference this year. So I'm excited to see what we will do together as we focus more in that area. We also held in 2017 the first annual diversity and inclusion leadership meeting in August at the Ocean Center. In 2018, as I said, we continued our training push, and we had the whole organization through by August, so we were super proud of that accomplishment. Special thanks to Molly Hudson and Joan Brunchins for their significant and generous efforts in teaching classes. We focused on specific outreach initiatives, and Molly has some specifics on that. Her work is very critical, of course, to the whole program. We developed a D&I webpage internally and externally and provide monthly updates to those, as well as post quarterly inspirational and educational videos as part of our diversity and inclusion library that all employees have access to. We held our second annual diversity and inclusion leadership meeting in September at the Ocean Center, and have received great feedback on the first annual and second annual. I'm looking forward to that being an annual event. We will be having diversity celebration luncheons for all employees on the east and west side this year. Normally, of course, we have our annual diversity celebration luncheon at the TCK and here, and we will be doing that again this year, but we will be adding an additional luncheon for the east side employees at Beach headquarters. I sent notice out to everyone about that and look forward to seeing you all there. Looking forward to 2019, we really want to work more with the diversity and inclusion champions. So I will be focusing largely on developing that powerful force and huge team of diversity advocates out there in the county. Learning together, sharing together, doing some community projects, and making sure that they're bringing feedback from all of the different divisions to the team so that we can hone in our practices and find really effective methods for weaving this into our company culture. We are developing an interactive workshop for supervisors and managers, which will be mandatory for all supervisors and managers. It'll be a half-day workshop, very intensive, called The Practice of Inclusion, what it looks like, what it feels like, role play, how to actually make sure that you're creating that environment in every team. We're going to continue recruitment initiatives and make sure that we are selecting those carefully based on the needs of the organization from a diversity standpoint. We're going to update that workshop that everybody went through to make sure it's fresh, because everybody's got to take that every 2 years now, and new hires continue to take it. So we will be updating that fundamental workshop. We continue to do our web updates. We're going to have the third annual leadership meeting in the fall, I hope, and our annual cultural diversity luncheons. Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. Thank you. Please forgive me. As we get into the numbers, we look at where we're at, you can see this is our current mix of our workforce. So this is what our numbers are based on who's employed now. When we go to the next slide, and that just gives you percentages of our workforce. But if you go to the next slide, I had done a workforce availability study, which was quite in depth in 2017 to get a snapshot of that. And so in order to have apples to apples, I'm using 2017 breakdown here of our workforce, and you can see the variances. So we can see where we are sufficient in our mix as far as demographics go based on what's available, and where we still have some work to do. But again, we're not satisfied with these numbers, but it's good to know where you're at so you can set some goals for where you're going. On this next slide, it gives you our year-over-year growth so that you can see how the numbers have moved. In looking at this, just keep in mind, moving it even 1 percentage point is pretty big in an organization. So all of this measured success incrementally is something to be celebrated. At the bottom, there's a box there, so it shows from the beginning of the program to now. We have 2.97, or almost 3 points growth in our non-white population within the organization. A large, like I said, contributing factor to that has been recruitment efforts by Molly Hudson and her group. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to her to give you an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Good morning. I'm Molly Hudson, the Employment Diversity Manager for Volusia County. Thanks to Jamie, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share what we've done through the course of the years. Diversity is a big part of Volusia County. We like to think that it's not just what we say, but we like to think that it's who we are to some degree. So there are different programs that we've put in place to get us to where we are today. Lots of people have been involved in this, even before my time. So it's really an honor to be part of this initiative. Tagging on to what Jamie said, some of the things we've done on the employment side, because it's important to talk about diversity. We get them in, we talk about diversity. But what have we done on the employment side to make sure that it's something that we use to hire, that we use maybe some sort of a roadmap to bringing people into the county? Some things that we've done is discussing with hiring managers, talking to them, the interview panels, changing the interview panels, because we found out that some of the panels that people use, they've been there for a long time. So they're using the same people. And after a while, when you use the same people over and over again, you're going to get the same people you hire. So we try to change that and talk to them about maybe changing your panel so it's a little diverse. So we've worked with a lot of hiring managers on that, and that's really helped us a lot. Also, we've gotten involved in a lot of diversity fairs, job fairs, going out to different schools, different communities, trying to diversify and recruit from those aspects. This past year, we got very much involved in the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, because we looked at our numbers, and so we have a huge population of Hispanics in Volusia County. But when you look at the charts, it doesn't reflect on the charts. So how do we attract them? How do we get them? How do we talk to them about what we're doing? How do we engage them and entice them to come work here? So we partner with them. We go to the events and get to talk with them. Also, I reached out to the National Association of Asian American Professionals, talking to them, wanting to get involved. They don't have a lot of activities here in Central Florida, but talking to them as well, trying to get them involved. We do that. One-on-one discussions with hiring managers. We talk about diversity, but it's not something that everybody's bought into. As much as we like to think that we all have a diverse mind, that's not. So we're talking to our hiring managers, getting them involved and telling them why it's important to be more inclusive than exclusive. We have something on our jobs. I don't know if you've looked at some of our jobs. You see where we have a preferred statement, looking for preferred candidates, because sometimes we run ads and we get this influx of candidates that come through. Well, we put a preferred statement to help us weed out, so we don't get people who just don't have the experience just come through. So we're looking at our preferred statement to see, are we being more inclusive? Instead of being exclusive, are we being more inclusive in our preferred statements? So these are things that we're doing, things that you wouldn't think about when you look at an ad, but we're trying to really focus on those things and attract people and tell them, listen, the door is open, come in, instead of excluding them. So we're working on that. Schools have invited us to talk to them. Before I started, I'll tell you a little story. Before I started working here, I was shopping at Dillard's one day. I was a consultant, and this lady knew me, and she'll see me shopping and all that, and she'll say, Molly, you still consulting? I said, I had just gotten this job. I said, no, I work for Volusia County now. I would just mention to her. Somebody in the audience, a lady customer, I didn't even know her. She said, she just blurted out, you work for Volusia County? I said, yes. She goes, they hire black people?
Thanks.
So I thought to myself, wow, okay. But that's the perception she had. So, and I looked at her, I said, well, they hired me, so that's but I said that to say, now going back to the community, now going to the churches, the schools. Now I find myself, when I'm in a church, I get invited to speak somewhere, I talk about where I work. Actually where I work every day. I talk about, this is where I work, this is what we do, we're a diverse community. I find myself trying to educate the community, because that statement made me realize a lot of people don't know what we do. A lot of people don't understand what we do in the county. So I go out there and I try to talk it up, and talk about what we do as a community to help better our exposure. Because we do try to do diverse things in the community. So that's some things that we're doing. We have the diversity lunch and learn. I would like to see those more of that. We have the health benefits lunch and learn. We talk about different aspects. I'd like to see more of a diversity lunch and learn. Maybe we invite an outside speaker in the community. Come in and tell us about what makes you different. How can we understand the differences you bring to the table? Maybe that educate us some in the county. Those are things that I would like to see us do. So Jamie's done a lot. She has the champions that she works with. I like that program. I think she's doing a great job with them, talking to them and getting exposure, talking about what we do. So there are little things that we can do. We're doing a lot of great things, but there are other things that we can do also to get the word out there, to get the community involved. It's not just, diversity is not who we are. I like to think it's not just what we do. I like to think it's who we are. And also, we talk about diversity. It's a difference. I believe it's a difference that makes a difference. Because you're different doesn't make you bad or good. It just means that your difference is important. We like to share and we like to understand where you come from. So these are some of the things that we do. Somebody on my team, Molly White, said today, she told me, she goes, Molly, I'd like to see something like a program, I Am Diversity. Maybe we share it on the community. People tell us why they're diverse, what they've done to be diverse. And then Javier on my team, he said, I don't want diversity to be like a bad word. Whenever they see you, Molly, or they see Jamie, that here they come again, diversity. No, we want it to be part of who we are, that fun aspect of diversity. It's something we do. We love it. We love your differences. Bring your differences. Let's engage in your differences. Let's talk about it. What can we do to help you? What can you do to help us? How can we learn? How can we take what we do and make it a big us? So those are some things that we've done. You've seen what we've done, and you see where we're going to, what we like to do. So every opportunity I have in the community, I try to share diversity. I try to talk about what we do as a county. I live in this county, and I want to promote that because that's what makes us special and unique. So thank you for the opportunity, and I really like to see more support with this. So I thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share what we've done so far. Any questions?
Thank you, Molly.
This year, we're doing the luncheons a little different, and our keynote speaker is going to be Councilman Cusack. And we really
Both
appreciate
of them.
that.
That was going to be my comment.
Yeah, so we really appreciate
He's
that.
doing
So we're
both-
looking
both.
forward to that. And
East and
with
west.
that, do you have any questions? Like I said, I got a really great team. Molly has a great team behind her, and we appreciate the work they do.
I just had two comments. Number one, I think you can see the enthusiasm that this team has, and I can tell you, yes, it's infectious. They go into areas, county is large, 3,500 employees. They make a difference because of their enthusiasm and their commitment. The other thing that's happening through this process, remember, it's diversity and inclusion, and they're getting, we're really working the diversity side very hard, casting a big net. I mean, we've had candidates, just spectacular candidates for some high positions that we got outbid. I mean, that's what's interesting, and we continue to do that. We're going to continue to cast that net and through the work they're doing in recruitment. But the inclusion part, Molly's the one who's, I always use her statement, it's great to get invited to the party, but we really like to, be asked to dance. And that's never left me. And on top of that, I've taken another step in what we do is I've asked our department heads and division heads and managers, who are you including in these decisions that you're making in these programs that we're doing? It's not just, as I think someone said, they have the same hiring team. You get in management and you get a few trusted advisors and you seem to kind of go with them. And I'm asking them to reach deeper into their organizations. We have a lot of turnover coming in the next few years, a lot of people retiring. We have a lot of big decisions that are going to be coming in the next few years. I need to reach deep into the organization, and I need to have inclusion all the way up. We have unions. They have to be included in decisions. So I think that the idea is what makes a very powerful, good organization, and it is a business practice that I know Mr. Deneen, started, but I'm heavily committed into continuing as we go forward, because I see the benefit on a business level as well as a human level. If you have the team included, chances are you'll have a lot of success when you put the program together and we have a lot of programs we run here. So I want to thank these guys because they're doing so much out there that's really helping the whole organization get stronger.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first say how pleased I am with this program. We're doing some great things here. Now, these numbers don't reflect a great amount of progress in some areas, but it reflects progress. And when there is progress, we're on the right track. And that's important to have these benchmarks so that we can actually determine how we have done. And if these employees stay with us, that may be because of inclusion. It's one thing to be there, but what will keep us there? And I think that's where we have to do some work to make sure that every member of the team feel that they are a part of the team. And so that's where I think we have to hang our hat to make sure that we do that. Once we recruit folk, let's do what we can to make sure that they become a part of our team. I think that we're doing some great work, and we've come a long way just in a short time. And I think you have a plan. Yeah, you got a plan of action that you plan to implement. And I'd like to make sure that that continues and that we don't forget this journey as we go along. And I say this because, the time is short for me as a part of this team, but I will always be a part of the team called Volusia County. So I'm pleased with the work. I feel great about it, but we're going to be having conversations as to how can we better feel more comfortable, because there may be some things I see that you don't see, and you may see some things that I don't see, and it's just that there are some things that we bring to the table that are different, and when we learn and can discuss those things in great details, then we're all better off for it, because we've increased our knowledge as it relates to diversity and inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the great work. My hat's off to Jim Deneen. He did a great job in beginning to see that this is where we needed to start this journey. And I applaud all of you for making that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your energy is indeed infectious. I'd like to see you at the microphone every meeting. But can you go back to that last chart with the year-to-year comparison that Councilwoman Cusack was saying she'd like to see some more growth? And I agree with you, but I looked at that and I was on tilt. Let's focus in, go back to see the growth from 2015 to 2018 and the percentage there. That's not a percentage, that's a difference. It's not percentage, that's a difference. The actual percentage is over 20%. That's just a difference between 16.97 and 14 is a difference of 2.97. But 2.97 broken into 14 is over a 20% growth. So take your kudos while you can. I think 20%, Councilwoman Cusack, is much better than 2.9. And congratulations. I just wanted you to get the recognition and staff deserves. We're not there yet, but I think we can celebrate a 20% growth in 4 years, and the numbers are continuing to grow. So I look forward to the next presentation. Not just the difference. So celebrate your good work. But and I look forward to seeing you at one of the luncheons. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned how difficult even 1%, when you take the total workforce, you're talking about 34 or 35 employees, and you still have to change the overall number of employees, because every time you add an employee to the total number, your percentage is thrown off. So you above your total. So it is tremendous with the growth that's been made. And I think this shows that what awareness, which led to action, which led to results, really made a difference. And it's the awareness that was brought forth and the emphasis put on that in making a difference. And you've done a great job on that. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How often are we normally doing these reports? I know this is basically new. I mean, can we set this up as a standard that we want these reports for sure every year or every 6 months? Every 6 months, can we just
I would say 6 months or a year.
I think
Only
so.
because that takes a while with the process that we're talking about. Quarterly, I think would be too quick to see, but I think you could look at 6 months or a year.
I would like to see that happen and just get it set up that every 6 months we get an update.
Very good.
Doing fantastic work. You excite me. I'm ready to go out and start talking again.
And I truly feel that, like I say, a lot of this that they're touching on, coming from the diversity part of it, it's growing, and like I say, the natural tie-in with the inclusion, because it's making a difference, and it'll continue to make a difference as we go forward in our business model. And that's important considering what you have coming forth, which is really a big turnover in county staff over the next few years. So we're in a perfect spot to be doing this. The timing's going to be really good, but also a lot of big decisions are going to be made, and people need to be included at all levels. And so it's a good practice to get that going. And this is something that with their infectious personality, they'll probably be part of more than just this. So if they continue that on, so I appreciate that.
Okay. There's no vote on this presentation, is it? So I had one individual who wanted to speak. Since we're not voting on anything, the general rule is if we're not voting on the issue, public comments. I'll leave it to you guys. Our rule was in previously in Norman, if it's something you're voting on, you can take public comment. If you're not, you want public comment?
I would say it's always
I
best
would
to
like
take
it because of the fact that even though it's not a vote, but how can we talk about diversity and inclusion when we are excluding someone that wants to speak?
That's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
John Nicholson, does you still want to comment? I guess he does.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Seabreeze, Florida. I know you're doing kudos for this, but my first comment when she was making the presentation is, do you hire white men? Because I went through the school system in Miami where for 10 years they would not hire white men. If you were a white man, you were put on probation. And at the end of every year, you got fired. And if they couldn't find a black person, you could go back to work. If they did, then you had to search for a job. This goes both ways. I had a neighbor, when his car broke down, I would take his wife, who was very ill, to the doctor. We'd sit in the lobby. And his view, he went to Campbell High School. And the new Campbell, he questioned how they could get new books because there were white kids there. When he went to school, black kids didn't get new books. They got hand-me-downs. So he says, how do they do that? Does everybody, because Campbell is predominantly black, does everybody get used books? Or just the white kids get new books? He didn't understand that everybody got the same books. So his thought process is when he was back in high school. We went through this with the late Scarlett Golden. She wanted to diversify. She fired or forced out 8 department heads at the city of Daytona Beach. She hired a black, a black, a black, a black, a black, and another black, and almost hired a third one. And the sheriff that was, the police chief that came in said, well, if you're only hiring black people, what happens when she leaves and they're hired at their discretion? So my question here is, when Charles Cherry one time said that the school board needed more black principals, there were 3 black principals up for appointment, and he said there were so few of them, they should appoint all 3 black principals. Well, I went into the records because the vice principal of our high school was black, who is now mayor of the city, and he said, no, we have plenty of blacks. So I looked it up, called over there. At the time, it was like 8.92 black population for the county, and the school board is a county position. So we had 8.92 blacks. There were 23% of the principals and the assistant principals were black. And his comment was that the blacks were drastically underrepresented. When you're pushing, you have to know the numbers and the facts. What I noticed up here is you didn't say how many whites. You know, you had 83% on the, so I saw the percentages up here, but I didn't see what percentage of the county. So when you're comparing, you have to know, because I saw you had workforce availability, which means a lot.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And with that, we will move to the item 7. Tom, thank you, and Molly, and
thank you,
Jamie. And I am glad we got those microphones picking up your voices, because it was very much worth hearing. Thank you. Don, are you coming down to give us a presentation on this, or no? Somebody's going to do this.
I think that I'm doing this.
George?
Yes. This item here, item 7, I brought it up at the last meeting. It's something that has come up. It comes up whenever we have a holiday on a Tuesday or a Thursday. We, through the years, have experienced or we feel that this is probably the best way to handle that should you choose to look at giving the employees extra time. And I would do that by shutting down the, I hate to say non-essential because I feel they're all essential, but shutting down the business offices. And again, what we have found historically is that we're very lightly used on these days. So it's an opportunity, and we set it up like this where we give leave, and then basically the people that offices are closed use that leave. It's fairly inexpensive way of doing this. So I believe Tom talked to the unions as well. Yes, Tom had talked to the unions to make sure that they're on board. A lot of them are in the safety positions anyway, and so a lot of them work, and so what ends up happening, they end up getting the day credited to their leave bank, and then they take it another day because they're scheduled often to work. Mm-hmm. That's something to always remember, by the way. A large portion of the county government works holidays and weekends and nights, so I'm always cognizant of that. So, but this is a way here that we can help everybody out a little bit in a year when I think we can afford to do it.
Do you need a decision, approval from this?
Yes, I do, because only
Ms. Post?
you guys can give us time off.
I move approval of the approved time for Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve 2018. Well,
is there a second?
Yep.
Second, Ms. Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
And we will now move to the presentation of Executive Search Consulting Services.
Yeah, do you need a break or anything before we start this?
Why don't we take a break? 5 minutes, we'll be back here. Actually, we'll make it at 11:10. 11:10. I was going to give us It is 11:10, and we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. I'll wait for Mr. Patterson and Ms. Denny's, I know, are here. Janine, are you going to do this? Well, maybe you can go ahead and tell everybody that we're in order. Make the introductions, and they can hear the audio in the back, so
You're setting me up.
we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting.
I'll just add in here before,
Okay.
one thing is that what you're going to pick today is an executive search firm. There's obvious one large position that they'll be working on, but I wanted to also point out that we have other positions this coming year, that executive level positions, hard to fill positions that we will likely be using this contract for. So I just want everyone to know that when we're doing this, that it's something that we will probably use a few times, because we do have department and division heads and some highly hard to fill positions that we will be doing more likely a nationwide search. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind when you're looking at hiring this firm.
Okay, and before you start, I'll go ahead and we'll have these pardon?
I had a question I
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
ask him about that.
Okay, I just want to, any of you that are listening online or that are here, we're going to have these presentations, and then we'll probably skip the order and move to after lunch. We will have the impact fee report,
Right, that's the
which will
plan.
be somewhere after lunch.
That's
So
going to be a rather lengthy discussion, I
Right.
would imagine, so I think
it will not be before lunch, so any of you that are here or listening and you want to take a break, and while these are important, anyway, we'll move on.
I had a
Oh, sure,
question
yes,
I want to
ma'am.
ask. George, you said that you may want to use this team for more than one purpose.
Right.
So is that a usual procedure that you go nationwide with some of the department heads?
It is, yes. The years I can remember, the Ocean Center, for instance, was a nationwide search. We have a very large IT department. There'll be a retirement in that department this year. That's something that typically you want to look nationwide. We always look internally as well. We always give opportunity.
I want to make sure
Right.
that we don't include.
No, but you just
internally
it's a
within-
tool it's a tool in the toolbox. And of course, we hope that we are growing a lot of those folks inside, but occasionally you just get situations where we need to look outside. And quite frankly, we're such a stable government that what it occurs too is that the director and often their rights and left hands, work together a long time, and so we do sometimes struggle a little bit with succession when that occurs, because they're all leaving together or within a year or two of each other.
I just think that it's important, Mr. Chair, that we put that on the tape also, that we try to grow, but we want to get the very best, and so.
And I think
that's my point.
what that validates, when you do the national search and when you do go outside and look, and then it validates the person that you hire from within.
That's
It
correct.
gives a lot of credit.
We've done some large
that has
searches.
happened, I know.
Thank you.
We searched solid waste, for instance, is an area we.
Okay,
we-
let's
we did.
move on with the report.
Got it.
Good morning. Janine Jennings, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. On October 2nd, the County Council shortlisted 2 firms for an executive search consultant. It came down to Colin Basinger and Associates and Slavin Management. They will both present for 10 minutes each today, and followed by any questions that you may have. At the end, I will hand out the ballot, which you're very familiar with at this point. and let you select who we will negotiate a contract with. At this time, I'm going to bring up Colin Basinger and Associates. They will go first. And for professional courtesy, they have both decided that while one is presenting, the other will step outside. So
I have to give them an attaboy for that, because I think that's, personally, I know they have the right to be here, but I think that shows the character of both companies. Thank you.
Well, I also don't like to be in here when you're making the decision. I think it's a little easier when you are discussing things if I'm not present. So anyway, my name is Colin Benzinger. Colin Benzinger and Associates is my firm, and I'm excited to be here, quite frankly, and I'm honored as well. You know, I live in this county, and when I do a search, typically I'm kind of coming in from somewhere else, but to me, this is personal. This is my county, and so it's exciting to have the opportunity to work with you all to find that next county manager. I'm honored, of course, because I'm one of two firms to get this far, and that's quite an honor. What we offer basically is a problem-free search. We've learned from the mistakes of our competitors, and we've made a few of our own, unfortunately. And by this time, after 20 years in the business, we've got it down to the point where we just don't make mistakes. We do that by listening to each of you. It's important that we get to know you and understand your priorities, your needs, your wants, and the environment that the county operates in. Now, of course, living here helps. And then we diligently search for the right candidates and find the people that will be the right fit, and find the right people. And I say people because it's important that you have 4 or 5 or 6 really strong people to choose from. And then it becomes a matter of who is the best fit. We found over the years that there's 3 places where searches sometimes go wrong. One is if you don't keep to the timeline, you start to lose candidates. In our case, we've never missed a project deadline. Once we agree to a calendar, we'll stick to it. Now, obviously, at times there are occasions where members of the county council may have a problem, and we may have to move dates. But from your point of view, we are not going to move one ourselves. We'll, of course, work to accommodate you. The second thing is poor background checks, and that's our specialty, quite frankly. We do the best background checks in the business, we believe. And I believe there's, in your handouts, there's an article from the Fernandina Beach Observer by their current city manager, was somebody we found, and talks about the extensiveness of our background checks in comparison to others. And then the third thing is, of course, not finding the right people, but we know we can do that, so that's not an issue. The other thing I would take note of is that our price is guaranteed. We have never asked for more money than we originally quoted. Sometimes we've been entitled to it, I'm sure, but as a matter of practice, we think we're the experts, and the experts should know what it should cost. I started this business in 1997 and started Executive Search in 1998 because I saw an opportunity. I wasn't overly impressed with the other search firms and the way they handled things. And I felt that having been a city manager, having been a candidate, and always having had a talent to pick people, whether it was a second baseman on my softball team or my public works director, I could usually find the right person. And I felt that if I offered outstanding service, communicated well with not just the client, but also the candidates, and worked with integrity, that we'd be successful. And integrity being, we tell you what we're going to do, and then do it. Initially, we focused on Florida. I was a single dad, and wanted to be home as much as possible. So when my youngest son became old enough, then I started branching out. My goal initially was to be the preeminent firm in Florida. Now we've done, since 2005, about 68, 69% of the searches where a county or city's hired a recruiting firm. It's based on our reputation largely and our results. So we do more than twice as many of all the other firms combined. And we're pretty proud of that. It's a good record to have. Our process, if you look at your presentation booklet, there's a flow chart on page 3, and then there's a little more detail on pages 4 and 5. The first step, as I said, is listening to you, finding out what you're looking for and what you need and what your priorities are and how much you're willing to pay. We've noticed that searches go wrong sometimes when they just say, well, depending on qualifications, because your idea of what that means and the candidates can be entirely different. So we do advocate a specific salary range. We're going to develop a recruitment profile. I have some samples here if you'd like to look at them. I don't know whether. And our goal in that brochure is to tell the candidates everything they need to know about the job and the place that they're going to live if they get the job. What that does is when they receive the brochure, they can make a decision as to whether or not this is a job for them that they might want to consider. If it's a brief brochure and it doesn't have much detail, then they have to go and do research. And that can be a problem because they may put it aside and never get around to doing that research. So we try to include everything there is to know about the county and living there. The next step is to go out and actually recruit candidates. We really think it's creating a buzz, talking about the opportunity with candidates. We have an extensive email list of professional city and county managers. Last count, it was almost 14,000 names. We advertise in the trade press, of course, and we have a database. So those are our primary sources. The idea with the email list and the others is that it gets people talking about the job. Now, we're a pretty big county. I imagine we're probably in the top 150 in the country in terms of population. So there aren't going to be a great number of people that are going to be qualified for this position. And so we're going to actually develop a list of people that we want to target in counties of the appropriate size. And we'll look primarily at county managers and assistants. So that's our first step, is to create that buzz. Once we receive the resumes, then I will go through each one of them personally. I'll pick out the ones that I think are the strongest. I may have someone else on my staff also look at them. Sometimes it's nice to have 2 points of view. And then I will call each of the top 10 to 15 candidates and talk to them. And I call that the Collin test. Basically, I decide whether or not this person really knows what they're doing. You can get a professional resume writer, and you may look very good on paper, but do you really know what you're doing? Once I'm done with that, I'll turn over the ones that pass the Collin test to my staff, and then we'll run the extensive background checks that I mentioned. Basically, we ask the candidates for everybody that they have worked for, like on the current council, some past council members, the county attorney, the external auditor, some community activists, some peers, some subordinates, some newspaper reporters. Sometimes they'll talk to us. The HR director, and we try and reach all of them, but our target is really 8 to 12. If we can reach that many, we find that we have a pretty good idea of who that candidate is. And what you'll get from us is basically a one-page summary, on average, of the comments of each of those references. So you'll know who we talked to, and if you want to, you can double-check it. From there, we'll put together, and then we do newspaper archives research, and we usually go into the local newspaper rather than just a Google search, because you may not find the right stuff on Google, it may be buried. We will run criminal background checks at the county, state, and federal level, civil at the county and federal level, DMV, credit, and bankruptcy, because, first of all, you don't want to be surprised by something, but also because you want to know that the candidate can manage his or her money. Of course, there are good reasons for bankruptcy. Once that happens, I'll come back to you. We will look at the candidates, we'll pick the 4, 5, 6 that we want to talk to. We'll set up an interview process. Normally, we have a reception, we have one-on-one interviews to test the chemistry, and then we have a presentation to the full county council. There's the venues that the candidates typically work in, and so we feel those are the important ones to for you to see the candidates in. The chemistry is what's going to determine whether that manager is successful or not, and that's the one-on-one. We have a relatively straightforward process to select the candidate that you want to choose. Normally, it takes about 15-20 minutes. Somehow somebody generally rises to the top. We will assist in the contract negotiation, and I will just close by saying we really want to do this job. It is personal for us, and I'm excited. And if you want an example of some comments on our work, this is a resolution you also have from St. Johns County. So I'll take any questions you may have.
I have one quick one. In the background checks that you do you provide the information in the event that a manager had received a number or of, quote, golden parachute payouts to leave? Is that something that's provided? I know that wasn't provided in a search that I was involved with previously. Had it been, it would have made a difference on the person that was hired, because that person wound up going on to get 3 more.
Normally, yes, because
Okay.
it's in the internet. You know, we go back and focus on, well, why did he or she leave? Was it a promotion or were they asked to
Okay.
leave? And usually you can tell that from their record.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for being here, and thank you for just being part of the process with us. There were 2 things I'd like to ask you. You said the price is guaranteed. That is for the search that we're looking for now. As our manager had mentioned, we are going to be using it for future. Right. And how does is that figure the amount for each search, or how is it? I know this cannot be if we have you do 6 searches.
No, we give a discount for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th search. It's usually like $2,000 less than I thought it was covered in our proposal. I may be mistaken.
It could have.
So,
I'm a little
well, I know
overtaxed.
you have a lot of going on here.
Yes, yes. And the other thing is, and this might also be in there, your retention percentage for, do you have a percentage, the retention of the people who you have suggested?
It's always a difficult question to answer because the people that are still there are still there.
Okay.
And I don't think our percentage is any different from anybody else's.
Okay.
We're pretty successful.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being part of the process. I have to ask a question on the flip side of this. Whomever we hire will have access to Volusia County, all of Volusia County. So do you have any warranty that you will not recruit our employees for future searches outside of Volusia County?
Yes, we will promise not to recruit any of our own, shall we say.
But what's your policy?
We stay away from that. We don't. It's hard because we've done so many searches in Florida, but the bottom line is, what do they call it, poaching? It's a no poaching policy.
That was your word, not mine.
Well, that's what they often call it in the
Understood.
industry. We have a no poaching policy.
And is there a length of time on that?
Probably 5 years.
Okay.
No. I mean, the difficult situation in that is if someone comes to us when we have a job that we are offering, say, in Collier County, and they want that job, and then it becomes difficult. We're not going to actively recruit anyone in this government.
Understood. Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Post.
That's actually what I wanted clarified, is if one of our amazing employees happens to come to you for looking into something, then certainly you wouldn't you would not offer them the opportunity. Hope.
No, I mean, you don't want to hold people back.
Right, okay.
And I always feel uncomfortable about it, but I also think as long as they've talked about it, talked to their supervisor about it, then that's a difference.
You just won't actively recruit from within?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
One other question that maybe for clarification on the additional search, because George mentioned possibly searching for IT, financial, and so forth. Would those be additional monies we would have to pay for that? George? Donna?
Yes,
Huh?
every search, right, was, he had mentioned that and I don't have his proposals right here, but he offers a discount as.
Typically, you're looking at a different marketplace, you're looking for different people, you're doing background checks on different people, so the only real overlap is with the recruitment profile. Essentially, much of that profile can be used again and again and just updated.
No, I understand
So-
the process. I just
Yeah.
was, based upon my discussion in our meeting, that we could be used for additional things. I was not aware that we would be using someone for additional things at additional cost. If that was the case, I might have felt a little bit different about proceeding at this time, but we are where we are. So if there are no other questions, thank you.
Well, thank you.
We will take the next
Thank you.
presentation. Yes, you know where I was going. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the council. You want me to go ahead with?
Sure.
I'm Bob Slavin. A company I own is Slavin Management Consultants. We've been in the business of conducting nationwide recruitments for local government managers since, well, the company's been in business since '91. I've been doing this work since the late '70s. In that time, I've either managed or actually placed more than 850 public sector executives in 46, or maybe it's now 47 of the 50 states. That includes people in all walks of life, of local government life, if you will. About a third of that work has been placement of city or county managers. The process is, each time the process is tied to a set of criteria that is established by our clients, rather than is it something we pull off a shelf and bring here. And I think it's particularly important to say that because, as most of you know, or if you've read the proposal, I've done work for the city, or for the county of Volusia before. I've done several things for the county, including the last county manager search. But I walk in the door here without any idea of what this particular county council has in mind, and that's the way we would approach the work. Once you set the criteria, it becomes our roadmap. We follow it religiously. And that means that we use that criteria to recruit. We use it to evaluate candidates. We use it to develop, to do the background work, and particularly the referencing. We do site visits with finalist candidates. When we visit them at their work site, what's going on in our mind is not just interviewing them and getting information from them, but also kind of validating, if you will, their management style, leadership characteristics, interpersonal skills. We're watching how they interact with the people they deal with. It's insightful to see that process occur when we walk into a public works department, if you will, with the county or city manager unannounced, and see how people react to that person. When we walk down Main Street with them, it's interesting to see how citizens interact with them. And by the time in the process that we actually do those site visits, it's quite late. So we have cautioned them, and most of the time it's the case, that they have told their bosses that they're looking. So very frequently we're able to do some face-to-face referencing at that time. Nobody else might know while we're there, but we do that. That's part of the process we use to make sure that, or to try to make sure that the fit of the candidate is consistent with what this council has asked for. Process is, you have I've got 10 minutes, and you've got our proposal. I'm going to go through this PowerPoint a little bit, but I'm not going to. I'd rather leave time for you to ask questions than to tell you what you already know. We do a number of things. We do search, which is our primary function. We do pay and classification. And we do performance appraisals and a variety of organizational studies. We're headquartered in Atlanta. I started this business when I was in California, but it became a national business, and very frankly, it's far easier to serve the country from Atlanta than it is from California. I must have gained at least a day a week, and probably, and my family particularly enjoyed the fact that I wasn't gone on the weekends all the time. So we've established a team for this assignment, which I think is second to none. I've done a lot of this work, as I've just indicated. I will manage it, and I'll be here every time anybody's here. But the other two staff folks are Dave Krings and Barbara Linscomb. Dave has worked for me for about 12 years. He does search work for me. He does some other things, but when he does search work, he only does it for me. He has been president of the County Managers Association. He's been president of the International City County Managers Association. He works for us out of Cincinnati, but he is extraordinarily well connected, particularly with city and county managers across the United States. We just attended the ICMA meeting in Baltimore last month, and nobody knew I was there. I was standing there next to Dave, but everybody knew Dave, and I've been in the business long enough so that they know me too. But what I'm trying to say, he's got connections that are very helpful, and he's as honest and ethical as anybody you'll ever meet. Barbara has been city manager of Castleberry. She's also been an assistant manager in Gainesville and in Lakeland. She's a Floridian, but I got to know her a few years ago when I placed her as city manager in Greenville, North Carolina, where she served for 5 years with a commitment to be there 5 years. After the 5 years, she wanted to get back to, she was eligible to retire, and she wanted to get back to the South where her family is. So actually her family is in Lawrenceville, Georgia, which is in the same county that my offices are in. And that's where she lives a good part of the time, but she also has property in Lakeland, where I think she's redoing that property, and she'll eventually move back to it. But she's incredible, and hopefully you'll have an opportunity to meet with her. Our process is well proven, well recognized, and a lot of our work comes from clients who we've worked for before. 95% of our placements have stayed in their positions for more than 5 years. The average for a tenure for a city or county manager is 5 years, and ours have stayed far more than that. I think you are witness to an example of that with Jim, who just left here. Approximately 25% of our placements are minorities and or women. And that is something we are proud of. It's something that we make a lot of extra effort to make sure that we have diversity in the group. You folks choose from a group of people we present to you as potential finalists, so you'll see that diversity, and we'll ask you to help us narrow the group. But I fully anticipate that to be part of what happens here. I'll manage the project. I've mentioned to both Dave and Barbara to you. I can answer any questions you might have about them. We do have regional offices based in Atlanta, but we have offices in Arizona, serves the West Coast, California, which is kind of a agent of the Arizona office, Connecticut, Florida, Ohio, and Texas. That's helpful because we do these site visits, and we also do, well, it's really helpful for the site visits because we can get to different places easier and more quickly than if I was doing it myself. So, but we have the resources to do that. The next slide is county clients that we've served over the years. I can't remember how many. I think there's 70 of them, and all over the United States, large, small. remote, urban counties that run something like this with the council manager government, and counties that run under different government governance systems, but a wide variety of them. And what I'm trying to point out is we know the counties, we know the difference between counties and cities, and this one is kind of a hybrid. Our Florida clients, I don't know how I missed Atlantic Beach, but it's the first one should be Atlantic Beach, and it's not there. However, we've well experienced in placing and working for Florida local jurisdictions, not only cities and counties, but special districts and nonprofit organizations. We know your laws, we know how to work within them. We certainly work within them, but we all know how to access and recruit qualified folks for Florida organizations that might not be too inclined to submit resumes when in fact they know that the minute it hits my desk it's public. So we do a lot of work to prepare people and to identify, contact, work with them, prepare them before we ask them to submit a resume. So that's one of the ways we're able to do it. We use all sorts of resources, increasingly electronic resources, but also our network, which we've established and are proud of. We use that network also to reference and do background work on candidates. Process is tailored to your needs, and we can get into as much of that as you want. So I'm about ready to run out of time. So we guarantee our work. If a person isn't here within 2 years after you hire he or she, we'll redo it. Charge your expenses, no more professional fee. And we'll stay with you during that first year to make sure the fit is there and that the placement is working for you. We'll keep working for you until there is somebody that you're interested in. Takes typically 90 days, and you know what the fees are and questions.
Okay, Ms. Post.
Not very.
Mr. Slavin, could you talk to us a little bit more? You left the process till the end.
Right.
Can you talk to us a little bit more about the process, though, and your interaction with council, your interaction with staff? And then the second part of that would be to address a little bit more of a background than on paper. So actually going out and talking to people that currently work with the candidate and et cetera.
Yes. Again, the process is once we know what you're looking for, and that is we spend a lot of time at the beginning of the search, and if you saw that grid that shows what each part of the process, the resources dedicated to each part of the process, a lot of it is at the beginning. During that time, we spend at least an hour or more with each of you. And with your permission, we know who we work for, and it's the council. It's not staff, and it's not community leaders, or it's you. So, but very often, and certainly was the case the last time we did Volusia County, the council wanted us to talk with staff. So we spent a lot of time with department heads, mostly individual meetings, but sometimes in groups. We spent a lot of time looking at the county. At the time, I think it was Frank Bruno was the chair, and he and others on the council took me around and introduced me to different, showed me physically showed me the county, and I got a good idea of the complexity of it. But also, we went to different county facilities. I spent a lot of time in Daytona Beach talking with people, staff, and community leaders. And those, all people that the council asked me to talk with. So that process probably took 3 or 4 days. One of your folks also drove me around, one of the staff folks, to make sure I didn't get lost. But we, bottom line is, we learn a lot in talking to people. We need to talk with you. Obviously, you're the people that make the decision, and you set up the process and you make the decision. You tell us what you're looking for, and you make the decision as to who you want to hire. So obviously that's important. But we learn a lot, and the process values a lot from some of this work. Our background work is pretty comprehensive. It includes not just the site visits that I described, but it includes almost anything you can think of, educational verifications, credit checks, criminal and civil records checks, driving checks, any credentials the managers say they have. A lot of them, some of them have law degrees. We check those. Increasingly, they have ICMA credential manager status, and we check that. We do referencing, and we go back at least 10 years, at least 3 jobs, and we don't stick strictly to the list of references that candidates give us. We tell them we won't. We make sure that we, to the extent possible, don't get them fired. So we won't call a current employer unless they authorize that, but we will tell them we need to do that. And we will talk to previous employers. And if they work for in a community that we know say it's a city, and we know the county manager there, we'll call the county manager and tell them that we'll never quote them, but we'll see what they think about that. The site visit is as I indicated earlier, is important to us because it gives us a real-life, face-to-face, if you will, encounter with the environment in which the person works. They've told us a lot about themselves. There's another step in the process that involves a fairly substantial questionnaire, supplemental questionnaire, which candidates complete and submit to us.
You're talking about the site visit of their current location, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you were asking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just
but we know, they've told us all kinds of stuff, and that information is written in writing, and you'll see it. But it also helps us, it talks about accomplishments and how they manage staff and how they relate to community. We check that when we're there. And it varies each time, because everybody's experience is different and all their communities are different, but we'll ask them what we want to see when we visit them. We'll, again, be very concerned about not getting them fired. So, and with the resources we have, if people know me or know we're usually introduced as consultants, but then it isn't determined. The kind of consulting we do is not identified, but if we're in a community where they know me, like here, I'd use one of my other folks to do the site visit because we wanted to protect the person. Florida is particularly sensitive because everything's so public, and that's a good thing. But it also it isn't always the best feature of a recruitment when you're trying to recruit people out of secure positions. It becomes difficult sometimes. So we have to understand that, work with people, and we can do that. And again, the best way I know to do it is to do all the recruiting ahead of time, and then ask them for the resume. And we do that at a particular point in time. Usually, it's just before I come here, and I'll share that with you. But at that point, it's public.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask you the same thing. The price that you gave here, that is your maximum, I mean, that's the top level for the one project of hunting for a county manager, correct? If we add something on for other positions, obviously this will fluctuate.
This is for, this assumes one search beginning to end.
Right.
If we were doing more than one and doing them at the same time, a lot of what we learn when we start the process, we don't need to learn twice. Okay. So we could give you a little bit of a discount on that.
Okay. But this price is guaranteed for...
You won't pay a nickel more than this. The fees are $15,065. The expenses are not to exceed expense budget of $82,8575, which you don't pay unless we spend.
Right.
And if we happen to spend more in order to do the work we propose, we won't charge you for it.
Okay, and then a question that was asked prior. Also, you have on here that 95% of your placements have stayed in their positions for more than 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd say that sounds like you've matched people very well.
Yes, and and we guarantee our work for 2 years. And if 3 years ago you asked the question, have we ever had to honor that guarantee? I'd have told you no. Well, that's not quite true. 10 years, I would have told you no. About that time, a person that we placed died within the 2 years, and I don't take I didn't cause that, but I did redo the work. Another time, somebody quit 2 weeks before their 2 years were up, and that person is very nice to me now, but he kind of is apologetic, but he said I could have waited 2 weeks. That was okay, because we redid the work, and I enjoyed doing it. And a third time was here in Florida. Well, that last time that I was describing was too. And this was a case where somebody took a job. Council changed dramatically between the time he accepted and the time he started. What happened was the council was perfectly happy with him, but he wasn't very happy with the new council, so he was there about a month and quit, so we redid it.
So under those circumstances, even that circumstance, your comment here, we will redo the search for no additional professional fee if the new county manager leaves within 2 years.
That's right.
That's pretty impressive. And the fact that you say we will never recruit from the county for at least 2 years. So that's
we will never
actively.
take the person we place, and you're off limits for us for 2 years for everybody else.
okay. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. Actually, Councilwoman Wheeler asked my question because...
If I give the same answer?
Should I ask again?
Well, no, check my memory.
That's good. No, thank you. I think my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a couple of quick ones. Do you have any current searches in the state of Florida for county or city managers?
No.
Okay.
Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. We have some proposals out. The last work we did in Florida, we finished a couple of months ago, and that was for Metroplan Orlando. It was.
Okay. What have you found in your 40-plus years, I guess you said you've been doing this, or close to 40 or
More
42?
than 40.
40-something?
Yes, since 1979.
The timing of when a person is to be considered, how much time do you feel that you need? Because if you start recruiting for something that's going to be 6 or 7 months, I'm sure that creates an issue, especially in Florida, with the openness of that. Do you feel that if we said we were going to hire a new manager or look a new manager in 3 months or 6 months or something, is that?
We want to talk about it because we don't want candidates dying on the vine. The process is more often than not now, we're leaving the jobs open till filled rather than establishing a specific final filing date. The reason for that isn't because we have trouble recruiting for good jobs. This ought to be a great job. It's got all the characteristics of that. But because we don't want to lose people if they apply early, we're in a very competitive environment. We want to be able to move forward.
Okay.
The other comment is that if there was some discussion before the presentations about internal candidates, we definitely have worked with that situation lots of times. My caution would be if you are interested in internal candidates, when you set the criteria, don't exclude them if you're interested in.
One more quick one. How do you get around working with current elected members of a council or commission in getting their input on a previous manager or current manager? I know it's difficult, I would guess. And what the response would be from them. How can you weed through those?
As a rule, and usually when that's the case, there's something that's surfaced, and it's not hard to find that there's a problem. It's either on the internet, or it's, or we'll know people who know, either they're on the staff or they're in the community next door or whatever. We certainly will pick it up when we do the background work, if there is anything. We spend a lot of time doing due diligence that's electronic based now. We ask candidates what we're going to find out when we do that, but we have to get their legally we have to get their authorization to do background work. But before that, and this gets to that questionnaire that I was inferring what we do, we ask them, we tell them we're going to do it. There's no doubt in their mind if they have any sense that we're going to do it, and ask them what we're going to find. And if what we find is other than what they told us we're going to find, they're gone. But they've also put themselves in the awkward position of going public, particularly if they're going public with the response they gave us. And they don't want their present employer to know something about them. They'll pull out.
Okay.
So it's no absolute guarantee.
You've answered it.
Okay.
That you have.
And I'm very worried about it.
That you're aware of it and you know how to proceed, because I know that I've been asked over the years about previous managers, and I've actually inquired with previous elected officials in other states about a potential manager and what we ran into, and you are well aware that.
Well aware and very sensitive to it.
Okay.
Very sensitive to it. And concerned about it, that the law allows us to go back only, this whole background check process is governed by the Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act,
right,
which only allows us to go back 7 years. So we have to use resources to get back beyond that.
Okay, all right. I have no more questions. I think you can, I guess, go rest while we.
Thank you.
While we take up the next part of this.
Thank you so much
Thank you, sir.
for allowing me. I don't know how to push the right button to turn that off.
Janine, where do we go from here?
I have ballots. Kendrick is going to hand out the ballots. I wanted to clarify one thing about when we enter into a contract, it is a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewals is what we put out. And when we enter into the contract, we will fine-tune the section that we talk about additional services. They both, in their proposals, had proposed some rates, individual rates, but we can clarify that a little bit clearly when we get into the contract, because we will be working off individual task assignments when we do additional work.
Okay. Before we vote, Ms. Denny's.
Yeah, just a process question. I'm assuming when we enter into contracts, not just more of a generic question, but specific to this, when we enter into contracts like this and we negotiate with consultants, do we exercise due diligence on our own end and verify their business licenses are in effect and current within the state of Florida? Do we do those background checks?
Yes, we do.
How often do we do those?
We do them at the beginning of the process. So if someone has, if for some reason someone midway through doesn't renew it, we're really not going to know it. We check it at the beginning, and that's really when we check it. Make sure they have, we do their reference checks, we do their SunBiz, we do their, really the SunBiz is a big one. We do their reference checks, and we pull the insurance, everything at the beginning of the contract.
So we exercise our due diligence in the background too. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Post.
Is there an issue with someone not having a license, or that we know of, or any information?
There's a question.
No, I'm just curious. I was curious as to the question.
Just a question.
Okay, so there's no. Okay.
Just to make sure. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all I think she was asking. Are we ready?
To know. Got it.
Okay.
Well, we'll bring them back in.
Well, I guess they actually could have stayed in for that part.
And I'll read the votes. Mr. Kelly, Slavin Management. Ms. Cusack, Slavin Management. Mr. Patterson, Colin Basinger and Associates. Ms. Wheeler, Slavin Management. Ms. Denny, Slavin Management. Ms. Post, Colin Basinger and Associates. Mr. Lowry is absent. And so Slavin Management with a 4-2 vote. I need a motion to approve negotiations of a contract.
Ms. Dennis.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to enter into a contract with Slavin Management with the request, I don't know how to do this, so you're going to have to guide, I'm going to need a little guidance here. To move in,
Let staff move into
let
negotiation.
staff into negotiating with Slavin Management, but to bring it back and delay it until the next county council meeting. First meeting in December for approval. I'm asking for one meeting delay. Or we can approve this and then I will come back and make another motion to delay for one meeting. Mr. Eckert, can you help?
Well, I think what you're, the contract you probably would not bring back till the first meeting in December is in the normal course, if that's what you.
So that creates an automatic delay.
Yes, ma'am. The earliest we could have it for you is the next meeting, and I would anticipate we would have, given that there's 3 weeks between meetings, would be at least that meeting.
Outcome accomplished. Okay. With that, I move that we enter into a contract with Slavin and Associates, Slavin Management Consultants.
I think when we want that staff negotiate the contract, not we move into it, okay? Staff, I think you've got that for the motion, that staff will proceed negotiations with Slavin Management for the consulting, and that after negotiate, pardon? And motion made by Ms. Dennis, second by Ms. Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. And staff, you have your work.
Thank you.
And it is 12:03. I think we will recess for lunch. And what time do we want to be back, George, staff?
I think 1:15.
1:15. We will recess until 1:15. Are you there? It is 1:15. Pardon? And we're waiting for the temperature to get warm, just a little bit. We're waiting on, I know they're here, Miss Denny's, Mr. Patterson. They're on the way in. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the county council meeting at 1:15. And we will go to item number 9. Jessica? You remind me of Game of Thrones, your last name.
Well, thank you. It's Dutch.
Winterberg, right? Anybody watch Game of Thrones?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Mr. Chair, just set this up quickly. You'll remember we discussed this issue and we decided to open all the ramps in association with the increase in the fee. And then we said we'd come back at the end of the season and take a look at the data, and that's what we're here today to do that. So Jessica's going to show you kind of a look at our year and all the great things that are happening out there and what some of the data has shown us, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Wintwerp. I am the Coastal Director for Volusia County. So back in November of 2017, we got a lot of direction from our council. We were told to increase our level of services so that our residents and our patrons could have a better beach experience. We had a couple goals from that meeting. January 1st, we wanted to have an upgraded litter program. I will go into the details a little bit further in this presentation, but you may remember we had a very significant storm on January 1st. Pretty big deal. So we didn't hit our January 1st deadline. We did get our routine field operations increased on February 10th after we finished the January nor'easter storm cleanup. We opened 6 beach ramps on February 16th. That was Seminole Ave in Ormond, Rockefeller Drive in Ormond, River Beach Drive in Ormond, Boylston Ave in Daytona Beach, Seaview Ave in Daytona Beach, and then Zelda Boulevard in Daytona Beach. Williams Avenue, which is also in Daytona Beach, opened to the public on March 29th, and it was under construction from Hurricane Matthew damage. The Passholder Express ramps opened just in time for the Easter holiday weekend on March 30th. On February 23rd, the first pop-up booth was opened at 3rd Avenue in New Smyrna Beach. We knew this was a high-volume locals ramp, and we wanted to work out the kinks early so that come May 1st, we had a good process in place for the rest of the beach ramps. We also did some improvements. We had new beach gates installed and some more permanent, like pretty trash cans, if you can make a trash can pretty. We also, in FY19, council provided funding for new A1A wayfaring signs and some additional beach gates that will be installed this off-season. Now, we also did a bunch of litter collection upgrades. We have a total of 584 trash cans that are serviced multiple times a day. This is an increase of 35 cans from last summer, but we refocused to the public walkovers, the driving areas, and the coastal approaches. Instead of just a morning and afternoon trash can collection, we are consistently emptying trash cans, sometimes as many as 7 times a day, on major holidays in our core areas. So you may see the can full. That doesn't mean we haven't already emptied it 4 times that day, and we're not going to be buying 30 minutes to empty it again. In those core areas of Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach, we have walking porters, which hit the hot spots before our vehicles are permitted to go on the beach due to turtle requirements. Those same walkers can stay out past 7 p.m. until sunset in those same areas, and we're talking the core of Daytona Beach and then Flagler Avenue, the party spots. So they can try to catch up on the trash before the sun falls and the high tides come in. We also modified our toll contracts so that the toll collectors are picking up litter along the ramps during their slow periods. We also had daytime park attendants at Sunsplash and Mary McLeod Bethune Beach Park for janitorial and litter needs. Now these are weekend based. It was 40 hours. If it was nasty outside, they were painting. They were picking up litter, they were landscaping. They always had a list of chores to be done. But when we hit our peak weekends, they were cleaning toilets on a rotation and they were picking up trash quite consistently. And then we also added more upland parks to our litter collection route with the beach maintenance contractor.
there's an organization out there. It's called Keep NSB Clean out of New Smyrna Beach. It is a grassroots organization. I did get permission to bring her up today. And we work closely with them because they're one of those good soldiers out there who talks about organizations that are doing good. They share people's beach cleanup activities. They highlight businesses that switch to sustainable activities. We work very close with them. We worked with the Keep Volusia County Beautiful campaign, and we started doing a feather flag. So if you register your beach cleanup with Volusia County, we will go ahead and set a flag out there so that once you're doing your cleanup, you have the selfie station. So you can take a picture with the flag and advertise your social media beach cleanup. So humor me for a moment. I just wanted to take a minute and show you that there's a lot of good going on out there that we are not even paying for. There's a lot of folks out there. This is a bunch of kids. The day after, everybody on this dais knows that July 5th is our all hands on deck cleanup party day. They had a bunch of kids out there that were talking about, please don't litter on our beaches. We did some stickers out there. Every trash can has a beautiful sticker just to try to remind everybody to keep our beaches clean. We also provide compostable trash bags at our toll booths upon request. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible. But the big point of this slide is that there are a lot of folks out there that are doing good already. Our locals are fantastic. We even have organizations from Orlando that come out here just to schedule a beach cleanup. Not so dirty 30 beach cleanup. Isn't that great? And that's our toll attendant. And then finally, our Keep Volusia County Beautiful feather flag that we worked out with them. So let's talk about what happened this year. I have to talk about the 2018 New Year's Day nor'easter. It hit us harder than a hurricane. You've heard me say this before. We had 2 to 5 feet of vertical beach profile loss across the coastline. Now, if you lose 2 to 5 feet on your vertical elevation, then your high tides are going to be even higher. What you're looking at right now in the top left is a rebuild of 27th Avenue beach ramp. We had a 21-inch drop-off at the end of the January New Year's nor'easter. Top center is 27th Avenue at a high tide event. The beach gates were closed. You could not drive a vehicle on the beach during that period. Bottom left-hand corner, we've talked about erosion before. It's part of a natural process, and typically what Mother Nature will do to heal itself is it will bring in seaweed. It will bring in the sargassum to help collect the sand and grow baby dunes again and help us recover. Unfortunately, vehicles, a Nissan four-door sedan cannot drive through this, so it took us some recovery efforts on trying to get the beach back open. Just to remind you, we lost 1,400 conservation posts, which are required by your habitat conservation program and your incidental take permit for beach driving. All of our on-beach showers were destroyed. 25 county public dune walkovers were closed due to damage or unsafe drop-offs. Thankfully, that was just missing steps or treads. The FDOT came in and backfilled a portion of A1A in Ormond by the Sea due to the erosional concerns. So it was a big deal. Then in April, the red sand came. All ramps in Ormond Beach were 4x4 only. This was one of the few years that the red sand extended itself all the way into the Daytona Beach Shores area. So it was a pretty significant event. Consistently, Williams Avenue North was four-wheel drive only. Now, the picture on the bottom left is a radar shot taken at 5 p.m. on the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend. Even though we did not get a direct hit from Tropical Storm Alberto, we definitely felt the impacts with the precipitation, which resulted in locals opting for rainy day options. Now, this is a complicated slide. I want to state that all those factors played an influence on how much beach driving you could have this year. The gates to the ramps were physically closed because of high tide events. We had longer high tides. It took us longer to recover. So I tried to find a way to represent this. And what this slide shows is it's a comparison specifically from January through the end of September for the last 3 years. You've got 16, 17, and 18. And this is only the hours that the gates are open to accept traffic. So you'll notice that the 2 to 5 foot of vertical erosion definitely played a key here. 27th Avenue, it's the one on the far left, that's the most significant change, and that is due to 27th, one, having the 20-inch drop-off off the end of it, so we physically couldn't let cars down. But then it's also your most easterly extending beach ramp. So what that means is that it is the first ramp to feel the effects of a high tide, and the last ramp to recover after a high tide to open back up to traffic. These same 9 months, let's look at our revenue. This is only January through September, so this is not a full year. This is 9 months only. What you will notice is the daily revenue, even though we increased it to $20 a day, with the hours that it was closed, you still had an increase. Your annual resident passes increased by almost $100,000, while the price stayed the same at $25 a year. Your annual visitor passes increased by almost $400,000, while your price stayed the same at $100 a year. Your combo resident and combo visitor also increased, but the prices stayed the same. So this shows that we've had an increase in our annual pass sales, significant increase in our annual pass sales. What this does is it creates a more efficient operation to get our patrons and our residents onto the sand, because we are not waiting for cars in front of us to have credit card transactions or deal with cash. We're scanning and we're going. Once you buy an annual pass, you'll get on the beach faster, and you can also use our Pass Holder Express lanes. So let's talk about some ramp counts. This is our off-season ramp counts from the day after Labor Day 2017, that's September 5th, 2017, through January 31st, 2018. The top performer in each column is highlighted red. You may notice open or weekend on the far left column. These are the ramps that were open daily or weekends only from September 5th through December 5th. On December 5th, we opened every ramp in the 2017 season after the toll booths were serviced. That's why you have a couple that don't have open on weekends. We went ahead and opened those as quickly as possible after we got direction from council in November to open every ramp. So we got it done on December 5th. Now let's look at our revenues from the off-season. Same time period. The far right, I maintain the average daily entry just so you can compare that against your revenues. Again, your top performer in each column is highlighted in red. You may remember from previous presentations, the base operating cost for a beach ramp is $165 a day. That is one person in one toll booth and one ramp grade. $140 for the toll, $25 for the ramp grade. The red line delineates those ramps which on average made money in the off-season. Now, Beach Code requires you to have a minimum of 12 ramps on weekdays. We had 13. On weekends, you're required to have a minimum of 15 beach ramps. We had 16 before we opened every ramp to every day. Now, let's look at our in-season ramp counts. This is February 1st, 2018 through September 3rd, which is Labor Day of 2018. Again, your top performers in each column is highlighted in red. The green shaded rows are your express ramps. You may notice that Crawford and New Smyrna averaged 147 entries a day. That's fantastic. River Beach and Ormond, at the very bottom of the slide, only averaged 5 entries per day. Crawford Road is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. On average, every day during the season, it's taking 147 of your annual pass holders out of Flagler Avenue, out of Beachway, getting them on the beach, and they do not have to wait for any transactions to get on the sand. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Now, El Portal, you may notice, has 30 average daily entries. Most people know that I monitor our ramp counts during the weekends. El Portal was very slow in the beginning. As we got through August, after July 4th, after July 4th, the locals started figuring it out. I can go 900 feet to the north, go through El Portal, and I can still hit the same beach that's right there at Dunlawton. and I don't have to wait in line. So I have a lot of faith that El Portal will pull through. If we give it another year, I really believe that it will be just as successful as Crawford. Now, Zelda and River Beach did not appear to do very well, and I think this is because there wasn't a demand in the areas that they were located. Zelda is in Daytona, and River Beach is your Ormond Express ramp. If you think about where the hot spots are in Daytona, it's International Speedway, you have Seabreeze, then you have Silver Beach. There's nowhere really to divert that traffic to still get them to the same piece of sand that they want to be in. That's why I don't believe Zelda did very well. River Beach was troubled with the four-wheel drive, but also if you're in Ormond, you want to be at Granada. You want to be within the first 1,000 feet of Granada. There's no real way to bypass Granada other than going just south. So it didn't perform very well. Now, ramps that we opened this year that were previously closed, just so you can look at the comparison on your ramp counts, they're mostly all going to be at the bottom of your chart. You have Seaview, Zelda, Boylston, Rockefeller, Seminole, and River Beach. Now let's look at our ramp revenues. Again, the same time period, February 1st, 2018 through September 3rd, 2018, which is your Labor Day. Again, your top performer in each column is highlighted in red. The red line delineates those whose average daily revenues supported the $165 a day operating costs. Again, $140 for one toll attendant in one booth, and then another $25 for one ramp grade. Base levels. Remember, Ormond had 4x4 issues during the entire season. Only Granada hit above the $165 a day threshold. Again, your green shaded areas are your express ramps. Now, you may notice that some of your express ramps have revenue associated with this. They did not stop accepting transactions until March 30th. Remember, we opened these ramps up in February. So Crawford went crazy, $85,000 in 3 months. That's pretty good. So it has an average daily of $395. So don't let that get wonky. Now let's go on to our pop-up annual pass sales. We started on February 23rd and we ended on September 2nd. The reason we didn't do it September 3rd, it was a rain out. It was just rainy. It wasn't worth it. Pop-up tents are set up at the base of every single ramp, and they only sold annual passes. What they did is they provided an area for more in-depth customer service questions. If somebody was not familiar with the area, if there's a long line at the toll booth, we could easily pass that person down to the pop-up tent location and they can ask about the best place to go to the bathroom, a restaurant recommendation, where the lifeguards, all that quality customer service experience we like to give our patrons. But what they did is they moved the ramp lines along. Your top 10 annual pass sellers in this period are red. We opened our first pop-up on February 23rd, and again, that was just so that we could work the kinks out before we went countywide with this concept. And then we did a rolling open on major approaches until May, in which part all the ramps had a pop-up booth open for the month of May. 10,538 annual pass sales were taken out of the toll booth, put onto the sand, and nobody had to wait behind them while they were getting a service. We got folks on the beach faster, and we've had a lot of positive feedback on the pop-up tents. So for 2018-2019, they're looking at the data for the off-season ramps. If we match our ramp service level to the service of demand, so what our ramp counts are telling us, then I would recommend 14 ramps open on weekdays and then 17 ramps open on weekends. Now just remember, Beach Code has a minimum required of 12 on weekdays and a minimum of 15 on weekends. 12 on weekdays, 15 on weekends. We're doing 14 and 17, mostly due to the layout of the beach. You don't want to have 5 miles of nothing, no access. You want it to be able to flush folks out. If you have a bad weather event, if you have a emergency, you need personnel on there, you need an evac to come in, we need to keep some ramps open. But if you're just looking strictly at the counts and the revenue, I would recommend 14 on weekdays and 17 on weekends. Now in season, based on the counts and the revenue, I would recommend 23. And the ramps, that would be 6 ramps closed next year that were open this year. And those would be the same 6 ramps we just opened because the data is showing that they're not being used. I would also recommend that the pop-up tents for annual pass sales start earlier. Let me start them in February if it's going to be beautiful. That's when everybody goes out to get their pass, is the first sunny day in February or the first sunny day in March. I'd like to reduce it to 10 and put them at our top locations. And then I would recommend that we keep Crawford and El Portal as pass holder express ramps and start them on March 1st. And then I'm open to, I'd love to hear your feedback.
I think what you are recommending, it looks like that you're letting the results, which is what we asked to have to see, to base your decision going forward. And I think that the evidence of the results pretty much indicates what you've selected to do. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree. I kind of want to go, before I go back to finish my comments here, I want to do a rabbit trail on East ISB. That, the ISB, take a look at those numbers in red. They're number 1 in daily pass revenue. They're number 1, weren't they also in drive? I mean, they've been number 1 in a couple of those categories that we've looked at. And I don't want this to get lost. You know where I'm going with this one.
Yes, with the, that's why we have to be at the table.
We have got to be at the,
And we are, but we have to be heard at the table too for the traffic work that's being done at A1A and ISB, because the concern that, and we have brought that forward already and will continue, you see what kind of load is on that ramp. And if you have a circle there, you know, the fear our engineers have pointed out, of course, is the circle doesn't work very well if you're backed up through it, and then A1A would also become a problem. Now, keep in mind, right now, the Orange Avenue Bridge, for the period of this data, you know, was not in operation. So that definitely throws some traffic, I'm sure, over here. But either way, you're not going to change enough to, it's going to be an issue. To your point, is definitely going to be there. And then maybe a little bit of help when Orange Avenue opens up. But we have real concerns with that circle because of that.
So what we're kind of talking back and forth. There's a project, the East ISB project. They're projecting a roundabout at A1A, and I have seen suggestions where that maybe we close that or just use it as a drop-off. And I have been in those meetings with some of the other staff when I was chair of the TPO just several months back. And our pushback from the county, not TPO, but with my county hat on, was that's one of our number 1 activated sites here, access beach ramps, and it wasn't well received, let's just put it that way, as far as input goes at the table at that time on the East ISB project. We have got to red flag this, and I think this is the data that gives us the muscle to be at the table and make the point that we've got to keep this ramp open. This ramp has got to stay open on this East ISB roundabout project. We have to keep it open. Okay, so there you go, red flagged it on the record. But I want to thank you so much, because this is a first season. I've talked with many people in New Smyrna Beach that 44 hasn't been backed up to 95 like we have every other season. And the fear was that if we raise the beach passes, nobody's going to come. What's going to happen? We're going to lose revenue. Well, that's not true. It's still the best investment for a day with your family at the beach ever. And I will tell you, from all the input that I've had from New Smyrna Beach and other places, they're thankful. The locals are very thankful that we've done it this way. But your pop-ups work beautifully. I purposely sat at the Beacon, Breakers. Not that I go there often, but I do. It was lunch, and I like to get there and get a good seat so you can see the ocean. But I purposely, I do it to watch how we implement on a daily basis out there with the pop-ups, and it's beautiful. The toll takers, this company that's working with us, they have 3, 4, 5 people out there. It's like it's a drive-through, literally is a drive-through, and it works. It's very efficient. It's very efficient. People are very happy. Our patrons are very, very happy. So this has been so successful in our beach operations. So thinking outside the box and doing this between on the express ramps, that's genius too. So between the pop-ups, the express ramps, and the increased beach pass, I think that combination, we may have hit a sweet spot with getting citizens on and off the beach, but yet not putting the burden of the beach cost on Volusia County taxpayers. So I know it's not a conversation now, but I would be open to increasing out of county only, for the record, Dustin, out of county only passes. I don't know if we can do that, but that it's great. Thank you. It's a great project. And I say, do we need a motion, Mr. Chair? A direction?
Yeah.
I support staff's direction. That's all.
Yeah, I would say, and what I was going to add to that, and for what we're showing here is what we'd like to recommend as our standard procedure. I would also like to say that I would like to have the authority of Jessica, though, to, if we get a spate of dry, hot weather or something, she now knows the data, maybe like we could open a few extra, and she knows which ones, based off of this, to kind of open in order. So what she's suggesting is a kind of a normal model, and then, but give her the authority to increase if she sees fit based on the traffic that's out there, rather than having to come back and ask. I think that the idea would be, we've kind of set a baseline now, and then let her, and she'll know where her budget's at and such, but she can that way take a look, and if we're having some exceptional weather for an extended period of time, then maybe we open a few of these ramps if she starts seeing traffic backing up and other things at some of these. So that's what we're really wanting today, is to, if you follow her recommendation as our normal operating procedure, but leaving her the flexibility to manage as she sees fit, to add some ramps if traffic warrants it.
Okay, that was made in the form of the motion by Ms. Dennis. Was it seconded? Second, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Post.
I think it's fantastic that we're opening up this discussion to include allowing you, who are in charge of your division, to take the knowledge and experience and information that you have to run with it, and to really come back to us and be incorporating these various programs, and really just allowing her to sort of spread her wings and do the things that you think are feasible, and to bring these new ideas to the table. And I think it's fantastic to see. And I think you're doing a great job, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is an excellent presentation, and I think when we are talking about changing a process, that when you come before us, or any department comes before us with data that indicates you know what you're talking about based on the data that has been gathered, then I think that is the way that we should go. And so you are telling me where we need to go and why we need to get there. And based on the ramifications that you have outlaid here, you know the beach. So I would certainly be supportive of you having the flexibility to do what you need to do to implement this plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We had one person who wanted to speak from the public. He wants to address the roundabout. Now, the roundabout is not something that is part of this discussion. It was brought up as something else. If you want to speak on something other than the roundabout, I'll allow you to speak, but that's not what we're discussing. John.
How about ramp closures? Is that part of it?
Go ahead.
Several years ago.
Name, address
Oh,
for the
John
record.
Nicholson, 413 North
You know
Avenue,
the drill.
Seabreeze. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Several years ago, like 20, we closed 1 mile of beach. In the middle of it was Main Street, and at the time, Main Street doubled any other approach. The second largest approach was International. There is a possibility that what the city is going to be doing will force the closure of ISB. All right? So I'm asking you, if it comes, push comes to shove and they ask you, nobody on the beach side wants the roundabout. They presented several bad ones, and you had no good choices. So if they ask you, we don't want this closed. It really is essential to that part of the city. So when you are asked, please don't close ISB by certain things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 4 points, 2 in and 2 out, correct, at that one? There's 2 ramps.
At International Speedway Boulevard, you have 2 toll booths, and then you have a third lane to the north that we use as a pass holder bypass, but it's mostly for emergency access. If you have an annual pass, we'll wave you through after we scan you.
So I think any consideration to closing the number 1 there would be a suicide. I mean, and you're going to have to keep that one open to access that area of the beach. I mean, that's pretty much a no-brainer. I think we all recognize that, so appreciate it. And I think, again, what we did was when we made the changes last year, Jessica, and the adjustments, we did so instructing staff to come back with the experience so that we could and you could make a decision based upon facts. And that's what we're doing right now. I appreciate that. And we've given you the flexibility in this motion to adjust as you need to be. We know last year the weather played a huge part in some of the areas that were down. We know it played a huge part in lack of access where it was the ramps were closed, as you mentioned. And some of those figures next year with good weather could possibly change, and we need to adjust it again. But that's what we learned, and the thing that we got screamed at for increasing the fee. But I think what it's proven is we have a cleaner beach, we have more access ramps, and now then the people just need to use those that are available. And if they're not going to use the ramps that we open, we need to adjust and do what we need to do to make them work, the ones that are working. But any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection to the motion, motion passes unanimous, and thank you. I would like to have a discussion point about the beach fees and so forth. I think we'll have that maybe when the new council comes on, if not before. So
I see there's 2 of you. Okay, see.
Okay.
Anybody else? 3.
Discussion is always good.
All right. Well, I'm just making sure everyone's on the same page.
Well, we can do that. If not, we can do it when we have our general open workshop where we can bring it forward.
Do it then. We'll get it.
All right. Joanne Magley will give us an update.
Good afternoon, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your Community Events Update. I talked to you last meeting about Food for Fines, and that program is going on right now through November 25th at the libraries. The annual farm tour returns November 16th for the 37th year. There are 2 self-guided tours, one on each side of the county, and each includes 5 farms. The farm tour is sponsored by the University of Florida Volusia County Extension and the Volusia County Farm Bureau to showcase the county's agricultural industry. The tours are about an hour long. They run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and some stops include Evans Fish Farm and EFG Orchids on the west side, and on the east side, Weaver Organic Recycling and Harvest Fields Hayride. So all the details are on our website, volusia.org, and just click on the Farm Tour banner or search for Farm Tour. On November 15th and 20th, VOTRAN will hold 2 public meetings to discuss the new Route 25 in Deltona and service changes in Deltona and Orange City. On the 15th, the meeting starts at 4:30 p.m. in the Deltona City Commission chambers, and on November 20th, the meeting also begins at 4:30 p.m. in the Orange City Council chambers. The public can also submit written comments to any Votran bus operator or mail them to Votran. And more details, again, are at votran.org/news. And then we want you to mark your calendars for December 1st. This is the 8th annual Light Up Volusia at the Ocean Center. This is a free family holiday celebration from 5 to 9 p.m. on the East Plaza of the Convention Center, and highlights include a live performance by country music artist Caleb Lee. For those of you who may not be familiar, he's from Ormond Beach, and he made it to the semifinals of the Voice singing competition, so that's kind of exciting. The tree lighting of the 50-foot tree will be at 7:15 p.m., and of course, Mr. and Mrs. Claus will be there with refreshments and a holiday showcase. So lots of events for children and families.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if you would, let the record reflect that at 1:30, Fred Lowry joined the council meeting.
Hope somebody tweets that out.
I think what he did was when they had daylight saving time going backwards, he was using some other time zone, but anyway. Clay?
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a presentation and discussion item. This is a follow-up to presented to you back on October 2nd, where we brought forward the Duncan and Associates update to our Thoroughfare Road impact fee. At October 2nd meeting, y'all directed staff to go out and have a series of public information meetings. We held 4 successful meetings starting on October 23rd, all the way through to October 30th. We were able to go to DeLand, Deltona, Daytona Beach, and New Smyrna Beach. They were attended by a variety of different cross-section of participants, everyone from residents to builders to developers. And in your agenda packet, we provide you a quick overview of what was discussed there. Specifically on page 11-2, what we saw is that many of the residents said we needed to go to the full fee as soon as possible. We saw folks from the development community identify that, you know, if you're going to implement these fees, please provide for a phasing so that way we can incorporate it into our model. There was discussions about the level of services and backlog roads. There was discussion about whether or not impact fees were regressive or not. They were worried about the impacts it had on affordable and workforce housing. And there was also concern about infill development that was voiced in Deltona as well as Daytona Beach. So we've prepared all of the meeting summaries. They are included in your packet. So if there's any questions about some of the issues that were brought forward, we'll be glad to answer those. We also opened up our website. We had an opportunity so that if you wanted to go to volusia.org, you had the opportunity to submit a comment card. We also gave an email address, impactfees@volusia.org. We received 4 emails prior to the council agenda being drawn up, and those are included in your packet as well for your information. Again, the majority of those comments were go to the full fee right now. And so we also have 2 other letters that we received, one from VCARD, the Volusia County Association of Responsible Development, and VBIA, Volusia Building and Industry Association. Both of them are encouraging that we need to do something with the impact fees. They do request that if there is some increase, that it's phased in over time so that way, again, their models of being able to be competitive are able to be adjusted for those changes. VCARD also brought in some specific comments that are incorporated in there, specifically regarding 55-plus age-restricted communities, and also some of the issues with our designation for our office and retail spaces. With the council's indulgence, I'd like to kind of go through a quick PowerPoint presentation to highlight the 11 recommendations that we've culled out of the study. These are basically what Duncan and Associates said to Volusia County, this is what you need to do.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Are we going to discuss each one individually? Because I think it's important that we take time with each one if everybody, you know, I think that's really important.
each one of the fees will be addressed, because I'm not sure that we're going to
What we'd like to do is
present them.
present the points
As a whole.
as a whole first. Then with your permission, if you want to hear then from the public, and then the idea would be to go back on to discuss each one of them in detail. But
Thank you.
I think it's kind of good that we do a holistic view first, so you can see the entirety of them, and then we go back and then we'll discuss each one of them
After
a second
public comment.
time.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That was the number one.
Okay.
So that y'all can hear what's going on, can hear from the public as well. And then after you hear from both your staff, you're able to hear that presentation, able to hear from the public. You can then go, and each one of those 11 items we'd ask you to make a determination on each one of those. Once you give us those determinations, then our legal department, specifically Jamie, is going to come forward with an ordinance at the next available meeting, so that way, whatever direction you give us today, we can make sure is implemented as soon as you would want us to do so.
Okay.
So first and foremost, let's go ahead and get through the real simple question. The fees that are shown there's two tables that we reference. First is Table 2 and Table 17. And those of you who are following on the internet, we are into the slide presentation, and we're on slide number 11-5. If you go to slide 11-6, that shows you the comparison of the current and updated road impact fees. So what you're going to see there, we typically focus in on single family, but this also lets you know that we have over 40 different categories. So what you're seeing with a single family is that the proposed, if I can get it going, there's the $21.74 we're currently charging, and then there's a $53.79 that is proposed. And what you can see is this table has over here on the side an indication of what the total change would be from what we are currently charging and what is proposed in the Duncan study. So you can see they range for single family, where you have a 147% increase. If you are looking at a home improvement store, it goes up 241%. Warehouse has a decrease of 17%. So as you can see, there's not a common amount to increase. What we kept hearing, specifically one of the emails that we received said, well, if you double all the impact fees, I'll vote for a half-cent sales tax. We can't just arbitrarily double impact fees. So what this table helps you understand is that we can't just come in here and double everything. We have to go through the analysis, and it shows you what the appropriate amount would be to charge based on increases in cost. I know one of the questions is, wow, we're jumping some of these things $3,000. That's a lot of money that's changing. Why do we see such a big increase? Well, the majority of it is the cost. Since 2003 till now, costs have gone up that much. So this is reflective of what we're seeing out there in the real world from that perspective. If I can get this clear. So Table 17, which is the updated fees, would be what is incorporated into our current ordinance. So we would go in, we have this similar type of table, it would be removed, and this would be replacing it. And so what you're seeing, again, are the costs that we would have per unit for the different land uses. All righty. If you are comfortable with those numbers that you're seeing there, again, it's the math. Those are the numbers that our consultant has said, this is what will be defensible. You can say, go ahead and go forward with these rates as you see them. If you feel that there's a policy direction where you would want to change something so that it's done for economic development. For example, Brevard County has made a conscientious effort to try and do something about industrial development so they don't charge an industrial development for an impact fee. So again, it's one of these things that from a policy direction, these are the fees that we believe are technically defensible and we can utilize, and we'll cover our costs, and we'll make sure that the fees are up to date. The second question we ask you is, do we go ahead and raise the fee all at once, immediately, as soon as possible, or do you want it to be phased in? The VBIA and VCARD have both acknowledged that they would like to see a phase-in. There's been discussions of multiple different ways of handling it. There's also been a recommendation that it be tied to economic development as referenced by the number of building permits. So included in the presentation on slide 11-9 is a chart I've stolen from our economic development folks, which shows the building activity since 2003 to 2017. If you want to try and tie this rather than to a time frame or a building permit, what we would have to do is try and figure out, you know, do you come in and set what the average is, which is approximately 2,314. And that would be when you put the next phase of the increase. Again, that has been identified as an alternative by some of the folks in the development community. We're your staff. We're going to do whatever policy you give us, but I can tell you we always want money whenever we can get it. So again, what we're saying to you is if you are going to phase it, please try and do it such that it's within the 4 years before we have to come back in front of you again. Because realize we're going to have to be back here again in 4 years with an update to the impact fees. That's in the ordinance. So what you're seeing in your presentation is that staff says, if you're going to do it, try and do it within 2 years. Try and get at least 50% in the first year. That would be helpful to us. Should the fees be indexed? And should it be amended to limit the transfer or sale of credits? Should we have other limitations, such as setting expiration dates for credits? These are coming out of some of the recommendations from the Duncan and Associates. They identified that lack of indexing of the fee meant that the fee was kept artificially low while credits went up because as cost increased, we were giving them full credit for the cost. So if you go ahead and index the fee and index that annually, tie it to something like the FDOT Construction Cost Index, you in theory would be able to maintain it so that way your credits and your fees are consistent. The other thing that came out of the Duncan study was that try and tie it to the property, not the owner. Try and tie it to a set time frame. Try and set some sort of expiration date. Again, they were more just questions as to whether or not they wanted us to do it, but it was something they were identifying. You know, we're utilizing 5 miles because what you see in most of the TIAs, they're traffic impact assessments. You'll see a study area that's based on 5 miles from the project. When you look at our current ordinance for impact fees, we, the county, have 7 years to use or refund impact fees. So we were basically carrying over, saying that if the council feels that it's appropriate to have an expiration date, tie it towards the end of the project and allow it for 7 years after the last CO associated with the project has been issued for them to utilize all of their impact fee credits, otherwise they would expire. I know that VCARD has indicated they do not believe that any of this is acceptable except for possibly the indexing. They feel that the restriction on the sale or restriction of the use or tying in, the fee credits to a particular property as opposed to the developer or the person who paid it limits the ability of those to market those, and it does put a restriction on their ability to recoup the money from the credits. Should the county retain a single service area with the 4 benefit districts? In other words, keep what we have, and we agree with the recommendation of that. Duncan and Associates did ask, you could potentially look at doing 2 districts in east and west as opposed to the 4 that we have. Depending on what you do with the prior slide will dictate what would be the best thing to do. If you're going to start limiting areas and those types of things, it's better to keep them in 4 zones. If you're looking for a little bit more relaxation of the credits, then 2 zones may be appropriate. But we agree that keeping the 4 in 1 single service area is an appropriate way of handling it. We agree with the proposed changes, and I believe that VCARD also indicated in their letter that they support the changes on how we classify the residential developments, the land uses themselves, so that way it would be transferable to what we see now in the data that's out there for the different types of uses. So that one, you're seeing all sides agreeing on that. Should a new land use be created for single-family, age-restricted developments with a reduced fee? This is based on the idea that age-restricted communities, 55 plus, where they don't have any children, because of the age of the residents, do not have the same travel patterns as those who would otherwise be getting up, going to work, and all the other fun things that are associated with non-age-restricted developments. Staff understands that there may be some situations that holds true, but to do a blanket approval of all age-restricted communities does not seem to be a sound way of handling this issue. We do currently have and intend on keeping an opportunity that if you believe that you have a project that has a unique situation and the fee does not apply, you can come in, do a study to justify a reduced fee utilizing the formula we have. We would recommend doing that with this particular issue. And the reason why is that Latitude in Margaritaville has golf carts. They've got they'll have several clubhouses. They'll have commercial centers that are integrated into the development. So we can see that not only do you have potential reduction in trip generation because of the age of the people living there, but also because of the internal capture. So therefore, it may be appropriate in that location. But someone who comes in with just a 100-lot subdivision that's age-restricted does not necessarily have all those amenities. It does not have these alternatives for transportation. And so therefore, we're not necessarily seeing that just because you're 55 years old, you may not be doing everything that everyone else in this world is doing, because I'm 55 and I'm still working. So we're seeing that it is appropriate in some situations, but not always. And so we feel that the way the existing ordinance handles it will be appropriate. This is one where VCAR did have some concerns. This is an issue where previously we had 4 different categories for retail and 2 different categories for office. That's, if you look at your table 2, it shows the prior land use categories. So you had for retail under 10,000, 10,000 to 99,000, 100,000 to not a million square feet, and over 1 million square feet. And there was a different rate for each one of them. And with offices, they were general offices under 10,000 square feet and general offices over 10,000 square feet. The Duncan and Associates recommendation got rid of those different breakdowns and just basically called it retail and office and charged a flat rate across there. The rate does have a significant impact on some of the larger retail. If you start looking at the increases per 1,000 square feet, it does increase it significantly. We're not married to either one of the recommendations. We can keep what we have. We can go with the Duncan Associates. The combined rate is going to be a little bit easier to administer. Okay. The convenience store and convenience store without gas sales in one category, we have no problem with that, and I don't think we've heard any comments from the public or any of the other industries that would challenge that. Drop old land uses that do not have sufficient up-to-date data or trip characteristics. That's Central Business District, Sandwich Shop, General Recreation, Local Park, and District Park. We agree. We don't have an issue with those. Major sports facility land use. Mr. Mullen, who was the principal at Duncan and Associates who did this, came forward and was talking about, do you really want this? And we said yes, because what you're seeing is that we do have one of these already in operations, and we feel it's appropriate to keep it in place. Change the assessment for movie theaters and nursing homes from screens to building areas, square feet. We agreed with that. I don't think there's been any other concerns on those. That is your staff's presentation. If there's any questions about the slides we just went through or any of the questions about the public comment, I'll be glad to answer them. Okay.
I think at this time we'll go ahead and go to the public comment. We have several people who have wished to speak. John Nicholson is first.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Daytona Beach. I attended the meeting, lots of questions, saw some of the documentation, even more questions. He brought up even more questions. My first one to you all is, why did they decrease the amount, and why are so many below 10% increase? I mean, we're talking about a need. We spent 15 years without an increase, and now you're going to decrease the impact fee on some of them. I think we need an explanation of why you're decreasing a given category and why they're less than 10%. I understand things change, but we were told one thing, and then the crux of what, I know it's very few, it's only 8, but why are we doing what we're doing? I understand the housing costs have gone up, and there are huge numbers in my city coming online. But the question on that is, what happens when we raise this to 5,000, whatever it is, and we did not tell the developers, because we have 2 huge projects coming down line, the Mosaic and Margaritaville. Is it fair to jump it up at this point? They've already done that logistics and pricing and whatnot. I think we owe them at least a year before we fully implement this. 75% in 2019, and then the rest a year after. Dumping it all when they've got all their facts and figures already planned, I don't think is kosher. We have a project in the city. It's 21 years old. The rule is you take down your tall signs. Well, the yacht club is right next to Seabreeze Bridge, and they're not taking it down until the building gets built next door. Well, they're never going to build the building next door, so that stays in forever. I don't want any of these things to stay in forever. I would like you to, what they say, an index. We do it with our water, a little bit every year, whether you want to price it to cost of living or whatever, so it doesn't stay stagnant for 15 years. What else? Oh, and within the zone, I mean, if I remember the zones, they were pretty big. They were like 1/4 of the county, 1/4 of the county kind of thing. So if one city raises all the funds, let's say like Deltona or DeLand, then Lake Helen or any of the other smaller communities can use all of that funds. You know, not that you guys are not necessarily honest, but there have been state lotto that didn't come across as we hoped it would, and there are things here that have not come across as we hoped they would. So I would ask you to take a very good look at these, each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ken Strickland?
Ken Strickland, 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. Impact fees have not been reviewed and raised in 15 years. Millions have been missed. 35 million is the number that I hear batted around. Residents have endured some of the highest taxes, even with the rollback. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, that not raising our taxes. But you didn't reduce them either. We have 500,000 residents here, and only a handful of the very wealthy and influential ones and campaign contributors get your full representation. Not the majority of the residents. Raise impact fees to the maximum, no phasing in, no increase in the impact fees, and the long period of time that we've been going to zero and neglect have created some of the worst streets and roads in the state. Residents in Volusia County and its municipalities have a better chance of getting Domino's Pizza to pave a road at this point in time than any of our county or cities. I realize that impact fees are very area specific. However, it will help to take some of the financial pressure off of the general fund and relieve that. Without going to the maximum impact fees, there will be no chance of a 0.5 cent sales tax passing, and maybe not then, considering the millions missed over the last 15 years.
Rob Merrill.
Mr. Chair, council members, Rob Merrill for the record with the Cobb Cole Law Firm, 149 South Ridgewood. Here on behalf of Minto Communities, the developer of the Latitudes Margaritaville project, which Clay referenced a few minutes ago. I'll have to say I agree with some of what Clay said, but his recommendation regarding the age-restricted communities I think is potentially contrary to the recommendation that the Duncan consultants gave you, which I'm here to support. Actually, on page 4 of the report, Duncan specifically suggests that you address an age-restricted community in the ordinance, and we suggest that you do here today. And I say that because there's a lot of information already available by the ITE, Institution of Transportation Engineers, that I think you can rely on to bring forward a category that would be separate and distinct from the single family. I gave you, and Clay did not mention for the record, but I will, I sent you a memo from Lassiter Transportation Group on October the 1st when I appeared before you with some information regarding that subject, and I'd ask you to take a look at that and make sure you take that into consideration. But I'll say, without the technical and expert opinion of Matt West, who's here for Lassiter, that some of this is intuitive. For instance, the 55-plus folks in Minto communities at Latitudes, Margaritaville in particular, they have different behavior than some other folks who are driving on the county thoroughfare road network. In particular, they travel at different times, which you think about that, they don't have to travel at peak times. And when you guys experience, like I do, congestion on certain roads, it's at peak times for the most part. Then the whole business of average daily trips, you know, when people are out there and how many of them for how often. Also, you take into account the fact they don't have kids, so there's no kids on the road. There are far fewer cars in the driveway, so fewer trips. And I hope that you would take those things into account. I hear what Clay's saying about studying. In fact, what I would suggest to you is if you don't think that the information that's available to you now is good enough, we will commission our own study and bring it to you, but I'd like to have that before you take up the ordinance, before you at least approve the ordinance. So we will be back during the public hearing process. We will have that information available to you if you don't think that what you have is good enough. But I would urge you to look at what you have and maybe avoid the additional time and expense of the study and the additional information at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Matthew West.
Thank you. My name is Matthew West. I'm with LTG Incorporated. I'm a project manager, and our office is located at 1450 West Granada Boulevard, Norman Beach, Florida. I want to start off because we do traffic studies. That's our business, traffic engineering and planning. And before we can even start a traffic study in the county, in Volusia County, the county staff, traffic engineering, has to approve what trip generation rates we're going to use in a study. And Minto has already been brought up, Margaritaville, and we've done 2 studies they call it Parcel A and Parcel B. And when we did those studies and we prepared those traffic impact analyses, we used age-restricted trip generation rates approved by the county staff. And it's because the ITE trip generation manual, the 10th edition, which is what your updated traffic impact fee study is based on, is considered kind of the Bible of trip generation rates and trip generation studies. And when we went into these methodology negotiations, it was understood that age-restricted housing generates significantly less trips, fewer trips, than conventional single-family detached or apartments or what have you. So in these previously approved and reviewed TIAs, also, we did our proportionate fair share. Our analysis on the impact of the external roadways was based on these active adult, senior adult housing trip generation rates. And those trip generation rates are within the range of half to 2/3 of what a non-age restricted unit would generate. And so, for example, in the ITE manual, an average single-family home, which has no age restriction on it, generates about 9.44 vehicle trips a day. A senior adult detached single-family house in an age-restricted community generates 4.27 trips per day, roughly half. And I know Clay said that, Margaritaville is its own special case. They could have a 100-unit development that is age-restricted, and that's quite different than several thousand units. But when you actually look at the data that is in the trip generation manual, for example, senior adult housing attached is based on an average number of dwelling units of 81 units in a development. On the detached side, it's about 655 is the average size of the development they were analyzing. And of course, Margaritaville is larger than that. And I also would liken it to your single-family residential rate right now is based on a house either could have 2 bedrooms or it could have 10 bedrooms. It's an average rate, and that's what you're basing your impact fees on. So going back to the fact that we did trip generation studies and we did traffic studies that are based on
Thank you, Matthew. I'll let you close with your comments.
Well, I think that there should not be an issue of incorporating age restricted in here, since the data is already in the trip generation manual and the consultant's already aware of it and had it included in his report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Ann Connors?
Mary Ann Connors, 36 Huntmaster Court, Ormond Beach, Florida. Thank you for having public comment today. The recommendations before you on this impact fee study are a fair allocation of the cost burden for new roads to new development. Anything less than a full implementation of the study moves the burden to someone else, either by cost shifting or by deferral of actual work, and that costs the entire community. This is the only fee that gets this kind of angst and hand-wringing. In 30 years, it has been deferred, phased, special categories, prepayments, later payments, all of which send the message that there is something less than a rational basis for it and a strong formula based on meeting public purpose. It's important not to use exceptions to make rules. I hadn't even heard the senior community yet. I know no one moves to Minto to stay home. Affordable housing has been raised as an issue. If affordable housing is public policy, pay the fee. It should not be the basis for the general rules, ever. Those rules should be based on meeting the purpose of the fee. This is the time when government is supposed to do government's business and catch up and fund the infrastructure needs of the community. That infrastructure supports all business, not just the construction business. All business is dependent on government infrastructure. And this is the government that provides it. This is the time to catch up and to correct where we need to be for the future. Ask you please to act with a commitment to meeting those infrastructure needs, to supporting the fair allocation of costs, and to act with the urgency that the situation requires. It has been 15 years. That means it's been phased for 15 years. The time is now. This is when business is not just good, business is strong. And this is the time to share the burden and act on everyone's behalf to meet the government's obligations for infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. And our last speaker is Frank Severino.
Frank Severino, 1360 North Nova Road, Daytona Beach, 32117. Good afternoon, Chairman Kelly and members of the council. I stand before you on behalf of the Volusia Building Industry Association and its president, Paul Rechichar. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the public workshops and also to submit our comments to you prior to this public hearing. We applaud your economic development efforts for our community and recognize that housing needs to keep pace with the needs of future industry and commerce, as well as our future residents who want to enjoy what we have created together. Our position is simple. We respectfully request that during your deliberations, you keep all aspects of our economy and our industry and the public that we both serve in mind. We are confident in your collective wisdom that you will find a balance between all the needs of our community and won't shock the system with a knee-jerk reaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Sorry. Before we go to you, Clay, just a couple of quick comments, and then we'll proceed on in the way you want. First of all, I think you addressed one of the questions of one of the speakers in that the rates were created and recommended based upon the defendable rates base set out by the formulas which we have to adhere to. So that answers why some may go one way and some may go the other way. So that is why it is done. I just want to make this basic comment. The impact fees will affect all of us. A business that pays an impact fee will have to adjust their rates if it's a Starbucks or if it's a Publix or if it's a business that's going to create jobs. Those costs that they're going to incur will all be reflected and passed on to all of us. So we all are going to be affected by those costs. The big issue that I think we up here all know, and those of you listening and most of you that are here understand, the impact fees are not the end-all to solve our transportation issues that we currently have. They will be a drop in the proverbial bucket to addressing even future needs, because those are the ones for which they will be applied to, not what we currently exist for. And that's just a basic summary. And Clay, you've done a great job, and I guess Councilor, you want to have Clay come back and go through each of the issues one. And first of all, a comment that these are fair fees that have been created. These are fees that were created based upon what I said already, that are justifiable according to the rules set out for impact fees. And yes, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. I'd like to have some general conversation, if council would like to do that, before we go to each item here, because in looking at these and talking to several people about this, the current impact fee as proposed by the consultant will generate about $13 million a year, $13 million annually. Currently, we're taking in $6.1 million. So it was 13 and change. So the differential is $7 million annually, if at 100% as proposed. So it's not the end-all, be-all fix. The difference is an extra $7 million. If we go back 15 years, and if we are where we are today, let's say this $13 million was implemented, and we go back to 15 years, that generates an extra $105 million. Sounds like a really big number, doesn't it, the differential? Well, let me tell you just one project from FDOT and the Transportation Planning Organization here to keep the perspective. State Road 40, Granada, when we're going to widen, this is on the books, just to widen from 4 to 6 lanes from Williamson to Breakaway Trail is $33 million. Probably going to be completed about 22, 23, just one project. But then the rest of State Road 40, widening from just 2 to 4 lanes from Cone Road out to State Road 15, is another $112.8 million, almost another $113 million, for a total of $144 million just on Granada widening. So anybody that thinks this is a panacea and this is going to fix everything, it's not. In fact, 1 mile of road is $3.5 million to pave with no accessories, no intersection improvements, no ditches, so $7 million, this difference of $7 million that we're going to bring in will pave 1 mile of road each way. 1 mile of road. So if, graphs, we show these number graphs, and sometimes we don't tell the story well enough, Mr. Rechtenwald. We need to show the difference of a length of a road and what 1 mile of road looks like in this big timeline of hundreds of millions of dollars in these projects that we're working on and that we need to work on. So going forward, we have to keep this perspective. Don't get lost in the million. Do we need to raise them? We do, and I'd like to hear where my colleagues are on how we get there. But for me, when I look at these numbers and I see the FDOT reports and how we're at the table we don't even have match. Guys, we've lost big projects. This county has lost big projects because we don't even have the match dollars. Isn't that right, George?
Well, that's correct. We can't, we haven't even had the money in some cases to design and permit things. And that's, as we're finding out from water and other projects, I mean, you have to have projects farther along than we can even get them in some cases to even go get grant money or get matches.
So, it's just, they need to be raised, my point is, but my point is, what I'm saying is, and I support the consultant's recommendations, and we'll take these one by one, council, but let's keep the perspective going forward and why we need to do it, but it's not gonna fix everything. This is just a starting point to get to where we need to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Post.
I keep hearing, I think the point here really is that not anyone is expecting this to be the magic wand catch-all for fixing the infrastructure needs. And in the several months or years or however long it's been, I know at least the 2 years that I've been in, there has been discussion after discussion after discussion on the impact fees. And throughout that discussion, I have heard continuously, this will not be the magic wand end-all to fix the infrastructure needs. I think we're missing the point. The point here that I see is that there are decisions in areas within the county that we have let go by without addressing for various reasons, and we find ourselves in the situation that we're in because we have not addressed certain issues for far too long. So it is what it is. We're in this position, and we need to look at it from here and not be coming up with excuses, and certainly not, I'm certainly not in favor of extending the conversation any further. I mean, I definitely want to discuss it today, but certainly not any more months to go by. And just address the issue. But I think we really need to focus on the issue is the fact that we have failed to address it for far too long. It needs to be addressed, period, and it is what it is. And let's just address it and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
I see the need in, the increasing the impact fees. I've been around this issue for many, many years now. I remember back in the days when the school impact fees and the fact that the home builders were suing the school system over the impact fees in. And they finally came to a settlement on that. The thing that was always interesting to me about it was it really wasn't the school impact fees that have built all the schools over these years. It's been the local option sales tax that they got passed. You wouldn't have University High School over here, which was, $80 to $100 million off of impact fees. You just wouldn't have it. You're not going to have roads built with just impact fees. I want to move forward with this. I want to pass it. I personally would like to see it phased in over a couple of years and then do it and go from there. And I think, the community, the whole community, this county needs to look at that issue as it goes forward and looking at the a sales tax, increase in some way. I know it's, a lot of people do it, but I look back at what Seminole County has done with their infrastructure over the years. For 20 years, they have kicked our butt when it comes to what they've done with economic development. It's been economic development, but with that infrastructure of doing the roads and those things, I want to get this issue moved. I think this may be my last hurrah up here, so I'd love to see it solved. I would love to support a sales tax increase at some time, when the public is ready to really accept that, this, whatever, if we double these impact fees or whatever we're going to go with what the recommendations are, it is not going to answer the real problems out there on our thoroughbred. So let's get this thing going, and but I do believe it should be phased in over a period of a couple of years.
And I think what you meant on the Seminole County is that years ago they put in a 1 cent sales tax?
Yeah.
And that's why their impact fees are never compared to what our impact fees are, because they have the transportation tax that they put in, or infrastructure tax in, and that is why they have kicked us with that part. And we're here today. We're not kicking the can down the road. We're here to address it because we have a final report, a verifiable report from the consultant that we could use to go forward with. So no one's trying not to do that. That's why it's on the agenda, is to discuss it. And I think pointing out that it is not going to solve everything is very important, because we don't want people to think that it is going to solve it. It's going to make a difference where there is an impact, and that's where the money can be used. Mr. Lowry.
Thank you. I agree with the moving ahead with the recommendations and so forth, and whether we implement, I personally feel like we'll just go ahead and implement it, but if council wants to phase it in, that's fine. I don't agree with what's been said up here that this has not been addressed. I served on the city council and the commission in Deltona. I know one of the first things, this has been 8 years ago, one of the very first things we did was remove all the impact fees, because for some reason people can't remember 2007 and 8 and 9 and 10, and things were super struggling. We were doing all we could just to keep, for some businesses in place, just keep their heads above water. And so I think there's about 15 years or whatever, I think there's about 10 years of that just was devastating to a lot of people. And I think we are just now getting to the point to where this makes sense now to consider this. I didn't see houses built in Deltona until just the last year and a half. I've started to see dirt moved and stuff, and I hadn't seen that for almost a decade. So I can't imagine what kind of grief the council would have got. Start doubling and increasing impact fees in 08 and 09 and 12 and then through that time. So I think the time is right. I think there's good information here. I like the suggestions that have been made, and I too am ready to move ahead on it. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of heading along with everybody else on this. It's time. We do forget the past of how bad things were, and there was a reason for a lot of it. Should it have been addressed sooner? Yes, I think so. I brought it up for discussion several years ago, but not really understanding all of it, just coming on board. I would have pushed more for it had I understood more about it at that time. I think we absolutely need to move forward with it now. My question is there any other avenues that we have, or are there better solutions to growth other than, we certainly have to be smart on our growth now. We need to know what the roads are going to be like, not like the bridge, and developing all around it and then trying to discuss what we're going to do with the bridge now past due. So we have to really be concerned with the growth and how we're going to handle it before the first shovel goes in. I don't know. Are there other suggestions other than impact fees? I'm definitely for increasing the impact fees, but I'm just saying, are there other solutions? I know the sales tax, we've got to do that also. I just think, we need to look at all options. And I think that was it for as far as the 55 and over, or the senior living areas or whatever. We'll go through each one of those. I'll discuss that at that time.
Ms. Gusak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't apologize for where we are today, because I was a part of the council after I was elected in 2010, and we were just beginning to see the come out of really a recession. And I think that we were smart to not increase fees at that time. I do think the time has come that we should begin to move forward with these impact fees. I think that we need to do it at one time. I believe that we should go with the recommendation at this time, and I think that we should implement it at once. I also think that, I know that the impact fees will not get us where we need to go with our roads. I realize that, but I think this is a step in the right direction. So I think that's where we are, and that's where I am. I'll be really at any time to have further discussion as to what we're going to do today. I have some concerns about the 55 and older community, and I would have to be convinced that they should be exempt to that status without some ramification of proving that they don't use these roads as much. As you may not make as many trips, but you make your share of trips, and peak time doesn't seem to matter the impact on the roads. So I'm ready to move forward. I think that we have work to do. We have a good report, and I think it's time that we just go on and implement what we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I think it's important that people realize that what we're planning on doing here today, if we increase these impact fees, it's not going to help the cities out. This is the county. This is our thoroughfare system. The cities are going to have their own issues with their road development. That's where the local option sales tax really was going to be important. It's something I wanted to bring up a minute ago. So, but I'd like to start moving on this right away today.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler, you mentioned something. This is something that I've advocated for years, and it's something that's in Georgia, I believe. You have a sale transfer fee of 2%. The buyer pays 1%, the seller pays 1% of each transaction on a deed that goes to roads and infrastructure. It's fair for everyone. It affects all areas to receive the funding because they all do receive it. And I've advocated for a fee like something like that as opposed to impact fees, which are so restrictive, A, on where they're used, B, they're not going to be the end all, and rarely do they even really address the issues that they think they're supposed to address 100%. So they don't do that. But that other one would have provided the money because you talk about school tax. The people that buy a house or sell a house, one may have children, one may not. They still pay the 1% each. And 1% of the sales price added up to a $100,000 house is $1,000, right? Each one. It's not going to really kill any one person. I understand that was talked about years ago, but maybe it was after I'm just one of many that have looked at other options than the impact fees because I really think that it's not necessarily to get the job done. It just doesn't do what we want to. But why don't we do this, Deb, unless you've got something else that you want to add. Let's get Clay and try to go. And the first question that I would think we'd like to see is
going to page 11-20 of your agenda packet. We're going to go back through those slides one more time, and then that way, if we could, just to make sure your staff understands exactly where you want to go, we would like you to basically vote or give us an indication.
Can I ask one quick question, though, Deb, if I may? We have impact fee credits out there now of about, what, $20 million? Is that
No.
plus not that much?
No.
We can get you the number.
Okay,
We
we do
have
have
agreements that will tie us to fees, and we actually have credits that are.
Okay. So we have credits out there against the impact fees of about, I thought it was about $20 million.
Give or take.
Give or take.
And it's based on each zone, so if you totaled up the zones, yes, it's probably about that much.
Okay, so the question I was going to ask, if we have those impact fee credits that are out there to be used in a particular area, and can they use that credit for a single family home once the fees increased, or do they have to pay the difference between what they have credit for and what the new fee would be? Is that addressed? I didn't see it in the report.
Based on units, it's based on dollars paid. So the fact is, if you come in with a lower impact fee, just for easier number, 100 unit, $2,000, That's the amount
So-
you're paying. You're not getting credit for 100 units, you're getting credit for that dollar amount.
The credits are there are not per unit.
Right.
They're per just dollar credits.
Dollar for
Okay.
dollar.
I was okay, as long as it's dollars, then it doesn't really make any difference. Okay.
Starting on page 11-20 of your agenda packet, we go back through those points that we discussed earlier. And the first one is just quite simply, do you agree with the fee rate schedule that was identified in table 17?
I you gonna show that or not?
If you go to, this is page 11-20 of your agenda packet. And what I'm looking to try and find out is the table that we referenced earlier, which I can show it to you real quickly.
11.6.
There it is. That's table 17 of the Duncan and Associates. That's on slide 11-7. Those are the proposed fees. So what you see there is vehicle miles traveled, net cost per unit, the administrative fee and the total fee, and then the different land use categories identified. Those would be incorporated in as an amendment to the existing thoroughfare road impact fee ordinance and replace the numbers that are currently there. So,
Well,
I'd like to ask one question if I could.
sure, Fred.
On the next page, I believe you had the percentages up and down, minus and plus on one chart
Yes.
there.
Yes.
If, my thinking was, why negative anything? Leave those at a zero. Does that mess up formulas and justification? You see what I'm saying? In other words, not have anything go down, leave those at zero, and then let the ones go up that are going
Can't
up.
justify them. You'd be
Would that be would we be stirring the mud up in the lake?
yes.
Okay, all right then. Then I'm done.
Yes, we'd be in court.
We agree, we don't like leaving money on the table, but at the same point, if we can't defend why it's going down.
Gotcha.
All right. We would like some definitive, be it a vote
on each
or
one.
just an affirmation by the 7 members or 4 members or whatever, just, that would be very helpful so we can make sure we're very accurate in what we bring back to you.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. So, looking at this chart here in residential, single-family detached with our increase of 140%, 47%, that's the same for a house that sells for $100,000 or $1.1 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's nothing we can legally do to change that, correct?
Value is not a factor in regards to transportation demand.
There you go. So I want to make sure that that's one of the frustrating things because it's kind of an inequitable fee in it cost it is. I mean, because we're going to charge the same impact to workforce housing or affordable housing as we are going to be the $1.1 million homes, but that's. And the word I think they use is dual rational nexus test. I've learned.
Yes.
I've learned that word, Frank. I learned that word. I've talked to a lot of people. I've got that one down. Thank you. Because that's a frustration. I mean, the logical thing is, how come we're charging the same impact to the smaller home versus a large one? So, but with that, council, what I would like to see us do is phase this in. I would be open to 2 years, maybe start at 75%, move to 100%. I heard Councilwoman Cusack say she wants 100% straight up. So whatever we can agree to, can we start the discussion there? Mr. Chair, is that what you need?
Well,
That's
You want to try
question
and, there's 2 different slides. The first slide is just, do you agree with the amount as the maximum that's shown here that from table 17? Is table 17 acceptable to you? If it is, then we can talk about the phasing.
As the
Well,
final amount,
I would move
not the
that as being
percentages, right?
acceptable, if that be,
Yeah, I see.
I would,
Well, we can
be clear,
have it
yes.
for discussion.
I would move, Mr. Chair, then that we would accept that recommendation,
Of the chart,
Table
Second that.
17B,
table
of the
17.
chart,
Table
1117.
I'll second
Table
that.
17.
I'll second that. Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded. I kind of thought we could have discussion now. I kind of thought we were going to discuss each of the ones that are affected.
But that's all we're discussing this time is just table 17 on page 11.7.
Right, but I mean, you're accepting that that is the fees that we should go to per.
Yes, sir. That's
in
the
other words,
motion.
In totality.
doubling the fee for a restaurant. So we're gonna pay more when we go out
It
to
is
eat.
there.
Yep.
We will, just like we're paying the
I'm
same
telling you, it
for
affects everybody.
$500,000 house as we are for $100,000.
I understand that.
Isn't that what we paid them for the
Favor's not
study?
always fair.
Let's hold this discussion to being recognized so we don't get into this back and forth, so we can move forward. Ms. Post, or Ms. Cusack, we're still.
Thank you. That was all I did.
We had a motion and a second. This is time for discussion, and I was discussing the question. Can you go to table 17, which you are,
Yep, the
and let's
other-
just take,
You want to do the one where there's a comparison so you see how much the increases are? Because that's table 2, which is up on the screen now. That's on page 11-6 of your agenda packet.
okay, but when you, for example, let's take, I understand the single-family home, and I know it goes from 2,173 to 53. For a fast food restaurant goes from 2310 to 47. Does that mean that would be the total price per 1,000 square feet, or the total price total?
No, that's per 1,000 square feet.
That's what I thought. So if they build a 10,000 square foot fast restaurant, that's going to be talking about a $250,000 impact fee.
Yep, $470,000.
So that's, and just as long as everybody understands it the way that I understand it, that's why I asked the question. If you understand it, that's per 1,000 square feet, that's not the total price.
Correct.
That's the price per 1,000 square feet on each one of those things. So you're talking about
All of the non-residential, with the exception of some of the automotive-related items, everything I'm circling right now, those are all tied to 1,000 square feet. So, for example, under a supermarket, which is currently 6,000, if we went to 10,000, right now your average Publix is anywhere from 80 to 100,000 square feet. So that would be 8 to 10 times that. So you would see 80,000, 100,000, as far as impact fees for your supermarket. So again, these are not final fees. These are the rates per 1,000 square feet.
right. Okay, that's the part that I wanted everyone to understand. Maybe y'all did understand it. I just wanted to point it out on what that's going to do to any development along that way. And then when you go from, I guess, hospitals do not go up, churches do not go up. There was one other big one which I thought was the light industrial and manufacturing. Manufacturing is almost tripling. It's going to be an impact on our economic development. And I guess once we accept this and say this is where we're going, we can't adjust those rates. Is that correct?
I would reference what happened in 2011. In 2011, the county council, realizing that we were still in the depth of a recession, realized it was appropriate at that time to suspend some of the impact fees to, again, help further economic development opportunities. Also, we have, as part of our economic development strategy, identified funds through the general fund that are allocated specifically for projects such as like the Trader Joe's warehouse distribution, where we see that it does have a significant impact to the overall economic vitality. We can utilize that to help as part of the package to bring in those industries to these areas.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. Ms. Post?
So we paid for these studies, and we paid for the studies to rely on the info provided to guide us on the impact fees. And so I feel like today we should be discussing the implementation of the impact fees, or the implementation of the data, rather than arguing the point of whether the data is actually valid or feasible. At what point do we say, we're hiring you to provide us this data, and then I just think maybe we should be looking more at the actual implementation of the data rather than arguing the actual validity of the data or the harshness of the data. I understand that this is harsh, but, we've had inaction on this issue for a while, so it is what it is.
This is the only time we've had to discuss it together as a group. I'm expressing my opinion, stating a fact, while they've given us...
I'm not arguing your opinion, I'm just giving my
Okay.
opinion.
Okay, well, that's where we're going, but this,
I'm just making a statement.
what they have given us is not cast in the holy grail of the right or the wrong. It's given as defendable information that we can use going forward. And then it's up to us to decide, do we want to use that information? Do we understand that information? And going forward, we're here to make a change. And we all are here for that reason. I know that the impact fees need to be adjusted, and I'm willing to support the adjustment. I just want to point out these facts because they're going to be lost if the public doesn't understand why the next time they go to Starbucks, it's an extra $1 for their coffee because they had to pay more for that building. Or when people buy a home, they know now they're going to have to pay an extra $22 a month to cover that extra $3,000 on a 30-year mortgage. And maybe that for some people, that's not important. I think these things need to be ported out. This is what these suggested fees are based upon our community, and that's why we're working at them. And rather than gloss over them, I want everyone to understand what the cost is going to be. And when we go out and try to get a new Braun, 100,000 square foot facility, a Braun, what that would cost them extra in impact fees to get that, how many thousands of jobs that we're going to get. So just as long as we understand that, I'm just pointing it out. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just pointing out that side of it. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your point, Mr. Irvin, when council previously suspended impact fees, we still have that ability going forward. Correct. Okay, so, but is it also even worth a discussion to look at a category that we want to encourage, like industrial, warehouse?
It's certainly in your purview to do that.
So
There's
can
two
we-
ways of tackling that, is tackling it at this level, or with this data, we know what, say, a 500,000 square foot manufacturing impact fee would be in cost. You could fund, you could fund it through the general fund through economic development to pay for the fee if it was something that was bringing jobs and stuff that you want. That's the way your economic development set up, and that way it's a project by project. It's something that you would want to, if it was in the category that you felt was worthwhile, then you would attack it in an individual basis rather than a blanket, saying that you gave it all to industrial. That would, because there might be manufacturing or something like a chemical plant that you may not be as happy with as another. I know that's what type of policy you would have to make, so that would give you flexibility to look at each project. How many jobs is it really going to do? What does it really do for your area? But we would certainly know what the impact fees, once we knew the size of the project or potential size, we could calculate it and you know what you were dealing with at that time.
But does that not make it a zero-sum game? We're going to charge you X amount in impact fees, and by the way, here's an incentive for coming here. We're not, we're going to give it back to you. So, and then what's out there is council is incentivizing businesses. Are we better not off just at the beginning to say this is a priority for economic development that we want to support, versus coming back again and saying, here's a charge, but by the way, we're going to give it back to you, and that's zero sum. Ms. Seaman, talk to me.
Thank you. The other option that you have, Ms. Denny's, is to adopt the table as it's presented, and then you could do what previous councils have done and put text into the code that from 2019 to 2023, the county council will reduce the impact fee for these categories by X% to incentivize those businesses.
There you go. That's
Then
what
you
I'm looking
analyze
for.
that, and at the end of that time period, you determine whether you want to bring that back.
Okay. With that in mind, we have a motion and a second to move forward on this. Any objections to that motion? To adopting?
Do we need to amend it to add what?
I think that's the
No.
next part.
No.
No,
That would be
okay.
action that could be taken without that.
It's a separate
So the motion's made, seconded to adopt the table
17.
to table 17, whichever one that was on the fees going forward. And that has been made, has been seconded. Any objections? No. To adopt that table has been accepted unanimously. Okay? Now we'll move on, Clay. I guess this would be the how, the when.
Okay, now the question about phasing in or not phasing in the increase of the fee. And do you want to just tie it to time, or do you want to try and tie it to building permit activity? Or
Let's
you
do this.
not
I mean,
wanna
we've heard, I guess, 3 people express how. We've heard the public say what they thought. We've got public comment. Maybe we could, Joyce, just start with you, and you're saying all at once, and we'll just get consensus.
Mr. Chair, I would say adopt the fees as proposed, full amount be charged
Okay,
in
Billy?
90 days after adoption.
Ms. Wheeler? That's Ms. Denny's.
I'm going to say phasing, but for the reason that there's contracts and there's deals out there now, this is going to impact the lower end of the contracts currently in motion and could actually set some things backwards. And we certainly don't want to do this in our economy right now that is anemic at best.
Okay. You're a phase.
Yeah.
Mr. Lowry, I think you've already stated all at once. Ms. Post? Phase, or not saying how much, phase or move all at once?
I am for phasing it in via 75% of the suggested fees.
Okay. Mr. Patterson?
Just a moment, please.
We're just talking about whether it's going to be phased or.
Right, I'm
or-
trying
Right,
to
just
say what
phased or not.
I'm
I
trying-
know, but he's just trying to. if
Just to
it's gonna
find out
be
whether we could have a discussion then on the phasing part or the all at once. Mr. Patterson?
Phasing.
Phase. You phase, you phase, you phase, I phase. And then,
Yeah, I can go with that.
okay, and my thought on the phasing was this. This is what I've thought since last year. We phase it in 50% this year, 25% the next, and 25% the next. Okay, then that's just, staff is saying no? Okay, well then,
Staff is like, get us out of here.
get us out. Okay, well then, phase it in, pick a number, 75?
75, I'm good with that.
75 now, 25 the next year?
I'll make the motion. Need a motion?
No, I mean, I'm going to try to let us get through the discussion part of this. And
Got it.
so we had, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt, that we phase it in, phase the impact fees in 75% now, and then increase it the other 25% toward at 100%, then following year. But then then the second motion should be, do we tie it to,
We can do that separately.
okay, so let's take this one separately.
As far as
So that's my
indexing.
motion. 75-25.
Second by Mr. Lowry. Motion's made to phase the impact fees in 75% as of the effective date, with the following year, or 12 months from that date, the additional 25% will be added. Is that correct?
Yes.
Got that, Clay? Got that, Jamie?
Just to make sure, and I'm just trying to make sure we got a clear understanding. If this all gets finalized in December, we're looking like March for it to become effective. And it would be 12 months from that effective date.
Right.
So in March of 2020, we would tack on the 25% to bring it to the full rate that's shown in Table 17.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct, counsel? That's your motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Ms. Post? Did you have?
Nope.
Ms. Denny? Okay, it popped up.
Yep.
Motion and second. Any objection to the motion of the phasing? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Next one, I'm going to break it down into several different ones, if you don't mind. First of all, should it be indexed or not? We would recommend that it be indexed based on the FDOT Construction Cost Index.
I think there's a yes with nods of heads. Index to inflation, index to CPI, index to,
The FD,
FDOT construction costs.
okay.
Do you know what that's going to be?
They have an index.
What's our current index? What's the current index?
Don't know it off the top of our head. It's published by FDOT on an annual basis based on their construction cost. So that way you can realize, because CPI and construction costs are not
Separate.
Worlds apart.
Yeah.
Right now, FDOT, we're looking at increases of 15, 20% in some categories. So
Annually.
Annually. So I'm not willing to do this unless there's a specific number put on it because it's.
But that number would change also, consumer price index. So
But
that's why-
not
that's
like-
the whole. You don't want to lock a specific number today. You want to basically do it annually based on what that index was.
I'm taking FDOT's increase off the table. I won't support an
Okay.
FDOT, tying it to FDOT.
Ms. Post?
So what is the other option, Clay?
Well, I mean, there's other cost index. The one everyone likes to utilize is the consumer price index. The reason why you're hearing the engineers and the planners saying not to use the CPI is because it's not necessarily in line with what we're seeing out in the real world in regards to the cost right now. I'm going to look to John and Tad to see if there's any other.
Question for you then. So the other counties, what are they using to increment their impact fees in term? Are they using the FDOT index?
It's across the board.
Is that the typical?
Some don't specify, so it's up to the staff.
What's the typical?
I would say the typical is construction cost index because it's tied in to the construction industry. And Ms. Denny's is correct. Like right now, we're experiencing 1% increases on a monthly basis. So at the end of the year, you can see a 12% increase in your cost.
So then I would say we keep going back to the recession and saying that we didn't do certain things because of the recession and I think if we went by the FDOT construction cost index that appears to be the baseline across the board, that in times where we're going up and down, it would correlate, correct?
Percent increase?
Yep. I apologize. What we were looking up real quick was the answer to Ms. Denny's question overall, and the current index shows for the last year an 8.8% increase. Now, the reason we're in favor of that is because that's when we bid a project. When we prepare the cost improvements year over year, that's the type of number we're looking at. So I've got to go out and compete with the DOT to hire contractors and get jobs built. If I don't have a reasonable amount set aside in there, I'm going to have a hard time hiring quality consultants and contractors. So that's, for us, that's the best indicator of what that value is.
I guess the other option would be not to index it at this time and to adjust it annually.
Well, indexing would be tied to we wouldn't ask to do it every quarter. I think indexing it every year would be the best way to.
Right, but I'm saying, instead of indexing, you would only do that once a year. And so with the index, it would go into effect a year after, or 12 months, or 11 months, or 29 days after the initial rates put in. Then you would index it going forward one time through that following year.
Correct.
We could just as easily say we would once a year look at it and accept the index or not.
That was my question. I didn't know.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that's what we should do. Okay.
Let's clarify. We did have the indexing in the original ordinance, so we were doing it, and it was an automatic every year.
Typical.
Well, that's why it went from 2,000 to 22 something, right?
Right.
What's the
21.
FDOT index? I was going to say, yeah, it was flat. It wasn't a variable.
Right.
Right.
And so what we're seeing is that we had in the past done it was an automatic index that was done by staff at, the beginning of the year. You went in there, found out, added the 3%, and that was the fee that was added on to it.
It's flat.
Okay, Fred?
Well, I guess my question is if we did connect this in with the FDOT cost index, if we had a year where we looked at it and thought, wow, that really is drastic, will we still have the ability, and I don't think we want to make a year-by-year call, but if we had an unusual anomaly year of some kind where they jumped up, would we be able to come back and say, I don't think we want to go quite that much? Or was that going to put too much task on this group?
No, I mean, what would have to be done is we would have to incorporate into the ordinance that there would be a process where staff would identify what the index was going to be, that was going to be utilized, and bring it forward to you, let them know that it's coming forward, and at that point...
I don't know, what do y'all think on that? Maybe have a report on it to let us know what's going to be, then if it's not extreme, maybe I'm opening up a can of worms here, opening up too much to do. I'm just thinking, I'd like to stick with FDOT, but then again, I don't want to be hamstrung by FDOT either if something doesn't fit.
You will have to review the fee every 4 years anyway. So
Okay.
you're talking 2-year implementation and then 2 other years with your index.
Ms. Dennis?
Okay, so I agree with you on the FDOT. I understand. I mean, because I know our last executive committee TPO meeting, FDOT, we're looking for more money. I know the project, we're back at the table with $4 million because costs are coming up. But can we agree to the FDOT but cap it? Because council, I'm telling you, you don't want to do this every year and sit here and talk about this every year. There is nobody that wants to do this. So can we agree to the FDOT index but cap it? How about that?
Yes?
Because right now we're at 3% static. So what if we
We're at 0 right now.
no, I mean 3%.
It expired.
No index to it right now.
But before we did.
Correct, before. Not right now, we're at 0.
Understood, but that's where we were. So what if we set a cap, we're at 8.8 right now with FDOT in their index. What if we capped it at 8?
I think that'd be, let's
that
try
good?
that. Yep.
Let's do FDOT cap. We'll do FDOT index and cap at 8.
That's fine.
It's 8.8 now.
You want to make that a motion? I think you've got a second.
Okay, I am going to make the motion that we, how do I say this?
Index the fees capped at 8% of the
FDOT index.
Yeah.
So we're going to recommend that the annual index using the FDOT construction cost index capped at 8% annually.
Okay, that's the motion made by Ms. Denny, second by Dr. Lowry. Discussion. Okay.
I would ask if we're going to do that we also have a minimum in there, because it is entirely possible that at some point, as it did during the recession, that the index would go down, go negative.
Or if the price of oil goes down, which it is.
Any number of factors can
It's
can
dropped
tie
like
into it.
6 days
I
in a
would ask that
row.
we set a minimum of 0 or something along those lines.
How about a minimum of 3, cap at 4?
Cap at 4.
Negative.
Cap at 8.
8, minimum of 3, cap at 8.
Wait a minute. We're getting out of control. We have a motion on the floor of 8%, capped at 8% on FDOT
Index, yeah.
index.
I'll make
That's
an amendment.
made and seconded.
I'll make an amendment to the motion.
And you want to make a motion to the amend?
I'll amend the motion to put the minimum level at 3%.
Seconded by Wheeler.
I have discussion on that vote.
I'm sorry?
I have discussion on that vote.
Well, we can
Yeah.
have it on the one we just made. That's the
Yeah, I
amendment
just have a
on the
question on
3%.
that. Yeah.
Minimum?
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
So isn't there, but there's a reason that FDOT has the index, correct? I mean, it goes up and down for a reason, right? So,
ma'am.
so I'm not sure why we're,
It may go down,
right.
and it goes down. That leaves us where if it drops down to 0, then we still get 3%.
Right, but I mean, it's FDOT, right? It's,
Correct.
so, and FDOT has that index that everyone uses as a
And
standard.
what they're tracking with that index is what has occurred
Not
over the
Volusia.
last year. So they're telling us what happened last year, and if we implement it, we're still technically a year behind.
We're behind, okay.
Overall, so this is just trying to even some of that out. overall.
Okay,
But
that's what I wanted
I
to
just don't want it
clarify.
going negative.
Yeah.
And then it really causes a problem with our budgeting, because we're looking at things not just this year, but we're looking at budgeting 4, 5, 6 years down the road, so.
Because if it didn't, we would be behind the 8 ball if we didn't have the minimum of the 3% in. That's to protect us going forward as much as anything. If it goes to 15%, we go 8%, that's what we're going to get. If it goes 6%, we'll go 6%.
Right. And there's nothing to say that if it goes, the bottom drops out and there's a real problem that you can't do
We
something
can't
like
come
you
back.
did before with
Okay,
recession.
that's what I was, okay.
You still have that ability to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion to have a minimum of 3%, and made by Dr. Lowry and second by Wheeler. Any objection to the amendment? Amendment passes. Now we'll move to the amended motion, which is made by Ms. Denny's, seconded by Dr. Lowry, I believe, for the 8% using the FDOT indexing. Any objection to that motion? I'm sorry? Somebody made a question.
The minimum of 3.
I don't know who said that.
Marcy.
No, we don't need to. That's already that's the amendment to the motion. We've already passed the amendment. We're now voting on the motion as amended, which includes the 3%. I don't know who asked that question.
Marcy asked the question. That's
Who?
Marcy, right here. Our Marcy, right here.
Our clerk.
Oh, she's not even up there in the microphone. Did you fill the card out to speak? Your 3 minutes are up. Okay, hearing no objection to the amended motion, the motion passes unanimous. Now, move on, Clay.
This one's going to be a little bit more difficult to get through. This
Clay?
is one.
Sorry?
I'm the one drafting this. I've got to have a question answered.
Answer? I'm sorry, I thought you...
No, I was trying to, flagged in, been trying to get attention.
Okay.
The fee will take effect March of 2019, assuming we pass it in December, the 90 days.
It passes 90 days from the date that we adopt it.
Correct. Does the indexing take effect? Year one would be March of 2020. Or does indexing take effect 1 year after you go to 100%? Well, I have to ask the question. I mean, I'm the one, this fine language here. I need to know what your intent is. 1 year after it goes to 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I thought that was in the motion.
so 2019, we have 75%. 2020, we have 100%. Neither one are indexed. But 2021, we'll begin the indexing. The indexing will be based on the FDOT Construction Cost Index with a cap of 8% and a minimum cap of 3%.
That's exactly what we thought.
Okay, now moving on to yet
There's
another.
more to this? No wonder we hadn't tackled it before. Kidding.
Duncan and Associates raised the question, and we're bringing it so we can make sure that we're following through as reported in the study. The concern was with regards to credits. Do we just tie it to a specific project? Do we limit it to the area that it can be utilized? Or do we just still allow for it to be credits to be sold within the zone? Or do we go and allow for credits to be sold within zone 1 and 2 as we currently have? So again, this is a bit of a sticky subject because it is a very convoluted issue. So what you're seeing is that right now, within zones 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, credits can be sold throughout those 2 zones. So a developer who owns credits in zone 2 can sell it to a developer in zone 1 and vice versa. 3 and 4 is the same situation. The study said that not to do that, keep it a little bit more contained, keep it within a geographic boundary, limit it to the property, and not allow for sale. So again, these have very significant impact on the credit program we have, as well as those who hold the credits and what will happen in the future. Because if you remember the presentation from October 2nd, that's where we started showing you the ones that are in process. That's where the $20 million number came up for Zone 1. There's approximately $4 million worth of future credits in Zone 2. So you've got a significant amount of money being shown on the table in regards to these credits. Do you feel that we need to make any significant changes to how we're doing business now, in which we allow for basically a free flow of the credits? Or do you feel we need to rein them in and limit them to the zone and/or project?
Okay. I think we should have one zone and let them go anywhere, but I'll just do that to start the conversation. And understanding this, the credits that we have are liabilities that we're carrying on our books. Donald left, but I mean, isn't that correct? She's not here, but that would be...
They're cash not coming in.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
There are roads that are built, but no cash coming in.
Right, okay. So I'm saying, let's just let it be used anywhere, and that's just for starting the discussion. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're going to open ourselves up to some legal issues if we do that. I'm going to go back to my new word, the dual rational nexus test. That will be the legal challenge, and when you look at it, and it's in the print, it's in our PowerPoint, it clearly states, and staff gave us two legal challenges regarding this, and the local government must demonstrate a reasonable connection or rational nexus between the need for additional capital facilities and growth in population generated by the subdivision. So if we've got impact fee credits up in Zone 2 with Minto, but I've got a project down in Edgewater, that's not going to pass the test.
That's still in District 2, the way we have it currently.
No,
That's what that is. East side is 1 and 2.
I think there was a little bit of...
Not district.
Latitude is located in Zone 1.
Okay,
Edgewater is in Zone 2.
Okay, so flip it, flip the numbers. You know what I'm saying. So while it sounds good at first blush to have one, because I was there too, Mr. Chair, I was there, and that's why I started the conversation. And I was told multiple conversations, you don't want to do that. You want to keep the 4 zones, 1 service area, 4 zones, because if we have a legal challenge in this, this is where it'll raise its head right here. Ms. Seaman, set me straight if I'm wrong.
There was a time at which we thought we could expand the zones. Council during the recession was trying to get rid of the account balances that the chair was referencing. There were some very high account balances for credits. However, the legislature in the last 2 sessions has been moving towards shrinking the rational nexus areas. Last legislative session, the bill did not pass, but they actually were saying it had to be directly attributable to the development that went in.
There you go.
So at this time, I would not recommend you going countywide. Zones 1 and 2 being combined and zones 3 and 4 being combined probably need to be readdressed because the law seems to be moving towards a more direct benefit to the development.
So
A safe answer is this, just limit the credits within the zone that they're...
that's it.
1, 2, 3, and
1,
4.
2, yeah, let's,
Okay.
I'm for that. That sounds good.
But still allow for the sale and transfer of the credits within the zones. So therefore,
One can transfer
so
in one.
developer A in Zone 1 can sell and/or transfer credits to developer B in that same zone.
Was
the
that
same zone.
Was that a motion, Dr. Lowry?
It was.
I think Dr. Lowry made a motion.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to word the motion, but yeah, to me, if
Credits will
if it ain't
remain
broke,
in the
don't fix it.
zones.
Yeah.
Credits will remain in the
Credits
zones.
remain in
The 4 zones.
one of the 4 zones.
Second.
Seconded by Post. Motion is made to have the impact fee credits remain in the zones for which the construction or the impact occurs.
We need to get the right PowerPoint up there too, right presentation.
Any objection to that motion?
Item B is what we're talking about.
What's 1 and 2 are east side, 3 and 4 are west
Gotcha.
side.
Sorry.
Motion's made and seconded. Any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion to maintain, because right now it's different, to have the impact fee credits remain in the area impacted. In other words,
Still allowing.
hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous.
Okay, and just to clarify, we're keeping them within the respective zones, but they're still allowed to sell or transfer within that zone.
Within the zone.
Right.
Now the next controversial item, which was the expiration date to the credits. And I can tell you that even brought a little bit of confusion amongst staff. What you see in front of you is saying they would expire after the final certificate of occupancy associated with the project. So, for example, since we are picking on Latitude, that's roughly 6,000 units. So when they finished out their 6,000th unit 20 years from now, they would have 7 years to transfer or sell those credits. Otherwise, they would expire. That's on a residential project. It's a completely different animal for a commercial or an industrial, because commercial or industrial is going to come in and try and get built as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And so what you'll see is within an 18 to 24 month time frame from when they get their final permits, they're built, done, and got their last CO. So then they would have their 2 to 3 years of construction, then 7 more years to try and sell out or transfer those credits. So keep in mind that that's out there like that.
Ms. Denny's is looking at me for some direction.
But
You see
Dr.
the big
Lowry has,
question mark
you
up
still
there.
up? Or you didn't get rid of you?
Um,
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I'm looking here at C, establish an expiration date on the credits. I think that could be a problem and a burden to some who were trying to find a place to put it within that same zone. It would probably expire, and I just think we probably need to think real carefully before we put an expiration date on
We
it.
don't have to put an expiration date.
No, it was a recommendation from Duncan and Associates.
What is, and staff was recommending?
That if you want to go with it, we referenced a date. In other words, if you feel it's an important policy direction to go with saying the expiration date, we were trying to reference it to the 7 years that it's identified that we have to use or lose the impact fee. So we were trying to tie one to the other. If we have to use it or lose it within 7 years, shouldn't the development community have to go through a 7-year period of use it or lose it when they're at there? If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do the
Mr.
extra.
Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we set an expiration date of 7 years.
That was set an expiration date of 7 years
From,
after the final certificate of occupancy is issued.
That is correct.
I second that.
Motion's made by Mr. Patterson, second by Ms. Post, to set an expiration date of 7 years after the final CO has been issued.
Discussion.
Discussion, yes. I'm waiting for a name to pop up. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. Sue. I must have this light bulb or question mark on the top of my head right now. Define certificate of occupancy
That's it.
for this.
A certificate of occupancy is issued by the chief building official indicating that the building under construction has been completed and meets all the requirements of the Florida Building Code and can be occupied for use.
Okay.
So for example, in a residential development under,
Oh, I know, I'm just wrapping my arms around a few things. So, I don't want to think out loud. I get in trouble with that every single time.
Ms. Denny's?
Please.
For the extension of airport that went from Pioneer Trail down to 44, that's the Venetian Bay development.
Right.
There's probably about $4 million of credits still on the books from that development. However, that development has not built out. Phase 2 and Phase 3 have not even begun construction. So under what Mr. Patterson's motion would be, it would be the last CO in that development in the final phase 7 years after that.
That could be 20 years from now.
Yes, sir. If that helps you put it into perspective.
Yeah, thank you, and that's the practical implementation, that's what I was looking at. So, is there anything out there that's in jeopardy that would need to be grandfathered? Do we need to even look at that? Is there
Well,
anything that you would?
We currently have some contracts, and I don't think that this ordinance would affect those contracts. This would be more along the lines of a prop share paid by, for example, NADG on Williamson was a $1.7 million prop share for Williamson. NADG should build out in
About 2 years.
2 years,
2 years.
so it'd be 7 years after that. They'll draw down from that 1.7 in prop share their actual impact fees, and let's say there's an overage of about 200,000, they would have a 200,000 credit on the books that they would have 7 years to sell. Does that help?
It does, thank you. Do we have a current expiration
No.
at all?
No.
Okay, so this is, all right, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion before us, which is a 7-year expiration of the credits after the last certificate of occupation is issued? There's a question. Get rid of it. Kill Miss
I'm
Denny's
hitting
button.
the buttons like crazy. I just wanted, Dad, did you have something else you were going to say to that? I was interested in what you kind of had this look of, oh my gosh, or whatever, so I
No,
just.
ma'am, I was just going to be ready to answer any questions.
No.
Okay.
Somebody had a point and I was gonna-
Okay.
You were just trying to incur the intent of the vote, which you're going to be
Might have
doing
been dozing
later.
off, I don't know.
I think that's from sitting behind ballots for the last 48 hours. What was the intent of that vote? Hearing no objection. Motion passes unanimous.
Okay.
Surely you're finished.
Slide 3. This is on page 11-23. These should be relatively straightforward. This is where we keep the 4 zones and 1 service benefit. Everyone agreed to that.
We've done that.
Okay, so that's okay. The residential, changing it from our current categories to the ones proposed in Duncan, we have no problem with that. VCARD had no problem with that. So slide 1124, go with the recommendations from Duncan. On slide 25 is the one where we have some concern about the age-restricted communities. And I do need to clarify something. My colleague, Matt West, who I worked with for quite a few years, he's very knowledgeable. The one thing I do need to clarify is when you look at the ITE trip generation rates, they give you a description of the land use. And when you look at the description of the land uses, it includes amenities, alternative transportations, and everything else that we talked about. So that's why when he was asking about the trip generation rate, we were looking and seeing that that was appropriate because it had all of the different characteristics of that specific land use. So in that situation, again, we concur they should probably come in and do that. But again, referencing my example of the 100-lot subdivision that doesn't have those amenities, but is age restricted, if we do this point blank, they have the same right to get a reduced fee without providing all of the items that are identified in the ITE trip generation category for that specific land use.
Well, didn't he reference there was like 69 units or 68 units that was referenced for those trips for the smaller developments as well?
So
that their numbers were not as great as the numbers would be for a single-family detached home.
What he is referencing is that the trip generation rate that is
For
identified.
60-something units that statistic was based upon.
Right. Well, what it is ITE goes out and collects these trip generation studies that are done by engineers throughout the United States and groups them up, puts all the data together and does the curve fitting so we could come up with it for a per unit basis. And so he's 100% right that they have these land use categories. I think it's 251 and 252 in the ITE trip generation manual. I'm sorry, I'm geeking out on you, but
That's
you'll go
okay.
in there and you'll read these land uses and it describes the type of projects. And Latitude is what's in category 251. That 100-lot subdivision I talked about wasn't. But we're not talking about that in this particular situation. We're talking about saying age restricted, regardless of what amenities or anything else, would be given this reduced impact fee. So that's why staff doesn't like just the carte blanche open giving of that land use category. We feel it's appropriate that if you have all these amenities, you can come back and go through the process we have in our code to get a reduced impact fee.
Okay. Billy, I'm going to go to Jamie first. She has a legal opinion, I think.
I was going to have a suggestion. Rather than just having a category for 55 and older in the table, you could add text to your ordinance that meets what Mr. West was saying, that upon providing an analysis of the subdivision, that the trips generated would be the 4.44 per house instead of the 9.22 per house, and I'm vaguely remembering the numbers.
I think it was 6 something.
That
Was a U.
a reduction would be provided of X, and you guys make that policy decision on what the reduction.
Currently, what we're saying is I think the trips generated for a single-family detached home was 9 something, right? But 9 what?
9.52.
Okay, and the one on the example you gave us of a subdivision like Meadows over 55 was 4 something, right? And the example that Matthew gave us was 6 something. So we could then, what was 6.9, 6.8 trips generated on less than what? So, Clay? So whatever the numbers show by the traffic generation, trip generation from the traffic studies could be taken into effect and adjust the rates for those age 55 and over communities.
Correct.
But rather than, as I said, rather than putting it in the table, put the burden on the developer to come back and provide that information to you before they're entitled to get that.
Do you want us to create a
If you just
that
give me,
right now?
if you give me that direction, I can write that text.
You want to, you've got the direction, well, we will.
I don't know that you all agree with that. You may
Okay.
say no, 55 and older drive just as much, and
I was watching
that
head
doesn't
shake.
make any sense to me.
I'm really having an issue with this because how do we know that people living in the Minto community are retired or, it's to me, it's no different than them going to work and me being over 55 where I live. If I was going to build a new house, should I get a break on the impact fee? I'm not for the break at all, period.
Okay. That's where we're trying to get, if we want to go. Ms. Dennis?
This room in here, this chamber, we're a 55-plus community, friends. Take a look around. You want to see a 55-plus community, with a few exceptions. Oh, you're in there, hush. So this is a 55-plus community. So, and some of us 10 years over that. And if you think I have fewer, less trip generators, I'm making more because, number one, you have more disposable income, you have time on your hands, and you're more engaged socially. And I would direct you yet again to the Margaritaville deck page, front page of the community, which is wonderful. We wish you great success. But it's an active 55-plus community. The houses aren't built yet. You cannot even do an analysis yet of that community because it doesn't completely exist. So this is a slippery slope. I'm not willing. I'm not willing to do that, to make an exclusion for 55 plus. And if I get outvoted, fair enough, but you're gonna stir up some dust, that's a kind word, that we haven't seen come before us.
Well, all you need is 2 more people and there'll be no dust stirred.
I'm with you, Ms. Dennis.
That's 2, that's 3. There will be no dust stirred up because this motion is not going, there is no motion, but the discussion of what to be a motion is not going to happen. Okay? Ms. Wheeler?
I'm going along with it, but I do want to ask a question. if you have a development like that, I'm kind of thinking like the villages. They're all contained. Everything is within there. They go to the grocery store, they go to the movie, they go to the theater, they go out to dinner right there in their community. There is very little impact outside
External
of,
traffic.
exactly. So that's where I'm kind of getting hung up on that. But we do, that Minto is going to have all of that within there. I mean, that just happened. I'm not defending Minto, but I believe there's going to be other developments like the villages and where they are all contained, and that's what their advertisement is that everything is right there. So I'm a little on the fence with this.
Well, I don't think this is the village's Bento community.
Well,
Well-
but it's the same concept that they're trying to go for, I think, as far as contained.
Clay, don't they have the ability, though?
Yes, right now,
As it stays today, they can build that, everything you're talking about can be factored in. Our ordinance allows them to come in and bring a study and have these guys analyze that and decide on the reduction of trips. So that exists today, and that's what they're saying. It's something of that size. They would be, able to come in and make that point.
Yeah, I'm here to retime the signals. With regards to the independent study, we do allow them in the ordinance. Typically, they look at not only their development, but 2 other additional developments of a similar nature, so that we're looking at the trip generation developed by that development and the other one. So it's a similar land use.
Okay. Ms. Post?
Jamie, so that was a question I had on that topic was, so let me know either way, but so what we're saying is even without that text added, they still have the opportunity to do a study and come back and have that option, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct in that? Okay.
Yes, but, then I've got
Yes,
a little bit of a
I
but
want you to
there.
clarify.
At that point, they're then telling you, based on this is our true estimate of what our impact fees should be, as opposed to actually telling them that if you show this trip generation rate, we are deciding on what the amount of the impact fee would be.
But so if they were to come back to us with that study, that is the only numeric option that we would have to assess? Is that correct?
When they're doing the independent study, they're looking and generating their own trip generation rate. They're also typically looking at any pass-by or internal trips. That's all factored in, and basically they're using all the variables in the impact fee formula and calculating those different calibrating those different variables to then generate a fee.
I got that,
But
so.
John, I'm going to help Ms. Post here. But if they came up and they said our trip generation was 3 instead of 9.44, then we would do that measurement and reduce their impact fees by that percentage, as opposed to council saying, we'll give them a 60% break, or we'll give them a 70% break. But when that's...
They're calculating the fee rate,
right,
then applying it to the total number of units or square footage of the development to generate what their fee will be.
Right.
It doesn't typically go back to county council. Typically, it goes back to the Growth and Resource Management.
Based upon the information,
They
our
actually
fee is
calculate
based
their
upon what
reduction.
we
That's the
grant in
final
court.
information, correct?
We
it's,
grant them
again,
that, we grant them the difference of what we're using, a fee calculation, which we can defend. They give us the number that they say they are. We have to either contest that or wind up in court, and they get the fee.
But we don't have to take it, do we?
If you agree
Yeah,
with,
we
no, I'm
don't-
saying,
we
if
can
you
either
don't approve it,
Not approve it, right?
because,
I'm still.
no,
22
Correct.
years I've been here, we've done 10 of them, if that.
okay.
But we still have the
Typically,
option
they
to
pay
approve or not
the-
approve. Well,
the
I'm-
full rate of the fee.
was me asking the
They
initial
do
question,
the
so.
study, and if there's a difference, then
They have the
we
right to come in. That's what he answered.
reimburse them.
I understand what Ms. Post is saying, and I'm going to see if I can try again. A 1,000-unit subdivision would pay $5 million total, times the new rate, 5,200 and whatever dollars, approximately $5 million. But and that's assuming of the 9.44 trips per home, and I'm going to completely remove commercial from the calculus. But if they come in and they say, because of the way we do internal capture and the fact that we have a country club and shops and things like that, our single family should not be that high. Our single family should only be 60% of that, because we've reduced the trips down to 3.5 trips per home. They come in, they make that argument, and yes, Mr. Cheney actually sits there with them, and based on that trip generation and applying that rate, will reduce the fee by that 70%. Do I think they're going to get to that point? Probably not, but it's arguable. But they could maybe come in and only say, our study shows that we can reduce it down to 5.5 trips. So then it's that ratio difference between 9.44 and 5.5 trips per home, and then we would reduce the fee by that amount. That will not come back to council.
No.
Mr. Cheney meets directly with the traffic engineers, they work it out, they argue the point just like we do prop share, and they come up with that calculation. The question is whether you want that process or whether you want to control what that amount should be by putting something specific in the ordinance. That's the decision you're making. Does that help, Ms. Post?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we can move off of that one.
Okay.
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, just a little moment of personal privilege. I just saw my wife and my brother-in-law, James Cox, will come in. I just wanted to recognize him here. Thank you.
They waved and said hi.
Yeah, I didn't mean to embarrass you there, Ann.
I think that's all of you, Clay.
Nope. We have the question raised by VCARD in regards to the fact that we have currently multiple retail and several office land use categories, and the Duncan study reduces it just down to one category for retail and one category for office. If you want us to go back to Duncan and say, follow our land uses as they were and restore it back to that, we can do that and see if, and they will come back with a different rate. And they will.
Well, didn't we have some who had medical offices were different from professional?
Medical office is different in both,
Right.
both situations. What it was in the current impact fee ordinance has retail breaking down by 10,000, 10,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to $1 million, and over $1 million. And there's a decreasing rate because as you get larger, you do wind up with more internal capture. So therefore, you don't have as much traffic being generated. With offices, it's broken down by those under 10,000 square feet and over 10,000 square feet, and similar situation there. VCARD has pointed out that they feel that that's not appropriate, and that we should be looking at trying to carry on with the current division of retail and office that we have, so that way the size of the project will make sure that the proper trip generation captures the appropriate fee. If you want to do that, we can contact Duncan and Associates and ask them if they would be willing to amend that. If you feel that we just go ahead and keep the one retail and one office category, we can go and do that.
Did they take an average to determine the rate for those two items? I can't recall from looking at the category. I mean,
what has happened is that the fees, which again, looking at table 2, I'm going to go back to table 1. Right now, retail less than 6,000 or less than 10,000 square feet would be paying $6,500 for per 1,000 square feet. And under the proposed, it would just go to a flat rate of $6,385 per 1,000 square feet for all retail. The million under our current is currently paying $3,710. So what you're seeing is the smaller retail pays a higher impact fee, because with a single use or smaller shopping center type use, traffic's coming in and out of there more. The larger you get, yes, you have more traffic, but there's less in and out traffic. And so the rate right now currently goes from a low of 3,080 up to 5,350 per 1,000 square feet. And the Duncan study is saying just go to a flat $6,385 per 1,000 square feet.
Regardless of whether it's 10,000 or a million.
Right.
Well, it's not likely we're going to have very many more million square foot shopping centers in this area.
So what you see is that the million square foot project
It's
would be,
$3 and something.
it would be doubling almost their impact fee, whereas the less than 10,000 square feet, it would be a $1,000 increase, because there's a lower rate under our current for the bit larger projects.
We have to do that one today, right?
If they have to do an analysis, what's the time frame on that?
I have no idea. I've not really talked to them about whether or not.
So the recommended is to combine it to the one standard rate. That's what we have in the table. If we have to go back, because you want to break it into the 3 categories again, it's going to be at least a couple weeks, and we will not be able to get the ordinance to you until January.
Okay. I do think that we are likely to have developments of over 10,000 square feet. I don't think we're likely to have a 1 million square foot shopping center, which would probably consist of several 8,000 to 10,000 square foot units or more. So you're going to be saying that if you want to build a 500,000 square foot or a 100,000 square foot, you're going to be paying $6, whereas before you would have been paying $3.
Correct.
Leave it to where they pay $6 for everybody? A square foot per 1,000? Okay, she's saying combine it. I know we need to do something, Ms. Post.
Is it feasible to go ahead and do all these approvals and non-approvals, but hold this? So everything can move forward except this if
And we could,
it was decided to.
we could amend it, but that's what I asked for. I said, do we have to do it? I already asked it.
I understand what you're saying, Ms. Post. Can you not make this decision and still get the ordinance together?
And make the decision to separate the retail from the office for future.
You could combine it now and then break it up later, yes.
So what would that entail to come?
We would have to contact Duncan and Associates, let them know what we were requesting. They would have to go in there, and we have a good working relationship with them. I don't think that would be an issue, but it would just be the time it would take for them to do the analysis, split it up, go back, get the data that's associated for these different types of land uses, and come up with the rate.
Because it would be the 90 days from the date that came back and was approved, correct? For that one section, or no?
No, yeah, I understand what she's saying. She's
Yes.
saying, let's go ahead with what the recommendation is.
Right.
Do the combination, advertise, adopt that ordinance. In the meantime, ask Duncan and Associates to do their analysis.
Right,
When that comes back in however many days,
right.
council looks at it. If they decide to go that way, we'd have to re-advertise it, and yes, ma'am, it would be 90 days after I
Okay,
advertise
that's what
that
I
new
thought.
rate.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Okay.
Yes.
So
I have
that's a
mine.
paid in the rear end, but that's what I would suggest is separating the retail from the office, because that seems to make sense.
Ms. Cusack.
I think that we should proceed simply because is it possible if you want to amend the ordinance after it has been passed? Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am, that's what Ms. Post is saying also, is that we go ahead and adopt it as it's recommended, and then, but at the same time, contemporaneously get that information and have that brought back
And
to
this can
council.
happen at a later date?
Yes,
Or we-
ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that has been explained to us. That's the third time I've heard that, but moving on. Mr., you want to make a motion to excuse that?
Yes, I would move then that we would accept the combining the multiple retail and office land use into single retail and office categories.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, second.
Second, Mr. Patterson. Any further discussion?
Confirming, so is she saying to separate retail and office, correct?
No. We're gonna do what I had asked originally, was
Yeah.
not do it today.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the combining it now, then we can ask for a study later to come back, when they come back to do a separation and amend it.
Can we?
Can I clarify
I-
what staff's hearing?
Can we do that amendment now to have you go ahead and start that process?
Okay, what we hear you're
Not with
saying,
this
We've got
motion.
a motion and a second on the table. We're discussing moving forward on accepting what we have. So that's what we're gonna vote on. That's what we're gonna discuss. Okay? You're not hearing that, Clay.
no, I'm hearing it. All I just want to make sure is that, what I hear is that we're taking and we're getting rid of the multiple, right now, we're taking the recommendations of the Duncan study. But at the same point.
No, we're
tomorrow-
not, no, we're not. We're just doing the combination as recommended. That's the motion.
That is the motion.
Study recommended motion, no,
No
and.
taking it anywhere
No and, no any additional, no buts,
Okay.
just
except
study.
it.
Okay.
And that
Combining
was
it,
the
right?
motion.
That was the motion and second.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Post.
So I move that, well, tell me how we're going to state that then.
You move to amend.
Want to amend the motion to, ask staff to seek the additional information of what it would look like broken down into the current categories. And have that information brought back to council?
Well, so my amendment would actually be to have them go back and do that study to come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not just, okay.
And then, so you're delaying it for 90 additional days until we get that study? Is that what your motion will do?
No, it's going to be put into effect. The new numbers will be automatically into effect with this. This is simply coming back and separating because, what the name of the company didn't actually separate it out into retail and office.
Bring
So-
that information back to council. I don't think she's
So that it
asking
can be
for it.
separated into retail and office at a later date, but this will actually go into effect. What they've given us will go into effect now in the interim.
Okay.
Okay.
You have a motion to amend to have the consultant produce a study to reflect what we currently have, which is the division between office and retail. And nobody seconded it. I said that's the motion. I don't have a second.
Did you second?
Nope.
Okay.
Is there a second?
And just for an update to the analysis, correct? Yeah.
Is there a second? The motion dies for lack. Okay. No, this is to amend the motion that we have on the floor to include all
This
this.
is amending it to get an update to the
We can-
analysis reference to separate retail and office.
Is
It's
there a
an
second?
update to amend to separate into
Hearing,
retail and office.
hearing no second, the motion dies, the amendment to the motion dies for lack of second. So let's move to the motion which we currently have on the floor, which is to combine the office and the retail at one rate.
Per the Duncan study.
Right. Any further discussion on that motion? Ms. Post?
No.
Okay, you're up. Your light's on. Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Now you're done.
Convenience stores and convenience stores with gas sales, we all agree on that it can be combined into one. Dropping the old land use categories of central business district, sandwich shop, and general recreation. We all agree with that those need to be dropped. We want to keep and then I'm now on slide 1129, which is eliminating the major sports facility. We do not recommend that as a recommendation from this study that we do not agree with. Is there any discussion? Okay. And then the last one is the assessment for movie theaters and nursing homes going from screens and beds to building area. We agree with that as well. All right.
No objection to that. Now you're done.
He's done.
He's done.
Good. Okay. We are done. Thank you.
Thank staff for presenting this in a way that we could understand most of it.
Thank you, Jamie.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Move for a 10-minute recess.
Move. We just. We can take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Recess for 10 minutes, be back at 4:10. You know? Oh. Good afternoon. It is 4:11. We reconvene the county council meeting, and we will go to item number 12. Most everybody's here. And this is the appointment to the Children and Families Advisory Board. And District 5, that
That's
would
me.
be...
Are you ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to nominate Alicia Gordon for the Children and Families Advisory Board.
Alicia Gordon has been nominated to the Children and Families Advisory Board.
I know her very well.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We will move to item 13. And this is an appointment to the Code Enforcement Board, District 5. Mr. Lowry.
That's me. I'm a right popular fella. Here we go. I nominate Chad Lingenfelter for Code Enforcement.
Chad Lingenfelter has been nominated to serve on the Code Enforcement Board by Dr. Lowry. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And with that, we will recess. Pardon? Don't have them? Nope. They're after the public hearing.
You can do them now.
Do what now? Our closing comments?
Yeah.
I'm just following what they gave me.
Sorry.
I just follow this. If I mess up,
We'll
it
get
says. Closing comments, Mr. Patterson.
None.
Ms. Post.
None.
Did you say none?
I said none.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, I thought she did.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler. You can make it 3 in a row.
No. Okay, I would like to ask staff the update on the Proto Group deal. I thought the 15th was the deadline for something that we were to have some kind of access. Have I lost my? I just want to keep this out front, keep pushing it. I'm really not happy with this.
Yes, ma'am. We spoke to Craig Foley actually last week, and I have a call into him now. I think he's tried to call me during that last presentation. I haven't had a chance to check the voicemail. But last week, they had submitted, or they had previously submitted to the city for the cantilevered bridge option, as well as the plan that would potentially include the Connex boxes when the bridge is not available. And they, as of last Thursday, I believe it was, they had not heard back from the city. So I haven't got the particulars on exactly when they had submitted it, but at this point, they're still waiting on the city.
What can we do on this? This is, you know, I mean,
we have one option.
It's really unacceptable when we're, you know, when we've had a contract, they knew what the contract was, and is there a reason why Daytona is holding this up? You don't know.
I do not. We haven't had any contact directly with the city on this issue. Leaving it, as you said, to the Proto Group, it's their responsibility to get it addressed. So if we need to, we can go ahead and push. But
Yeah, it's time for us to, I mean, past time for us to push it, you know. Yeah, it's up to them to fight with the city, but it's up to us to enforce what we have with.
it's my understanding they've been using the golf cart to direct people around. So in our way, obviously, it's not the same thing as being able to walk through a construction site to get there, but they are getting routed around and taken to the beach from the sidewalk. So,
Well, I'm just saying that's unacceptable to me. It really is. This should be. I just think wherever we can apply pressure, we need to apply pressure. They're not compliant with the contract, in my opinion, and I don't see much activity moving forward in that to comply to it. And I have a real, no, I'm not a concern. I mean, I'm very frustrated by it. And again, I just, you know, whenever we have a contract, we're only as good as the enforcement of it, you know.
Mr. Chair, what can we do about this?
Personally, I think it was a poorly worded agreement to be put in without thinking about it, but it's in there, and the only thing that we can do is to kill a $600 million, whatever the project cost is, what, $600 million or
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
about $600 million project, and tell them they've got to stop building. That's our killer contract. You can give them all kind of deadlines to meet, which they haven't met. I mean, that would be a thing to say, but then that's your ultimate whole card. If
I
you
think
want to
first
do
off, the city, which, you know, we've partnered on many projects, I don't think has been much of a partner in this case here, so we'll contact the city and find out what the
maybe
issue is.
George, have you talked to Jim Chisholm?
I will call him and find
Could you
out.
call Jim Chisholm directly, you to him, and see if he can do something. Obviously, Tad working with Craig Foley, is not working. Let's try that.
I will call Jim.
And I will call Derek
I have talked to him.
Uh-oh.
Well, he just said it's the county's problem. You know, well, I don't feel that way. I think it's Protogroup's problem. But if we don't enforce it, it is our problem.
And there's the dilemma, the way I see it, the way it was explained to me at the first time this was brought up is, our course of action is to stop the contracts. And I, for one, am not in favor of doing that, but that's just me. For the 3 or 4 people a month that want to go there. I don't know how many there. If they're providing access, and it didn't say what access we would provide, I don't think, in the contract. That's why I think the contract may have been
No,
put in at the last minute.
it was told they were to, in the agreement, they were to keep the north end of the property.
Is that in the contract?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And what happened, my understanding is of course, at the time that all that was done, the contemplation was that they would do the south tower, then the north tower. With that work progress, that would have opened back up Oak Ridge for people to access when they were working on the north tower. But what they have done is they've started on the north tower before completing the south tower. So, and it's that area along the north that's in question. Now, the contractor, Protogroup, has come up with a bridge. It's an engineered solution that's used on construction sites because, believe it or not, they build tall buildings all over the world in densely populated areas. So they came up with a solution and they've turned it in, and even included also the time when that wouldn't be advisable to be walking along there. Then they would go back to the Connex boxes down the Oak Ridge right away. We were been told, at least by Foley, right, that there really isn't a lot of danger of anything being high up over, because that was first it was people could fall into the pit or whatever with the rebar. Well, again, it's an engineered bridge with sides and rails, and it's actually kind of a cage situation. So I think people walk over holes all the time on bridges all across the world. So, they had that solution. And then, of course, it became, something could fall from above. And again, I think what their method of construction was that that wouldn't be very likely, but when it was, they could reroute people back to the Oak Ridge right away and use the Connex boxes. So that was submitted to the city, and the date that he's...
It was the prior week to last week.
Right.
Yeah, because if I remember somewhere, it was supposed to be that it was going to be enforced on the 15th. There was something with the 15th, wasn't there? Will you get with Daytona?
We will get
and
with
see
them.
what the holdup
Yes.
was? I know when I spoke to their manager at one point, he said, what's the county's problem? And then he told me to call OSHA and see if they'd approve it. Again. Yeah.
He told you?
Well, he says, I don't think you're going to get, he says, you can call OSHA and see. I mean, it was a joke. It wasn't, However, it's not funny. And to me, a golf cart isn't, it's a ridiculous solution. And it's not a solution. Who's going to call the golf cart to go pick them up? this is a principle. You know, it's the principle of the thing is we've got a contract, and they knew what the contract said, and it was clear that an access was supposed to be open, and it's not. And I don't want to shut it down, but they've got to hear something pretty darn strong.
And I do need to, just in fairness, to remind, the agreement was part of multiple things, the other being the bathroom, money provided for that, and also dedication of the beach behind that. So it was all wrapped into the agreement, and I think, through the years, we've had a lot of work along our right-of-ways, and this is the first time in 21 years I've ever encountered that the other government, didn't support us or work with us. So I'll talk to the city myself.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not done yet. I know you're done, but I'm not done.
No.
Okay.
I thought George was on.
Okay.
I'm saying okay to George.
Okay, you're done?
I'm done.
Okay, there you go. Okay, then there's a couple things I'd like to know on the Merrill sign for the jetties. Do we have any information on that, for the dedication on that?
That would be John.
What I recall is that I think the elder Merrill is having a health issue.
Yes.
And that was going to be delayed a little bit until we got confirmation from him as to his availability.
We have the sign ready to go?
I'll confirm that.
Yeah, I think it's important
Absolutely.
to have it
We
ready,
may
so
have a
when
short
he
window.
is ready to go, that we can get that done,
ma'am.
But if we can check with the Merrill family to just get the status on, but make sure the sign is done first, I would appreciate that. Time is kind of the F's, because that's one of the things, they really want him to be able to attend.
Correct.
The other thing, signs, are we working with signs with Daytona Beach on their trail, historical signs?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Of course, we're working on things. I wish it was
Okay.
sometimes reciprocated, but
Okay.
Yep. I will check the status of that as well.
Okay, and where did we leave the discussion? I'm just trying to catch up on the internal auditor.
Okay, the position is, we have the position, it's funded. Jamie has been writing working with Donna to write what the ordinance would say that would apply to the position.
I'll have it advertised for the next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, and the last thing, Amendment 10, whether I like it or not, how are we going to have a workshop on that? This is going to be new for all of us, and I'm sure staff too. We all need to I need to know what the plan is. We need to know what the plan is. We need to start, preparing this plan. What's the steps on this?
You want me to answer on that just briefly?
Go ahead. Sure.
I met with Dan to see what was involved. He is working on part of it. I met with George and Donna on the financial part of it. They are discussing and developing a plan, and what they and we have come up with is that they develop a transition team of people that would be affected to work through that on what all is involved. I mean, there is so much involved. Certainly, any of us, if we wanted to workshop it, we could. But I think,
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we all are included in on some of that conversation. I know, Mr. Chair, it's frustrating, but this is something big for all of us, and this is a change in the way we run things. I think we all ought to be in on that conversation.
I was just getting it.
Yeah.
I got it started the day after the election.
Yeah.
I felt it was that important to do that somebody had to, and I was meeting with George anyway, and I just thought that was part of the responsibility was to engage.
It definitely will have to come forward with a report or a workshop, and we'll have to go over all the things that are affected, and then, we'll also have to see, because there'll be questions going forward based on what the position those various positions intend to do. So, and then, so again, there'll be a lot of discussion back and forth. So unfortunately, we don't have all the answers, but because we have to go research some of the effect, we have to know what they want. I think there's some misinformation as to, you know, what automatically happens and what doesn't. We'll clarify that. And
I just want to make sure that we're part of the conversation
oh,
and not
absolutely.
just part of the answer.
There's no way you cannot. There's no way you
answers.
cannot be.
Okay.
There'll be a lot of decisions that'll be made.
Thank
There
you.
will definitely be. For all
I
of
just wanted to make sure that they got started on it to bring us the information because they didn't have the answers that I asked, and I felt it'd be important for them to bring what all is going to have to be addressed to all of us at a point, because we would have more questions right now that they wouldn't have the answers for, and they would say, well, we don't have that answer yet. But if they can develop what they feel we need to go, we can certainly, we all going to have to be involved in it, obviously. Now, that was not any intention on my part. It was only to get it started and make sure that where we were.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the plan.
Right. And the plan is for them to gather the information. For example, they know that we have to, by May, have it presented to the Department of Revenue for a budget for the tax collector, who we don't know who he or she may be. And we have to have their budget done and approved by the Department of Revenue. Yeah. Sales property, the tax collector will be elected. We will have to have it on the November 2020 election. And we will have to have a budget ready to go for that by May
before the
of
actual
2020,
election.
before the election. So those are some of the things that they're trying to do. No one's done this before. We are the guinea pigs. And the other counties get
longer period
of time. So, and that's why I thought it was important for us to get on it quickly, just to get it started, to make sure that they were getting it started, not to circumvent anything or usurp anyone's information from them.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cusack.
I was just wondering if we have had any information as it relates to the stop signs on Beersford in New Hampshire.
Actually, in one of the breaks, I talked to John Chaney. He has started the study as I had thought, because I had heard that information from a previous request. He said it'd be about 30 days. They'll have the results of that and be able to implement it.
Right. That's all I have.
That's it. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Tad, you're still here? Speaking of bridges and plaques, Turnbull Bay Bridge, we need to, are we still on track with that time-wise? The answer is yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I had promised that we would be done in December, but apparently we are going to be pushed into the earliest part of January. We had some issues with switching over power lines that we had to work out with the Utility Commission of Lucerne Beach. And during that time of the year, they didn't want to switch off as often as we needed them to, so it's pushed it out a couple of weeks. But otherwise, January, which is still ahead of schedule.
Okay, because we need to get that plaque ready, but we are rededicating and renaming that bridge, so let's keep that. Thank you. That's all I've got on that one. Thank you. And just before I go to my last comment, I want to thank everybody for their support in my reelect. You're stuck with me for another 4 years.
Right.
And it's an honor to serve and continue doing what we're doing here. But Amendment 10, Mr. Eckert, thank you for coming back to the dais. I know I've talked about Amendment 10 and we don't want to get ahead of this. I mean, it's effective. When's the actual effective date?
In 65 of the 67 counties, it's effective January 5, 2021.
January 5th, 2021. So we're not under the gun to perform. We don't have a deadline, but and the reason that I'm saying that is I know we're engaged and this just passed So the last thing we can do is have a knee-jerk reaction to all these questions and demands, and why aren't you addressing this, why aren't you talking this? And the example that I use is back in, and I don't know what year it was in the 2000s sometime, when Florida Statute 411 passed, which was voluntary pre-K. It was a voter-approved initiative, and the legislature was forced to implement January of the following year. All they did after that was cleanup work. You remember that, Councilman Patterson? The legislature and the Senate, I mean, they drove Mack trucks through the holes in that legislation because it was done too quick and too soon. So last thing I want us to do is damage control and make decisions too quickly, because this is big. This has impact on our budget. It has impact on how services are dispensed with our citizens. So let's get it right. Let's do it and do it right and take the time we need to do it. So, but some of the questions, Mr. Eckert, when you and I were talking the other night, some of the questions as it affects Amendment 10, it's going to impact our capital budget, right? It's going to, buildings,
Could.
right?
It could, you know, that stuff, really what we need to do is capture what all the questions are.
That's what we need to do.
That's what we need to be doing right now. You may not get all the answers, but some may become self-evident as you're putting them together. But the idea, you know, those are questions, because we first of all, we have buildings and real estate, and, you know, will they be using where they're at now? And given the short time frame, I would think probably, because we can't build buildings, you know, that fast. So yes, there could be an impact on capital. Could be, you know, but you get down to the you know, very deep level into the personnel and the benefit, you know, all sorts of things go across the whole board. So we have to get all that captured. That's really the task at hand. And then things like, what could it affect? And then, and where we're going to go into a new world a little bit is that, and a lot of that will depend on that elected official.
Well, that's just it, because the decisions won't be made by us.
Right.
So it's performance time. So let's just see where it goes. So all the questions, and I know there's been some questions out there on social media and publicly. Well, how come the council hasn't decided? The vote just happened. It's the first time we've met since Amendment 10 passed. So it's clear that we're in discussions, and the chair, from what I hear, has already taken the leadership role in this, and thank you for that. So we'll have our discussions, I guess, Mr. Rechtenwald, with you and Mr. Eckert going forward. Maybe we compile those, but us having a workshop on it, I don't know it's going to change anything, because we're not the decision makers in this one.
Well, I think what we'd be talking about would be, once we gather all the questions, then we would have to talk about that, and what do we have to address, and what is the other, the elected official in that position. And of course, you're going to have the interesting situation of building an office where there is no elected official in it, you know, or putting together the plan of how you're going to operate and what you're going to do. You know, that'll all have to be done. Now, of course, we're doing that function today, so, you know, we do have a starting spot, and we'll go from there.
Well, this will impact short term. The shortest term will impact contract negotiations, will it not?
We have to get the dates with Tom, but yes, it's conceivable that some of those contracts will come up before the people that are...
Some crossover issues, okay.
Yep.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, the good news is Amendment 1 failed. If that hadn't happened, we'd be in a mess right now. I'll just be honest with you, from a financial standpoint. So even though we all would have probably benefited a little bit from it. I am so glad when I saw that one failed. I was shocked. I thought that was kind of a no-brainer. I thought that passed, but obviously the word got out, and I'm not so sure people really understood all the ramifications of 10. I'm not sure they would have voted the way they did, but this is where we are. I want to thank Tim Bailey, all the hard work he's been doing with the improvement we want to do with the Lemon Bluff ramp. We're trying to resolve some issues there with the community, and that seems to be going pretty good. We got some ideas there. Took a ride on the new Botran route the other day with some of the city people, and that's going to be really, really good. And I'm strongly urging that the ML King light be activated. We tried to go left out of there on Howland with the bus, and man, it was tricky. And so I think that's being worked on too. And next week, there's a big day coming up, I understand, called Thanksgiving. First Thanksgiving was proclaimed by President George Washington on October 3rd, 1789 in New York City, because that's where the capital was then. And this is what he said. Whereas it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and humbly to implore His protection and favor, and whereas both houses of Congress, imagine that, have by their joint committee requested me to recommend to the people of the United States a day of public thanksgiving and prayer to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts the many signal favors of Almighty God, especially by affording them an opportunity peaceably to establish a form of government for their safety and happiness. Now, therefore, I do recommend to sign Thursday, the 26th of November next, to be devoted by the people of these states to the service of that great and glorious being, who is the beneficent author of all that is good, that is, that was, or that will be. I kind of miss the good old days. I kind of wish both houses of Congress would look at things a little bit differently like they did back then. I think it might resolve a lot of problems we're seeing today. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Just one or two little comments on 10. You mentioned some of the questions on social media. Some are of the opinion, and I think opinions sometimes don't really work with the facts. Yeah. The facts are, we cannot put part of that into effect. Right. Okay? The election has to occur of those 5 constitutional officers who will be partisan. I asked the attorney, what do we need to do as far as the charter, amending the charter, because our charter doesn't have it that way. There will be certain things that we will have to amend at some point in time, but that, I'm guessing that would be in next year at some point in time, and we could work on that. He could work on whatever it is that we're going to need to do, because, like I said, this hasn't been done before. You haven't had 66 counties telling the other 67 other ones what to do, and to make the change in a charter which we've had for almost 50 years in existence. So we're going to have to change that. The ramifications of cost, I'll say it again, I think the estimate that was given last year is probably going to be close, if not under, what it's going to cost just for one additional office. I think they've already begun discussions with the supervisor of elections and with the property appraiser being willing to work in contract somewhat like we had, although you mentioned the Capitol, they're going to need to be buildings expanded. There'll be a whole nother situation that'll have to be looked at. But I'm confident that George's leadership and Donna getting the questions for which they'll try to get answers, for which we will have to take part in getting those answered. One quick thing, I attended the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and if I had to drive every day on I-4 for a 9 o'clock meeting in Orlando, I did that for about 2 years. That was back when it was only 2 lanes over the bridge. It still wasn't that bad. But we did it, and I was very impressed to see that in the executive meeting we had, which I am part of the 5 or 6 member executive board, thanks to Billy Wheeler, I think, nominating me, and or Ms. Matusak. But Volusia County does have a seat at the executive table on East Central. and we are included, Oak Hill is included going forward in their sewer situation. I think you were involved there when that was happening, Deb, but I was very impressed that that's one of the 5 things that they looked at. And I think at some point in time, we may want to, as a county, make a presentation as some of the other counties or cities are doing on where we are, what we're doing, how we feel we can be involved and affected. I was proud to see that DeBerry is building their first, I guess the dedication was yesterday, or what is today? Yep, yesterday was the dedication or the groundbreaking for the facility around the Sunrail, as long as Sunrail runs there or continues to run there. But it's going to be done, so that was cool. With that, we will.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to add that they did ask me to be a part of the diversification
Yes.
board. So, yeah, I will be on that.
And I was going to
also.
stay for that meeting, but they said she was going to reach out to you and thank you for serving on that committee. I believe there is something to be gained from that, from being a part of that, especially now that people are really starting to see that Volusia County is really not that far away.
Absolutely.
In fact, from East Central Florida. So, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got to go to you guys. We went straight to us, didn't we? Well, you've got 18, 19 minutes.
I'll cover it in 20 seconds.
Okay, the one other point I was going to make on Amendment 10 was, I asked you why we were given a different date for compliance than the other. You said there are 6 other ones that have it beside us?
Well, this doesn't count as part of my 20 seconds.
Okay.
The other Miami-Dade and Broward argued to the Constitution Revision Commission that because they had they were big counties and they would have to restore the offices, and there was going to be time for needed for implementation, that they should have a later effective date. So we are part of the 65. They are the 2, and their effective date is January. Well, I don't remember, whatever the first Tuesday after the first Monday is in 2025. So 4 years later. But we have a speedier implementation date, and I think the larger point is that we will need to work through the issues in an orderly basis. Now, using my 20 seconds, I may have been a little too impromptu on the Department of Revenue approval for the tax collector. I really don't have that rule committed to memory, but the point that we were discussing is that you're going to be adopting a budget for the tax collector before he or she 3 months before he or she takes office, or 4 months. So
how many employees are they going to have? What are we going to pay the employees?
Well, that's. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Sorry about that. But I think someone else had echoed the it had to be approved by the Department of Revenue. George, I'm sorry, I didn't have any of this on my little sheet here until after the next meeting, so.
Okay.
But we'll go ahead and go.
I do have an update if Donna Butler is here. I just wanted her to go overall, real quick update on, remember last time we talked about the people up on the very far North Penn, and the efforts that she coordinated, and pretty amazing results, so.
Thank you, George. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So we identified 14 family units. Some of those are single, some of those are family units described however. And we've made a lot of great progress. So I hope you'll remember from my update that I sent out to you, we offered them hotel vouchers for up to a month, an opportunity to apply for Section 8, and then our ESG grant funds would pay for rental assistance, utility assistance, and then moving in assistance. In addition, we made available to those that might need it moving assistance, and I'll explain a little later how that was really valuable that we had that opportunity. So we've worked with both Hope Place and Neighborhood Center to
try and provide case management services. The family unit, which was 2 units, but a mother, her son, and the 2-year-old that we were really worried about actually did not go to Hope Place because the father had a dog, and he did not want to give up the dog. So we got them housed pretty quickly. They had some place to go, and they're one of the ones that we've already successfully placed in housing. So right now, there are 10 families that are taking advantage of the hotel vouchers. One household said they didn't need any help except with the utility, and they already had some place to go. 3 received security deposits and rental assistance, so they're good to go. And then the neighborhood center is now moving forward. Of those still remaining, 2 of the 10 hotel vouchers are applying for Section 8, which is good. One of those is the disabled gentleman that we talked about. He is the one that really needed the moving assistance. And I'm going to give some kudos to a business that really stepped up. We had arranged for a pod, and the property owner did not want that pod delivered to his area. So we, on the fly, had to call 2 men in a truck who were very gracious, gave us a great deal, came and picked up all the disabled gentleman's things and stored them for us, for him. And then when he finds permanent residence, hopefully through Section 8, they will move his things in for him. So that was a real struggle. My staff was absolutely phenomenal. Carmen Hall, Brittany Scott, Clayton Jackson, Diana Phillips, all put their brains together and really made this happen. So our minor children are all placed, which is really good. There are 2 households that said that they're not really sure what services they might need, so they might be able to do it on their own. And then one gentleman, his wife is in hospice, and so we're going to keep him in a motel if need be for up to 2 months. And when she passes, he plans to move north to be with family. So we're really excited that I think we've done a lot of good. We've still got some folks that are working with the neighborhood center to get placed. We've got about 4 of the 10 that they think are going to come in this week with units. It takes a while to find a unit. They have to actually go out and try and find the unit, get the landlord to say okay, and then we come in and explain that we can give assistance with deposits. And the landlords are usually pretty gracious and happy when they know that they're going to get some assistance.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to you and Donna and to your staff and to everybody involved that this is what collaboration and working together does. And I'm just so pleased to be a part of this operation, because it's when, you try to make a difference, and as much as they don't have to have the stars and the moon as the light now, or the dew of the night as the covering. Right. We provide a place for them. And so you're to be commended for that. And I think that when you do this type of work, greatness is your reward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I had heard, maybe not correctly, that he's already trying to re-rent those places, or have we taken action on the code enforcement?
I don't know. Clay may be able to answer it. And I forgot to mention, George talks about it all the time, that we don't work in silos. Clay and I have worked really closely on this. He was out. I called a staff person when the property owner refused to let us on to help get this gentleman's stuff off. He called the nephew, and while I'm on the phone, he's given him a very polite, hello, you need to allow this to happen, got it done so that then we could get the moving truck in. It's been a great collaboration internally as well as externally.
So,
just to give you an update on the code enforcement issues. Noble Taylor, our assistant chief, was up there. No one's on the property. The property's been cordoned off. He required that a fire watch person, a security person, be on board to make sure that no one tries to reoccupy the structures. Mr. Decker was the owner of the property, said he wasn't going to leave. We explained that the fire chief has the ability to make sure that he does leave, and because it is a life safety issue. So Mr. Decker has vacated the area. He has indicated that he's going to come back and get permits to demo the structures, except for the concrete structure that's still in decent shape, and he's going to be trying to get permits to get that restored back to meet code. Okay. So we see that, again, the collaboration between fire, community service, growth and resource management, specifically our building and code enforcement divisions, we work seamlessly, and given the short time and critical issues we were facing, it was amazing the response, how everyone just dropped and did a great job.
I would hope that you never have to face this kind of situation again, and as soon as we find out something like this exists, I would hope that you would take the appropriate action that you can to, my heart just bleeds for the people that were there that were taken advantage of. Ms. Denny's?
Just have a question, Ms. Butler. I don't know if it's possible. First thing I thought, I just, when you said his wife is in hospice, it's just almost too much to even fathom. We've got the holidays coming up, and you know, sometimes you do like an angel tree where you just take a name and you buy a Christmas gift. Is it possible, council, that we do our own angel tree for these families? You know, I don't want to know who they are, but you tell us what they need or suggestion. I would be open to facilitating that.
Sure, we'll
any
be,
way possible.
They're all being case managed, those that are getting assistance through the neighborhood center. So we'll reach out to the case manager that's working with them and ask them if any of them have wish lists, probably especially for that 2-year-old.
Please, and filter that. We'll use your.
Be glad to. Yeah, there's some sad situations, and you know, there was a question earlier about why didn't we provide assistance sooner. We made it known to the folks early on that there was assistance available, and I really think they thought it was going to get better and that they were not going to be evicted. And it wasn't. We had already made everyone aware, you know, after we spoke last time about what was available, and 4 families still stayed in there, and we went back out again. It wasn't until we went out and really started pressing them that they were willing to leave. And I think that they really thought the situation was going to be resolved on their behalf by the owner.
Well,
So
they have their own community out there. At that stage, it's just survival, and it's what they know. But if you could get back to us at the next council meeting, if that's possible. And Joyce and Billy just reminded me too, I think Councilman Patterson, you bought didn't you buy something on behalf of the council?
Yes, I was just going to bring that up here in a couple of minutes. Volusia County Fair, we, council members, we purchased a cute little oinky. And Councilman Lowry was there, yes. It's right now we're just waiting to see what the actual weight, the weight of the animal is going to be, and then we'll know what it is. And Buck James with Halifax Urban Ministries was there with us. So far, the cost was $1,192 and change, and then we'll have to find out what the actual packaging costs are going to be, and then we'll come in here, and then anybody who doesn't pay me, I'm going to shoot their tires out in their car the next time I'm around. But yeah, it was. The one thing about it was that kid that we bought the pig from was very happy. You know, some of those animals were going for $8 and $9 a pound, and $11 a pound. We went in at $4.75.
I'd seen it bidding in a long time.
Yeah, which was fair because it was over what I think they said about $3 a pound is what it cost those kids to actually do this. So this kid made a little bit of money on the deal, and we'll be able to buy another animal and do that. But some of them were going, you know, a little bit less than that. But this was a good animal. We were 26th.
Yeah, when it got up to $12 a pound, I was ready to start bidding on a chicken.
Well, I had asked if whether or not we could get I said, can we get a chicken or a rabbit?
If it was going to be around $8, $9 a pound, I was getting my rifle out, and I was going to head out up here in the woods and get me a big old nasty looking boar hog out there.
All right.
Jamie.
Back to the code enforcement case on the situation that Donna and Clay were just talking about. That will be heard by the Code Enforcement Board next Wednesday.
Okay. Anything else? If not, we're going to, I guess, huh? No, we get it next time. With that, we will recess until 5:05. We will be reconvening the meeting in 1 minute. It's 5:04. Anyone who hears me? Oh, I will. Miss Denny's, are you back there, Miss Denny's? Oh, there you are. Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening. It is 5:05, and we're going to reconvene the county council meeting of November the 13th, and we will start with the item 13A, and this is a public hearing. Public hearing is now open. We'll get the staff report from Tammy, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm just going to open it real
George?
quick with, of course, I think the item explains, we as staff made an error in an advertising piece. I want to reassure everybody that every other document was correct. All the tax bills, the millage, everything was correct. However, the law is clear that the advertising that goes with it has to be accurate as well. We made an error, a line was left out. We know where it was made. We have worked to ensure this won't happen again. And I'll probably add it to the list of things that our external auditor will also review to help us out, another set of eyes going forward to make sure something like this doesn't happen. It has not happened in 21 years that I've been here, and Donna knows of no time it's happened in her tenure, and I won't even say how long she's been here. So with that, mea culpa, it's my responsibility. I'm sorry, but we are here. Thank you for helping us, and go ahead, Tammy, and take it away.
Part of the public hearing is to read the millage rates before you place a vote on
Are your
all of
mics on? Okay.
Thank you. And also the actual budget. So for the record, I'm just going to read them into the, for the public that it could be listening today. The general fund ad valorem tax rate is presented at 5.6944 mils, which is at the rollback rate. The library fund is presented at 0.5520 mils. The Volusia Forever Operating Fund is presented at 0.0994 mils. The Volusia Echo Fund is presented at 0.20 mils. The Volusia Forever Voted Debt to meet the debt service requirement is at 0.1006. East Volusia Mosquito Control District is at 0.1880. Ponce de Leon Port Authority is presented at 0.0929 mils. Municipal Service Fund is presented at 2.2399 mils. Silver Sands Bethune is 0.0150 mils, and Fire Rescue District is at 4.0815. The total operating budget is at $768,755,651 of $141,044,123, and this is for the FY fiscal year 2018-19 budget year. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you for any discussion.
We have one person who I think is filled out to speak on this issue, but I guess not. So we'll close the public hearing without objection and move to the council discussion. We need a motion to adopt.
I'll have to read each of these into record, and each one of them will have to have a
Okay, on each
vote.
one, right.
If you're ready for that, I could continue.
We're ready.
Okay.
Council ready? Yep.
The general fund ad valorem tax rate of 5.6944 mils, which is equal to the rollback rate.
Move approval.
Motion made by Denny, second by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The library fund ad valorem tax rate of 0.5520 mils, which is 7.5% greater than the rollback rate.
Move approval by Cusack, second by Wheeler. Motion's been made to approve the library fund at a millage rate of 0.5520. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Volusia Forever Operating Fund is presented at .0994 mils, which is 17.9% greater than the rollback rate.
Mr. Chair, move approval of Volusia Forever Fund at 0.0994 mils.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Motion made to approve the Volusia Forever, right? No. Yes.
Yes.
At 0.0994. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Volusia Echo Fund ad valorem tax rate is at .20 mils, 7.4% greater than the rollback rate.
Motion made by Lowry, seconded by Denny's. Any objection to approve the motion of Volusia Echo at 0.2000 mils? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Volusia Forever Fund voted debt service is at .1006 mils.
Mr. Chair, move approval of Volusia Forever voted debt at 0.1006 mils.
Motion made by Patterson, second by Wheeler, to approve the Volusia Forever debt of 0.1006. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The East Volusia Mosquito Control District ad valorem tax rate is presented at 0.1880, which is 6.8% greater than the rollback rate.
Move approval of the East Volusia Mosquito Control District Fund ad valorem tax rate of 0.1880 mils.
Motion made by Post, second by Wheeler, to approve the East Volusia Mosquito Control District of 0.1880. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Ponce de Leon Inlet and Port District is presented, ad valorem tax rate is presented at 0.0929 mils, which is 6.8% greater than the rollback rate.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, seconded by Cusack, to approve the Ponce de Leon Port Authority at the rate of 0.0929. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Municipal Services District Fund ad valorem tax rate is presented at 2.2399 mils, which is 6.7% greater than the rollback rate.
Move approval of Municipal Service District at 2.2399 mils.
Second.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Post, to approve the Municipal Service District at a rate of 2.2399 mils. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Silver Sands Bethune Beach Fund ad valorem tax rate is presented at 0.0150 mils, which is 7.1% greater than the rollback rate.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Denny's, second by Cusack, or second by Cusack, to approve the Silver Sands Bethune Beach MSD at a rate of 0.0150. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The Fire Rescue District Fund ad valorem tax rate is presented at 4.0815 mils, which is 6.7% greater than the rollback rate.
Move approval of the Fire Rescue Service District at 4.0815 mils.
Second.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Post, to approve the Fire Rescue Services District at a rate of 4.0815 mils. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
The next item is the adoption of your budget. We're looking for approval to adopt the fiscal year 2018-19 final operating budget totaling $768,755,651 and a non-operating budget of $141,044,123.
Move the approval, Mr. Chair.
Motion to approve by Cusack, seconded by Lowry, to approve the operating budget at $768,755,651 and the non-operating budget of $141,044,123. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
And with that, you are in compliance with the term guidelines, Department of Revenue. Thank you.
With that, we're in compliance. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to closing comments. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. In finishing, I didn't get to finish and didn't get to ask. What was your ultimate goal on your diversity? The question is, if you put a goal out there, is it numbers or was it percent? What is the percent of the black population in the county? If a black population is 9% and you hit 9%, you basically hit your goal. And if you have, it's something you should mention. I don't see, the staff knows that, but the public doesn't know that. So I'm asking you, if you've reached it, that you let it be known. If the goal is higher, let that be known. I think one person will remember, at one point, Florida State and the University of Florida were all boys and all girls. They wanted to encourage girls at the University of Florida, so the applicants were given extra points if they were female. At this point, they're like 57, 58% female. I think they should drop that requirement, or those advantages, because they've reached their goal and gone beyond. But at some, and you have to know what to do when you do. Thank you.
Thank you, John. With that, unless there's any other comments
One
or
other
questions,
comment,
Ms. Cusack.
Just want to respond
Yeah,
to
sorry.
this.
Please.
I think that it's appropriate that we understand the fact that to have diversity in a workplace is not built in percentages and numbers. It's built in the fact that we want to make sure that every person who is qualified to be employed here has the opportunity to be employed. That crosses racial lines, sir, be it Afro-American, Hispanic, white males, or whatever. We want to have representation. It used to be a time the workforce was 99.9% white males. And we are moving from that. They still are employed, and we want to make sure that they are, but we don't want to exclude anyone else. Not only do we want to employ them, we want to maintain them as employees by diversifying and including all races of people in our workforce. We want the workforce to reflect the people that you serve, and that's why. When I went to work as a nurse, I was the only nurse of color there, and they didn't hire me because I happened to be a black woman. They hired me because I was most qualified to be in the operating room at Fish Hospital in DeLand. Those are my comments, Miss. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis.
Just one item that slipped by me, Mr. Chair. Council, our chair, Ed Kelly, is going to be honored at the Lights for Literacy Gala with the Volusia Literacy Council on Saturday, December 1st at 6:30 p.m. at the Shores Resort and Spa. And we have an opportunity here to sponsor a table. And I would like to suggest there's several sponsor levels. There's a silver sponsor level at $1,500, which is a reserved seating for a table of 8. There's a gold sponsor for $2,500 for 2 tables of 8, plus all sorts of other things. We might even get to talk with you that night or something, Mr. Chair. I think there might be a photo op there at a table like that. So council, to support this great opportunity, and also the $2,500 level, not just all those other things with the free photo op with our chair, it equates to 12 months of tutoring service for 8 students at the Literacy Council. So my recommendation, council, I want to make a motion that we sponsor the Lights for Literacy Gala at the gold sponsor of $2,500. And come out and support our chair and this great literacy program.
Motion made by Dennis, second by Ms. Cusack to sponsor the Lights for Literacy event December 1st. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Oh,
I want a photo op.
I tried to get out of it.
I know you had to call. I know.
But any other comment?
Mr. Chair, all you had to do was tell them you already know how to read.
That did more with Pat. With that, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:19.